What a leap. Red and Blue transitioned to their remakes through color and pixel density. Gold and Silver had huge leaps, 3D assets, far richer color palettes, but Ruby and Sapphire's transition comes via jump to full 3D, for better and for worse. Launching on the 3DS in 2014, we got Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, full Hoenn remakes, taking the basic world and story of Hoenn and kinda just scribbling all over the page, coloring outside the lines, and going to some interesting and baffling places. FireRed and LeafGreen played it way too safe, really only deviating from the original in minor ways until the short and mediocre Sevii Isles, and while HeartGold and SoulSilver had a mountain of extra content, a vast majority of it, sans an intro to the Safari Zone, a little bit of carryover from Crystal, and the Pokeathlon was sealed in Kanto, the Legendary Hunt rematches most Gen 4 evolutions. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are strictly adherent in some regards, ignoring the existence of Emerald entirely until the post-game, encounter tables that, while slightly more generous in the sense that 1% encounters are mostly eliminated in favor of like 4 and 5% encounters, are mostly identical to before, routes being completely unchanged so as not to take any advantage of the third dimension this game is built around, but simultaneously flies off the rails frequently and at random. Maxie and Archie get huge reinventions, Mauville is redesigned, Southern Island becomes an integral plot beat, and a mountain of changes to the later stages of the villain storyline that directly lead to the game going off the rails with new encounters and content. It's nearly schizophrenic with how hard it bounces back and forth between the extremes of being faithful in excess to suddenly being a whole new game. Some changes, mechanics, and features are fantastic, others are quite the opposite. It's a truly fascinating specimen either way, as it bounces between a remake and a complete reimagining on a whim. A lot can change in 3 generations, but here it's not just the mechanical changes in the leap from the 3rd to the 6th generation, but also new mechanics and additions beyond that. I've talked quite a bit about the physical special split, and that's a huge boon for some Pokemon and a major hit for others. Sceptile. I also briefly touched on the fairy typing in the Let's Go video, the new type introduced in Gen 6's first entry, which is only weak to steel and poison, and strong against dark, fighting, and dragon, to which it has an immunity alongside bug, dark, and fighting resistances, while only being resisted by fire, steel, and poison. The type's existence alone was a massive shakeup, immediately knocking dragon off the top of the tier list, and perhaps incidentally, making the already crazy steel type even better. As had been the case for Dark, a variety of Pokemon received type shifts for this new type, pretty much an improvement for every Pokemon that gained or switched to this type. I'll note them as I go, so as not to clutter too much of this section with the specifics, but it's worth noting that 2 of Hoenn's Pokemon lines get massive buffs through gaining Fairy, and worth keeping in mind that a solid amount of old Pokemon are completely turned around by Fairy, either by getting hugely buffed by it, or by being so threatened by it that their viability tanks. Some other relatively minor mechanical changes exist in addition to all this, so let's move along before we get to the more interesting new mechanics and gimmicks. Experience has a few new twists to it. The first is that Pokemon that are above their evolution level but are not evolved gain an experience bonus, which is a neat little reward in addition to earlier stages in an evolution family typically learning moves sooner, and sometimes gaining exclusive moves. In addition to this, catching now rewards experience, so you don't need to feel too bad about missing out when you find something cool. There's also a large elephant in the room that needs some addressing, an extremely controversial element that has as many ups as it does down, the experience share. Shortly into the game, the player is given this item, and it gives all Pokemon in the player's party 50% of the gained experience if they don't participate in battle, while anything that does gets the full 100%. It's a tough tightrope to balance along. It'd be extremely easy for the game to get out of hand if you leave it on, but the game is to some extent balanced around it. When I play through these games for these videos, I play the first game in the pair as I imagine the average person does. I move pretty quickly point to point, rarely exploring the grass for very long, while in the other I thoroughly hunt down everything available before moving on. And to be fair to the game, in the first playthrough the game felt relatively balanced for about the first half. It wasn't until after Norman that the tide had notably shifted in my favor, and the last half of the game is so open that it quickly spirals out of control. The second playthrough got out of hand very quickly, especially because catching Pokemon now gives experience. I was functionally always overleveled from the second I had Pokeballs to start catching stuff with. There's some interesting pros and cons to the experience share beyond the obvious. The best argument for it is that it makes it way easier to switch up teams later into the game. I typically stop taking new party members around the 5th gym because every other Pokemon you have suffers for dumping so much experience into something new. Here the ability to passively keep up everything while getting new members up to speed makes late switches way more justifiable, on top of some new ways to gain experience that I'll get to, eventually. It definitely gives a lot of flexibility to team building for way less effort than typical, and I did appreciate getting to use some stuff I typically wouldn't have been able to because they come too late in the game. On the other hand, the experience share gives all party members the EVs of every battle. For those interested in competitive, this is a gigantic detriment to proper EV training typically, as your EVs are more or less guaranteed to be scattershot for your whole party, which is definitely the biggest downside to using it beyond breaking the game in eventuality. Another addition introduced in the prior generation is hidden abilities. Almost every Pokemon now has a third potential ability, although hidden abilities are more restricted in their availability. These are kind of a quick fix for a lot of Pokemon having not great abilities, especially the first and second gen Pokemon, which kinda got slapped with whatever kind of fit from the pool created for Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. And as Game Freak leaned more into making Pokemon specifically for use in competitive, with them leaning into min-maxing, making stronger abilities and moves, they wanted to help all the older mons keep up and offer more variety for the newer ones. Hidden abilities require a bit of work to get as opposed to the primary abilities. They can only be found on hidden Pokemon, and I'll get to how those are found real soon, but it does mean that any Pokemon that can be encountered via grass, surfing, or in caves can be found with its hidden ability. Unfortunately, this does exclude fishing, fixed encounters like legendaries, gifts, and trades, although the percentage of Pokemon that can have their hidden abilities is so high, especially in comparison to how restricted these abilities were before this game, that it's hard to complain about easy access to interesting new abilities that benefit a ton of Pokemon here. While we're cleaning out mechanical changes, the changes to TMs are massive, and like the experience share, it's pros and cons. The simple change is that TMs are no longer consumables. On the one hand, awesome. There's a lot of fantastic flexibility created by this. You can test moves, you can swap movesets on the fly, and you don't need to hold back on using TMs lest you cause a sunk cost on something you end up dropping. However, thanks to this, stronger TMs come extremely late in the game, even pretty basic ones like Thunderbolt and Ice Beam, and this can actually cause some issues for Pokemon that rely on coverage from TMs, and it also tends to lead to optimal and kind of homogeneous sets. I think a lot of the uniqueness of a Pokemon's moveset is shaved away when you can give any electric type Thunderbolt the second it's in your hand, although there is enough gaps in the TM roster that Pokemon still usually get to stand out in a few ways, just the power moves tend to be the same. I think that's most of the major mechanical updates. I know it's a lot, but we have exciting stuff to get to. New mechanics. Time to unpack Megas. Well, simply put, Mega Evolution is a new form-changing battle mechanic that gives some amount of Pokemon a super form, once per match, with the only cost being that the Pokemon needs to be holding its related Mega Stone, which cuts it off from the effects of powerful items like the choice items, but is usually made up for via the pretty strong benefits of Mega Evolution. All Megas gain 100 to their base stat total, which can include draining unused stats to reallocate to more useful ones, and can also potentially shift types or abilities, although there are some Megas that retain their type, ability, and even both. Megas are a cool idea. The designs for the Pokemon that receive them, just under 50 in total, about half of those newly introduced in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, are admittedly a mixed bag, but there are some that are pretty strong looking, and they do a good job of giving some of the underdogs and shitmons a second life, but man, Game Freak did a great job of making them unlikable. I'm a Mega Defender. I like the mechanic and I wish they stuck with it and ironed out the issues instead of abandoning it in the later games, but the issues stack up pretty hard. First off, the distribution. No legendary should have gotten a Mega, and if you've played competitive in Auras, you know exactly what I mean. Not to mention some blatant favoritism with a few Pokemon, Charizard, getting 2 Megas, as well as plenty of Pokemon that were already strong getting even stronger. Second, some of them, not just the legendaries, are, let's say, questionably balanced. They tended to be very, very good and re-centralized a lot of competitive around themselves. It's fair to say that you could almost always guess your opponent's win con from Team Preview because it was whatever Pokemon could Mega. Lastly, and this is less Mega focused, but they definitely don't help the game being easy. The game pushes Megas on you pretty hard once you get into the second half, pretty much handing you some of the best ones in the game and making it fairly relevant to the story. Most opponents just don't use the mechanic. None of the leaders use it, the Elite Four don't until their rematches except for Steven, and the rival doesn't either. The only 2 opponents that do it in the main storyline are the villain team's leaders and Steven Stone, with a few additional in the post-game. It makes using them feel kinda bad, since even the less good Megas are typically a pretty solid bump on the ladder above what most of the opponents are capable of. They're very competitively designed. These issues do kind of pile up on Megas. It's hard to justify them only looking at the bad, but I can't help but love them. There's a lot of Pokemon that got some love from Megas that really needed it. Some of the designs are really clever, and I enjoy team building around a Mega win con, clearing the runway for it, even if it's not the best the metagame has ever been. Let's move on from Megas for now and talk about Soaring. It's a fun gimmick and comes way too late. Soaring replaces Fly, at least kinda, allowing the player to fly over an adorable miniaturized Hoenn and land anywhere, even mid-route, although Fly can now do that as well, but it importantly ties to some stuff all its own. Soaring encounters are what they say on the tin. Encounters with birds in the sky. There's not actually a lot of them, but I think they're a cute little addition to the soaring mechanic. More importantly, Mirage Spots. Once daily, a Mirage Spot spawns somewhere in the waters around Hoenn, although you can get multiple a day by street passing someone to borrow their Mirage Spots in a hypothetical scenario that you encounter someone else playing Auras out and about in current year. These spots can be islands, forests, mountains, or caves, each having around 10 variants, each of which has 2 to 4 Pokemon that aren't typically found in Hoenn, as well as some rare items as icing on the cake, and it's pretty cool to get all these options. However, soaring only becomes available after the main Kyogre and Groudon storyline, right before the 8th gym does, making it tempting to integrate these new Pokemon kinda tough. Maybe justifiable since there is a bit more of a post-game, but even with the experience share, getting the stuff from the Mirage Spots up to speed is a bit of a climb, if you play fair that is, but that's for later. There are also special Mirage Spots that appear certain requirements are met. This is the game's version of the remake post-game Legendary Hunt, an ever-expanding tradition beginning in HeartGold and SoulSilver that continues all the way to this day. But that's something for much later in this video. Although it is funny, you can go scoop up a pile of old legendaries to dunk on Wallace in the Elite Four. The soaring stuff is fun, it's a lot of extra mini areas to explore with some cool encounters. The islands themselves ain't much, no story, no puzzles, but it's a nice way to pull you in daily unless you're trying to make a video in a relatively decent time frame and use time advance to grind through it, which gets very tiring, but regardless, it's a cute idea for a daily hook to keep pulling you back into the game. The strongest new mechanic in the game is Dex Nav. It's quite simply genius. I spoke earlier on hidden abilities, and this is how you get them. Running around near or inside of grass, caves, or while you're surfing about will eventually spawn a hidden Pokemon, which appears on the overworld, in grass being stationary but bouncing around in caves or in the water, and these need to be snuck up on with subtle control stick movements to prevent startling them. The benefits of the hidden Pokemon system are massive. Each time a Pokemon is encountered, whether that be in normal encounters, hidden encounters, or even trainer battles, its search level rises, and as the search level climbs, the hidden Pokemon improve. Higher chances of having perfect IVs, having their held items, having their hidden abilities, higher levels on encounter, up to 10 above their standard maximum, and having egg moves, all of which can be an absolute godsend for a ton of Pokemon, with powerful coverage available from the moment you get them, which are normally exclusive to the laborious process of breeding. Crazy competitive abilities, a nice head start on leveling. Every hidden encounter is a treat that gives so many Pokemon that otherwise struggle a lot of extra opportunities to stand out. Oh, it also increases shiny odds slowly, starting at search level 40, and even that's not all. After defeating Kyogre and Groudon, almost every route and dungeon in the game gains an additional 3 Pokemon that only appear as hidden Pokemon, which like the Mirage Spots are a tough punch to catch up to speed, although matching the level of the Pokemon in the routes does give a few of them some decent viability. The Dex Nav is a great system for variety and competitive team building. The Pokemon appearing on the overworld is cute, and it gives you a ton of reason to explore the world and engage with wild Pokemon to raise search levels. And yeah, it can be a bit of a grind, but with the experience share, it's a very profitable one, and the payoffs to raising the search level are pretty amazing. Poke-a-Me is a very cute, very strange, very overpowered feature. It's a virtual pet simulator. You can pet your Pokemon, feed them treats, and play crappy little mini-games. A tile swapping one, a timing one where you bounce a balloon, and a berry picker. It's like a sorting game. Petting and feeding raises affection, but you can only stuff your adorable little Hellspawn with so many cupcakes before you need to play minigames to make them hungry again and stuff them back up. Affection is very friendship adjacent, would eventually be combined with it, and has some insane benefits. Starting with a small boost to all experience gained at level 2, a small chance to survive lethal hits at 1 HP at 3, the ability to self-heal from status effects at 4, a 10% boost to evasion against all moves at 4.5, and a doubled crit rate at 5. Literally all these bonuses are overpowered, and realistically you can farm them out in only a couple hours. I really don't like using them, they're pretty broken. They're broken compared to the other shit in this game that's already broken. Even the fact that Megas don't get the bonuses from Poke-a-Me doesn't change how clutch these bonus abilities are for everything else. They cheese out battles that should have been automatic losses with almost no effort. It's a shame these are tied to a Me because the interaction with your Pokemon in a Me is really cute, and I'd honestly rather it just be pointless so I didn't feel bad about petting my little dudes. Let's wrap this up with a couple new types of battles that have been introduced since we were last here. All these except for the last are limited to literally one trainer, so to say that they're pretty low presence gimmicks isn't unfair. Triple battles are 3x3s, like double battles but bigger, with the only major twist on the formula being that most moves only hit adjacent Pokemon, which places emphasis on strong center slot picks. As far as gimmick battle types go, it's simple and sweet. Random battles are a variant on triple battles, with each player having 3 Pokemon out at a time, although only one is in the active slot at a time. In addition to choosing an attack, each player has the option to rotate their Pokemon with another of their active Pokemon, which adds a nice layer of mind games and prediction, although admittedly it's a format that can frustrate for those qualities. Inverse battles are definitely the most novel, flipping the type chart. Super effective becomes not very becomes super, and immunity becomes also super. Inverse has some funny stuff. Ice becomes a massively defensive type for one, and inverse battles being tied to unlocking evolution stones via landing super effective hits repeatedly makes it memorable for being useful. And it does take some genuine thinking to get good at, although like all of these, its use is so sparing that it kind of feels like a wasted effort. Horde battles definitely see the most use, that being not much, but a little. Hordes are a 1 versus 5, typically wild, although there is a set of villain team grunts that uses the mechanic a few times throughout the story. Typically, horde encounters are only found in the tall grass on routes 118 and 119, at some not very high odds, but can be forced on any route with sweet scent or the honey item. Typically, these horde encounters are just a group of stuff typically found on the routes, but there are a handful of oddities and unique encounters, like either Plusler Minen being exclusively found as part of a horde of their counterparts, depending on version, or Makihita occasionally showing up in Geodude hordes. I wish these were a bit more present. If you have a spread move, they're quite a decent experience source, and good for farming up search level, although I imagine they made them fairly uncommon and come fairly late, because without a spread move, they can get tedious pretty quickly. Especially a few of the hordes like Oddish that love to spam status, and it definitely got old in X and Y where it was a lot more common. That was a lot of new stuff, so let's talk about some stuff that's not as technical. The presentation. I like how Aura's looks largely, and most of its issues are kind of the faults of other games. The 3DS demanded an interesting style. To some extent, it demanded a low poly style, and that leads to this game having an odd style for human characters that leaves them in this sorta semi-chibi state with enlarged heads, which I think fits pretty well and makes the characters pretty cute, while also being able to use higher quality models or even just official art in battles to portray characters more accurately. So it's kind of a best of both worlds situation. The battle models are also incredible. Because battles are so limited in scope, the models can be extremely detailed. They're so detailed that the battles sometimes suffer frame rate drops for it, and they're ruined by bad coloring and boring posing. Look at what they did to them, goddamn. They're so washed out and sad. And yeah, if you're color matching them with the official art, they do look a little closer to the official art than they did in the Game Boy Advance and DS games, but it doesn't translate well because the lighting, shading, and fine detail are completely different from a piece of hand-drawn art to the 3D model. They look dull, and especially next to the Gen 5 sprites, it's pretty rough. The posing and animation are also not great. I can let the battle animations slide. They had to make several hundred highly detailed models, then make some generic attacks that fit the 50-ish moves they can use, and those attack animations last like a second before the Pokemon goes back to idle. Some more flair in the move animations would have been nice, for sure, but the real killer is the idle poses. So stiff, so lifeless. Every flying type is forced into these embarrassing flying poses to suit sky battles, a mechanic so bad that it was dropped between X, Y, and Auras. There's barely any Pokemon that look like they're going to be fighting. Typhlosion doesn't even get its flames out. Most of them look like they're about to take a nap. Dynamic and exciting poses could have given so much energy to the battles that this game desperately needs. I mean, the Gen 5 sprites have their issues, but the Pokemon actually look like they're getting ready to battle, and your imagination fills in the gaps. It's partially also the increased fidelity that causes the dissonance. They look so good that you feel like they should do more. The world also bumps into a smaller dissonance. In a lot of ways, the world actually looks quite good. It's bright and colorful in contrast to the battles, it accurately recreates every area, but maybe that's the problem. The world is crushed into GBA design sensibilities, almost always pigeonholed into basic top-down perspectives, very flat and with routes that, while functional in 2D, look kinda silly in 3D. The game does its best to sometimes make things more interesting. There's a handful of times where angle changes are used in an attempt to give the game more depth, to great effect in the Elite Four I might add, but also briefly when Mount Chimney is introduced and in a few big story moments, and it does help to an extent. It's just kinda hard to suspend your disbelief in 3D. The tiny cities that in 2D are pretty apparently meant to represent a larger space, cheapified for tech limitations, stand out as awkwardly small in 3D, where the buildings look kinda real but still exist in groups of like 4 to 6. There's these constant little nagging issues that I keep noticing, and I'm not sure there's a good solution to them, honestly, because they're kind of inherent to a game constrained by its original version and to the engine that X and Y were made on. Despite the kinda hard to ignore immersion breaking, the game largely does work. The colors are vibrant and pop, the world is detailed, and a lot of areas have seen some real flair thrown into them. The gyms have gotten some amazing updates, like Flannery's being a series of steamy hot spring pools and Roxanne's being a cluttered museum. Sky Pillar's been transformed into a crumbling ruin covered in ancient murals, and each member of the Elite Four has these incredible lead-ups into their room. There's a lot of huge things that make this game stand out visually, but there's also the small things. Sitting on a bench will often give you a more scenic angle. While you're surfing at sea, sometimes Wingles fly by overhead. If you surf on a Sharpedo, it has a unique little model and moves faster than normal, and when you walk on bridges over water at night, you can see a gorgeous night sky reflected back at you. The first time I saw it, I was honestly stunned and just stood there for a couple seconds looking at it. The world is sunny, colors are saturated, it feels like summer. It feels comfortable and calm, it feels like Hoenn. And I think, despite the desert, that I quite like Hoenn. The music is more controversial, or has a style to it. I think what kind of puts me off is this sort of odd obsession with making the original melody overpowering. You'll get these really nice orchestrations, then all of a sudden some wailing synth or horn drowns it all out with the primary melody. It puts me off from songs I really liked in the original, like Kyogre's theme and The Desert, while making some of the ones that already push my patience, like 110, even more annoying. There's good bits mixed in, the orchestration underneath is incredibly solid, and some songs make it out okay. Also, yeah, it's a meme about the horns in the surfing song getting old fast, I know, but it's true. Also, like, they didn't fix Groudon's theme. They had 10 years to make it a real song, how is it still bad? That said, some of the themes are awesome. Most of the battle themes, especially for the champion and legendaries, fucking kill. Among some of the simpler town themes, which show off this pretty orchestration uninterrupted. I wish I had better to say, or even more to say. Typically the songs that were good remain good, but are usually slightly less good than they were before, and the songs that weren't good don't really get a chance to improve. One change that does make me sad in Auras is that the incredibly slim set of version exclusives in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald is ballooned into a much larger list, although most of these are solely post-game. The prior version exclusives are still here, although some of them have gotten new things between then and now. The C-Dot and Lotad lines, not so much. The two still share the same spots on routes, and their half-grass status. Shiftry has improved more with the physical special split, but Ludicolo is still usually better thanks to its type, mostly. Ruby's Mauville and Sapphire's Sableye have both gotten a Mega Evolution, furthering their connection that was already established by being found in the same spots and their identical stat lines. Both having strong types is also deepened, with Mauville now having the insane Steel Fairy, which notably gives it an edge on Sableye, whose previously uncrackable type now has a Fairy weakness. When it comes to the Megas, Mauville just straight up gets the win here. Mega Mauville is insane, but Mega Sableye is a respectable, support-focused Mega, which is hard to fully discount. Zangoose and Ruby and Viper and Sapphire basically maintain their roles. Both are decent Pokemon that have enjoyed the new moves that the passage of time has given them, and Zangoose's new ability, Toxic Boost, which boosts the power of physical moves while poisoned, is a very funny way to tie the two together beyond the lore. Solrock and Lunatone in Ruby and Sapphire, respectively, are almost functionally unchanged. They have some more options, but not by that much, and Lunatone remains slightly more favorable for its special lean. Latios and Latios remain soft exclusives. Latios can be found in Omega Ruby, but with the Yon ticket can be found in Alpha Sapphire, which like the original game spreads virally, which meant thanks to online, pretty much everyone had it. And obviously the opposite is true for Latios. Both also got Megas. Megas that maintain their types abilities and simply give them 100 more points to do what they already did. Latios becomes an even wilder offensive force. Latios gets a nice booster defenses, but also gets a decent bump on her special attack, although it's fair to say Latios remains the stronger of the two. Of course, Groudon and Kyogre also divide the games on the box art, each of which has a new primal form, a sort of mega-adjacent battle form I'll discuss more later, but which notably continues what the two were doing before by literally summoning Mega Sun and Mega Rain. That covers the old ones, so let's hit the new ones real quick. Omega Ruby gets Kabuto and its evolution Kabutops, while Alpha Sapphire gets Omanyte and Amistar. The connection is pretty straightforward. The Gen 1 fossils have always been competing pairs. One of the first things you do in the first game is pick between them. Each is rock water, and each evolves at level 40, with Kabutops being a bulky physical attacker, while Amistar is a defensive, but with a solid ability to hit on the special side too. I'd say Kabutops is generally better, simply because it can cook so much off of Swift Swim. Next up, Ho-Oh and Lugia in Ruby and Sapphire respectively. These two are prior cover legendaries, which makes their split pretty straightforward, and the two also have the same Titanic base stat total, and both are half flying type, with Ho-Oh being half fire and leaning into offense, while Lugia is half psychic and nearly unbreakably defensive. Ho-Oh is another Ruby win. Its offense remains formidable despite power creep, and while Lugia is very hard to kill, it does kind of have the issue that it has a hard time doing much back. At least in terms of like doing stuff to legendaries compared to normal Pokemon, and stomps them. Jumping ahead to Gen 4, Shieldon and its evolution Bastiodon are in Ruby, while its counterparts Cranidos and Ramparados are in Sapphire. Like Kabuto and Omanyte, these two were fossils for Diamond and Pearl, actually being version exclusive in those games, and sharing other similarities like evolving at level 30 and being part rock type. Bastiodon is all in on its Titanic defensive and is terrible everywhere else, and has the rock steel typing to match, while Ramparados is much the same for its normal physical attack, although it has a huge uphill battle to survive long enough to land hits. Gonna have to call it a tie because frankly both are kinda bad. Shellos and Gastrodon are version exclusives to both games. The West Sea form exists only in Omega Ruby, while the East Sea form is exclusive to Alpha Sapphire. West Sea Gastrodon is pink, East Sea Gastrodon is blue. These forms are purely visual and are identical otherwise. More box legendaries getting split up, Palkia from Pearl joining Ruby, and Dialga from Diamond joining Sapphire. And beyond being on opposing boxes, they're both half dragon, have the same insane stat total, and the ability pressure, and the whole lore connection better saved for a different video. Both of these guys are pretty insane. Palkia's water dragon type is incredible and its stats are all good, with a standout focus on its titanic special attack, although the existence of fairies is a bit of a bummer for it. And Dialga's steel dragon, itself an insane type with 9 resists and an immunity to its 2 weaknesses, and very similarly is an insane special attacker, and honestly it's hard to go wrong with either. Both have crazy types and stats, although Dialga's type is somehow even more insane than Palkia's, if only slightly. Ruby's Throw and Sapphire's Sock are often referred to as Bert and Ernie. I hope it's not too difficult to realize why. While not version exclusive in black and white, they kinda had the +1 minus thing going on. They're obviously related, and Throw is easier to find in white, while Sock was easier to find in black. Both are fighting, very visually similar, share the abilities Inner Focus and Mold Breaker, and have the same base stat totals, although the two play pretty differently. Throw is fairly slow and bulky and retaliates with decent attack, while Sock is more of a glass cannon, faster but frailer and hitting harder to compensate for it. I think Sock edges out very slightly, but they do differ pretty hard in playstyle and fill very different niches. Back to fossils, Ruby gets Archon in its evolution Archeop, Sapphire gets Tortuga in its evolution Caracosta, who are a fossil choice in black and white, but surprisingly aren't that similar otherwise, beyond sharing their half-rock typing. Archeops is sort of a fusion of Aerodactyl and Kabutops with the rock flying type, and its stats loom over Caracosta's with ridiculous speed and attack stats, however it has a negative ability that cuts its stats at low health. On the other hand, Caracosta is a very normal Pokemon. It's rock water, slow and defensive, but with decent attack, like a physical Amistar. These two are fairly hard to compare, but I have a strong preference for Archeops. The design rocks, and going all in with it is fun. Time for more legendaries. Ruby gets Tornadus, the series' first pure flying Pokemon besides Arceus Flying, which itself has 2 forms, Incarnate and Therian, while Sapphire gets Thundurus, Flying Electric, who likewise has an Incarnate and Therian form. These two carry over their version exclusivity from black and white, have very obviously parallel designs, the Incarnate forms share Prankster and Defiant's abilities, and identical stats, functionally being the same Pokemon beyond the type, which does by default make Thundurus stronger. However, the Therian forms, while retaining their types, do get pretty different, with unique abilities and stats. Tornadus Therian being an absurdly fast glass cannon, while Thundurus Therian isn't as fast, but dumps that extra speed straight into its crazy special attack. Points gotta go to Thundurus for the crazy typing, but Tornadus is very solid on its own. Another pair of black and white legendaries is also exclusive, this time the cover legendaries, Reshiram and Zekrom, who are in Ruby and Sapphire respectively, as well as their respective fusions with Kyurem, I suppose, Kyurem White and Kyurem Black. The Black Dragon and White Dragon are counterparts, mind blown, but also share other traits. Their signature abilities are renamed variants of Mold Breaker, they share the Dragon type, with Reshiram being half fire and Zekrom half electric, and they have almost identical stats. Reshiram has better special stats, and Zekrom has better physical, but they're both insane on that line. Although they're notably stacked up a little poorly against their fellow legendaries for their low speed and noobers. The Kyurem fusions are a little complicated to get into right now, but the long and short is that you fuse your Reshiram or Zekrom into Kyurem. Both of the fusions are Dragon Ice, like Kyurem is, which isn't the greatest thing ever, but the two reflect their base forms and have 700 base stat total, which is a large number. Kyurem White has absurd special stats, Black has absurd physical stats. White is very scary. It clicks Draco Meteor and Ice Beam, and it's pretty strong. Black is also really strong, but Kyurem White takes a pretty easy win here, even if I like Zekrom better. The final version exclusives, finally, are Skrelp and its evolution Dragalge in Ruby, and Clauncher and Clawitzer in Sapphire, a version exclusive pair carried over from the other Gen 6 games X and Y. The biggest similarities that they have are they were both fishing exclusive in X and Y. Both start out water, Clauncher pure and Skrelp half poison, but when it evolves it becomes dragon poison, while Clawitzer remains pure water. They even have different base stat totals, even if only slightly. Comparing the two is fairly hard. Dragalge has a solid type, but it's mostly a special wall that relies on status spreading, while Clawitzer is a straight special attacking glass cannon with pretty insane coverage. I like both a lot, and I'm gonna give this one a tie. Like I said, we have a lot of version exclusives now, and honestly both games are pretty strong. I do think Ruby is largely stronger, Groudon is overtaking Kyogre via stuff we'll get to later, Mega Latios is pretty nuts, not to mention Ho-Oh, Kyurem White, and the absurd Mega Mawile. Alpha Sapphire has some real strong picks too, but it's just no contest. Omega Ruby has some of the strongest stuff in the game. I have to give it to Omega Ruby, they just got the big aggressive hitters that typically run the game. For as much as things change, the start of Auras remains close to the original. You don't need to change what works, and Ruby and Sapphire's intro did everything it needed to. It's very cute that the game begins on the sprite intro to pull out to a pretty impressive POV shot in the truck. It really shows how far we've come. It's a bit odd that you're still required to set the clock given the game runs on a system timer, but I guess if you're keeping everything the same, may as well go all out. Professor Birch is still his goofy self, and to save him, you of course get your choice of starter, all of whom now have Mega Evolutions that make them even stronger party members. The one you choose as your starter gets its Megastone from Steven right before the 4-tree gym, while the remaining 2 can be purchased outside of Fall Arbor later. An interesting thing to note is that the starters begin with their stabs. It's an odd change honestly, having it immediately versus having it at 6 or 7 is so negligible in the grand scheme of things that I find it hard to pinpoint the motivation. Sceptile doesn't love the physical special split. It does have a few solid special options thrown its way, Leaf Storm and Focus Blast are pretty huge, but both also have pretty big downsides, and its moveset still leans pretty far towards physical stuff. Its hidden ability, which can't be obtained in auras sadly, is Unburden, a really solid ability that doubles speed when the Pokemon's item is used up, pretty easy to force using berries and the like, and given Sceptile's already huge base speed, it makes it even more incontestable, although this would also sadly keep it from being used with its Megastone if you could get the ability. Mega Sceptile is easily the most improved from its base form, patching out most of Sceptile's shortcomings. The addition of the Dragon type gives it a really solid neutral stab to compensate for Grass's usually questionable offensive presence, although it's arguably a negative on the defensive end, only covering Grass's fire weakness while adding Dragon, Fairy, which is obviously extremely nasty this gen, and making the ice weakness even more fatal, and Lightning Rod, which redirects electric moves to hit it and boosts its special attack if they do, which doesn't do much for it in singles. You're just not likely to be targeted by electric moves that would be 4 times resisted anyway, unless you put a lot of effort into baiting them out. The extra 100 points towards its base stat total are what really carries it, with almost all the points going to its attacking stats and speed, which shoves its physical attack up to a respectable level, letting it properly use most of its moveset. The boost to special attack makes big blowouts like Focus Blast even stronger, and the speed boost puts it in the top 10 fastest in the game, although notably Megas don't get the benefits of their increased speed the turn they Mega Evolve in this generation, which would have been an insane boost for Sceptile if they had. Sceptile is pretty well saved by its Mega, it can pack a hell of a gigantic punch, and has really good coverage for a grass type. If you can play around ice, it can be a really solid Pokemon to build around, although it really does require being built around for its many weaknesses. Blaziken hasn't changed much. It having solid attacking stats on both ends means the split didn't really affect it very much. Its hidden ability actually was available via event, and it's quite the ability, Speed Boost. It really needs no explanation. Free boosts are insane, paired up with Bulk Up, Swords Dance, and Blaziken gets out really fast. 1 Protect and you're outspeeding most of the game. It's probably good that this isn't regularly available because it would make Blaziken insane. As for Mega Blaziken, it maintains its type, and for its ability, it has Speed Boost, plus a hardy boost to both attacks and its speed in general, although the boosts definitely push it heavily towards physical over mixed. It's an exceptionally strong Pokemon that has a good matchup against a lot of Hoenn's strongest trainers, its ability is absurd, and everything that had already been good about Blaziken has been cranked up to 11, you really can't go wrong. Like Blaziken, Swampert hasn't changed much. It has access to even more moves, when it already had incredibly solid coverage, and its hidden ability is Damp. Preventing explosion moves is very situational, although it hypothetically comes up, but given its bulk, Swampert actually often gets to use Torrent, and probably prefers it. Mega Swampert doesn't rock the boat much. Swift Swim is a great ability for it, shoring up its largest weakness, which was its speed, although you do need to build a Rain team to make that happen, or dedicate a move slot to Rain Dance. Mega Swampert gets its extra stats pretty evenly, although its attack does get the most significant buff, which pushes it towards Earthquake and Waterfall. However, it remains a bulky big hitter, doing what Swampert already did, but better. It's probably the least improved, if only because the other 2 get such crazy stuff and because Swampert started in such a high spot anyway. All 3 starters are good choices, it's hard to go wrong. Sceptile's been made a serious option with lots of cool tools, Blaziken has one of the game's most hilariously broken abilities, and Swampert's good qualities have all been sharpened, and all 3 of the Megas have pretty great designs. Swampert's is a bit off the rails, sure, but Blaziken and Sceptile are surprisingly clean looking for Megas. To carry on from there, things haven't changed much on 101. Poochyena and its evolution are still bad. In Generation 4, the duo got a new ability Quick Feet, which boosts speed when affected by status, but given their frailty, it's a bit hard to justify. For their hidden abilities, Poochyena gets Rattled, which boosts its speed when hit by a Dark Bug or Ghost move, which doesn't do that much for it, and loses it when it becomes Mightyena anyway for Moxie, which boosts attack whenever it gets a knockout, which would help in a scenario where, Mightyena was good enough to knock something out. Dark physical moves are a nice buff for it, and the game gives you a good Poochyena for free. The first hidden encounter you get during the tutorial is a Poochyena with either Thunder, Fire, Fire or Ice Fang, which are all solid moves in the early game, although it's not enough to entirely save Mightyena. A Pokemon so bad Intimidate doesn't save it. While Linoon does suffer a bit for the pickup nerf, although leveling it up for free with the experience share does kinda salvage that, some pretty slick new tools make it stronger than it's ever been as an actual party member. In Generation 4, Linoon got Gluttony, which causes it to eat berries at 50% as opposed to 25. Pair it up with Belly Drum, which pays half the user's HP to give it 6 attack boosts, and you get a surprisingly fearsome sweeper when paired with a speed boosting Slack Berry. It's a really free and solid combo that turns an otherwise middling HM slave into a real threat, if a pretty gimmicky one. Quick Feet isn't that great. Like with Mightyena, the benefit isn't worth the damage, and giving yourself paralysis is surprisingly difficult. Still, Linoon can be a solid neutral sweeper or a useful HM slave and money generator via pickup, which is more than a lot of Pokemon can say. Wurmple's evolutions remain useful early game, but don't have enough going on to save them later on as before. Wurmple gains Runaway as a hidden ability, still a do-nothing ability, and neither of the middle stages get a hidden ability at all, strangely enough. The existence of good bug moves, like Bug Buzz, are huge for the final stages. Beautifly gets Rivalry as a hidden ability, which boosts its moves against Pokemon of the same gender, but weakens them against Pokemon of the opposite gender. That means it's a negative ability about half the time, and therefore pretty questionable. Dustox gains Compound Eyes as its hidden. Dustox surprisingly doesn't learn too many moves with low accuracy, and the few that it does are ones it's unlikely to use. It's cool that it also boosts the chance for a wild Pokemon to have a held item, but it probably would rather have Shield Dust to keep it from getting crushed even harder than it already does. Both of these Pokemon do have some value in the early game, especially against Brawly, but Bug Buzz isn't enough to fix them. It is sorta important to note that this game really loves to talk. Not to the degree of certain later games in the series, nor an earlier one, but this game will interrupt you at every opportunity possible. You're interrupted 3 times trying to leave here for various binder tutorials, then again halfway through Route 101 for the hidden Pokemon tutorial, and it's kind of a recurring thing throughout the game. There's a lot less trust in the player here to figure it out, to experiment. The game will stop you and make sure you aren't lost, and it will start to wear on your patience as you go on. If any city in Hoenn needed something going on, it was Oldale. The garden is cute, I suppose. I kinda forgot something about Wingull and Pelipper. Gen 6 didn't fix them, Gen 7 did. Found initially on Route 103, Pelipper does benefit from its hidden ability Rain Dish, which gives it a bit of extra utility as a wall on rain teams, with the free healing keeping it afloat a bit longer, and Hurricane is a really good move for rain too, but Pelipper still has a few years to go before its big meta debut. The first battle with Brennan or May has something kinda interesting here. The pond from the intro of the game, that the water drops into, is made into a real location here, and it's later used to kinda tie the whole story up. The rival storyline is cleaned up a little in this game in general, although some of its issues still persist. I'll get back to that when it's more relevant. Route 102 is functionally unchanged, as to be expected at this point. Ludicolo is another one without much change. The type is still good, and it has a lot of stuff. Own Tempo's Confusion Protection is situational, but to be fair, since its other 2 abilities are tied to rain, it does give it a more generic option, even if it's still strongest when wet. Shiftry gets a bit of benefit from the existence of Physical Dark and grass stuff. It even gets Leaf Blade, Sceptile's old signature, which is a cool tool for it. Pickpocket is a fairly novel hidden ability. When hit with an attack, Shiftry will take an opponent's item. It's a funny way to get held items off of wild Pokemon, but since trainers rarely use items, it doesn't have the benefit of crippling opponents that you'd want it to, and Shiftry does kinda remain in the shadow of Ludicolo. The Ralts line has a lot of new stuff going on, new type, new relative, new megas. Ralts, Curly, and Gardevoir all now have the Fairy typing added onto their Psychic typing. It's a hell of a typing because Fairy is a hell of a type. Bug and Dark are no longer weaknesses, in exchange for the very defensive Steel and Poison weaknesses, the latter of which Psychic beats, and a Dragon immunity, plus a solid handful of new moves to play with, Fairy and coverage, like Dazzling Gleam and Focus Blasts. The line's hidden ability is Telepathy, which makes them immune to allies' moves in double battles. The game doesn't have much double battle content, and even then there are better ways to manage spread moves typically. Gardevoir, I assume because of its popularity, ended up with a Mega, and it's a pretty crazy one. It's the same old Gardevoir, but now with higher speed and special stats, plus a broken new ability, Pixelate, which turns normal moves into fairy moves, making every single one stab, and additionally gives a 30% boost to the move's power. Normal moves are typically balanced by their neutrality. They hit nothing super effective, and only a few things resist it, which gives them some flexibility. They can be generically good moves any type can crutch on, and typically have decent base power and effects. When you give those moves the benefit of smashing Dragon Dark fighting and a power boost on top of that, things get out of hand very fast. Return's power increases with Happiness, maxing out at 102, under Pixelate it's 130-ish, and then gets Stab on top of that to be basically 200. Hyper Beam itself is even more massive. Hyper Voice is a strong special move, and like all sound moves as of Gen 6, hits past Substitute among other options. It's a shame that the Megastone is relegated to the post-game given by Wally's sister, because Gardevoir has gone from a good special attacker to one of the best, and a fun one to use for that fucking ability. Of course, Curly also has a new evolution introduced in Generation 4, Gallade, which is psychic fighting, and evolves only from male Kirlia by using the Dawnstone. You can farm these from Super Training, a minigame within a Mii that is primarily for boosting EVs but occasionally awards stones. Otherwise, there are later places to farm them, and you eventually get a free one in Victory Road if you're very patient. Its primary ability is Steadfast, which gives it a special boost when it flinches, while its hidden ability is Justify, which boosts attack when hit with a dark move, both of which are very reliant on your opponents to activate, which makes them pretty situational, although Justified is usually easier to trigger. Gallade is surprisingly similar to Gardevoir. Its stats are identical, but it swaps special attack for attack, even keeping the big special defense. Gallade does get some interesting moves to keep it going: Psycho Cut, Night Slash, Slash. I mean, these are all the same moves in different types, but it also gets close combat, Leaf Blade, Aerial Ace. It does for physical coverage what Psychics typically do for special coverage, and it makes him quite a unique choice on the physical line. Plus he can carry up some wacky special coverage from Kirlia. Mega Gallade does kinda live in the shadow of Gardevoir. He's a solid Mega, sadly also locked to the post-game as a gift from Professor Cosmo. Inner Focus prevents flinching, which is a solid ability, but one that's very situational, and compared to Pixelate, Mega Gallade gets more solid at what it already did. It's faster and hits harder. Gallade was already a fun Pokemon to use with a lot of interesting moves, so making it better at all that is kinda all they needed, although I wish it got as insane as its sibling. Surskit and Masquerain can't say they're much stronger. Surskit gets Rain Dish, it's just too frail for it to matter, and Masquerain gets Unnerve, preventing opponents from eating berries. Preventing opponents from eating berries can be very strong, but Intimidate is the only thing making Masquerain work. Well, it also gets Quiver Dance, a crazy new move only usable by butterfly Pokemon and moth Pokemon, which boosts both special stats and speed, although Beautifly gets this too and is mostly just better than Masquerain. I think if you gave it Quiver Dance you could get something out of it, but still not that much comparatively. Skipping Petalburg because it's more of a later thing, Route 104 has Taillow. Soul is still good in the same way it was before, but more consistent thanks to Flame Orb letting it burn itself. Scrappy is a hidden ability with some utility, letting it hit ghosts, but honestly, Guts alongside a few new moves like Brave Bird, and of course Facade, means its shtick is basically unchanged. Petalburg Woods has one major change. Saving the Devon guy from the Aquar Magma Grunt nets you the experience share. It actually means that Roxanne gets to be kinda difficult since you get it this late. There's also a small detail as you leave that didn't click with me until later, but for now let's move on. Shroomish and Breloom are eating good. All the stuff that made them good before still exists, but new abilities have made them crazy. Poison Heal was added in Gen 4, and while poisoned, they get passive healing. You do kinda need the Toxorb for best results, but having a catcher that heals itself constantly is great for long hunts. Shroomish gets Quick Feet as it's hidden, but more importantly, when it evolves, it switches to Technician, which boosts moves that are 60 base power less by 50%. Stronger False Swipes, Mock Punches, Rock Tombs. Both new abilities are huge for Breloom as a catcher and an attacker. It's great. The Slackoth line is virtually unchanged. It's rare for Pokemon with only one ability, especially negative ones, to get new abilities or hidden abilities. As such, Slacking does what it's always done, usually clicking Giga Impact, the physical variant of Hyper Beam. Some new moves offer some other options, and Power Creep has made it less impressive, but it's still the big deleter. Rustboro is the first town to look notably different. The city's laid back, the brick roads make it look more posh than ever, and Devon now looks like a gigantic gothic manor, flanked by two little factories. While things haven't changed much so far, the small things do come together well. Makuhita is still available for trade here. Hariyama's another Pokemon that hasn't changed much. Who would have thought the bulky sumo man would still be taking hits and hitting back? Sheer Force is an interesting hidden for it, trading the secondary effects of moves for a 30% power boost. Given its already beefy attack, this can be real nice for coverage, like the elemental punches, but Guts is a stronger boost even if the downside is more severe. Both are good, just depends how risk averse you are, I suppose. Roxanne's gym has gone through a magnificent transformation. Making a museum is really cute, especially given Rustboro's relationship to Steven and his stone collecting and fossil using. The giant Lileep and Kabutops are crazy, but why is the Dragonite fossil here? I know it's a reference to the Dragonite skeleton in black and white, but it feels a little out of place. That said, it's such a killer look, and it preserves the basic idea of the original, a small maze that lets you bypass trainers. Roxanne's team is one of the few in the game to have lower levels than Ruby and Sapphire. It does feel a little silly. Options are quite abundant in this game and leveling is easier than ever, but I can understand not wanting to wall the start of the game off as hard. It's a massive shame that gym leaders don't get rematches in this game though, because it could have gone a long way for Roxanne. Route 116, the rescuing of Pico, doesn't change much either. The game takes its time to go off the rails, but eventually it does. Nincada and Ninjask get a few things. Nincada gets Runaway, and Ninjask gets Infiltrator, which bypasses the effects of moves like Light Screen and Reflect, a pretty decent ability, but also it still has speed boost. And Shedinja's still only has Wonder Guard. You largely use them as you always had. Ninjask passes boost with Baton Pass, Shedinja sits on most opponents in this game or dies trying. Whismer's line has obtained most of its buffs passively. Whismer's hidden is Rattled, but it gets scrappy when it evolves, which does give it some passive benefit, and given Exploud largely just clicks Boom Burst over and over again, it means it doesn't need to be wary of ghosts. The buff to sound moves, bypassing Substitute, doesn't hurt either, although Exploud remains largely mediocre. Skitty and Delcatty have some of the funniest new stuff. In Gen 4, Delcatty gained Normalize, a bizarre ability that turns all moves it uses into normal type moves. It leaves Delcatty functionally incapable of hitting ghosts, but also makes sure it always has stab, and makes it almost always hit neutrally. Plus it has some really funny quirks like allowing Thunderwave to hit ground types. When combined with Assist to call moves the rest of the party knows, Delcatty can pull all sorts of wild effects out of its ass. Normal type earthquakes that hit flying and levitating stuff, freezing off of Ice Beam. I actually used this set in one of my playthroughs and it was wicked fun. Its hidden ability is Wonder Skin, which sets the accuracy of status moves used against it to 50%. A coin flip on every Thunderwave and Leer, which is actually decently strong, if ultimately a bit luck-based, as even moderately good luck can keep you from a crippling status or debuff. Delcatty still struggles statistically, but Normalize is such a funny gimmick that it makes it really fun to mess with, and I would say it's a really solid improvement. Dewford is a place that seems like it never changes, and it hasn't. It's still one of my favorite places in Hoenn, and its music has come out on the other end really well. The old rod gives access to the same handful it did before. Tentacruel still holds up surprisingly well. It's a big squishy wall, and its poison type has become an even bigger benefit, both walling the extremely strong fairy type and threatening it. Rain Dish gives it some additional utility as a wall on rain teams, although Clear Body is more widely applicable. Magikarp has Rattled as its hidden ability, they sure love that ability, but gets Moxie on evolution. Both it and Intimidate are incredible abilities that facilitate Gyarados going nuts on Dragon Dance sweeps. Frankly, Gyarados remains ridiculously strong, which makes it funnier that Mega Gyarados is a bit of a mixed bag. Not bad, but a Mega you probably wouldn't use over others given how good Gyarados already is. I like how chunky he gets, thick little noodle. Switching to Water Dark is interesting. The Dark Stab isn't that bad, but the type notably has way more weaknesses than Water Flying, including to, Fairy. And the thing is, Mold Breaker's a good ability. You can hit stuff that has Water Absorb with water moves and can ignore Sand Veil, but also it's rare that it pushes tempo in the same way that its standard abilities do. Standard Gyarados can keep using Intimidate to cripple opponents or Moxie to further establish a vicious sweep, and while you could hold out for a Moxie boost before Megaing, at that point you may as well just keep sweeping. Its stat boosts are also a bit odd. It gains 30 in attack, which makes it even deadlier, but a large chunk of it goes into its defenses, which while useful doesn't play that much into the stuff that makes Gyarados good already. Seaking is still not very good. The water type is a large pool, and being a mediocre pure water that leans physical, I mean, it has to stand alongside Gyarados. Lightning Rod is a pretty hilarious hidden ability, one you can't get in this game because it's a fishing encounter. It's still pretty bad. Granite Cave is the first major departure from Ruby and Sapphire. It's been made bad. Initially only the first floor is available, reaching the lower floors requires coming back with the Mach Bike. I assume this is to prevent Sableye because, as I brought up in the Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald video, Brawly is virtually incapable of hurting it, but still losing options is kinda lame. Before the Mach Bike, Granite Cave still has a few other things. As far as Zubat's line goes, Infiltrator is a solid hidden ability that gives it a bit of an opportunity to be aggressive. Crobat's speed remains incredible and Poison is more valuable than ever. Abra's line gets Magic Guard as it's hidden. This prevents all indirect damage, whether that's from status, weather, or hazards, and given how frail they are, that bonus can be a solid safety net. Of course, Alakazam also gets a Mega. It can actually be found in Slateport shortly after here, although you don't get the ability to use Megas until after the 5th gym. Mega Alakazam is pretty good, depending on what you're facing. Trace can make or break Mega Alakazam depending what you're up against, although more often than not, you'll end up with something that basically has no effect. Still, Mega Alakazam has big numbers, 175 special attack and 150 speed. I mean, it does what Alakazam already did but better. It's fast and shoots out really strong special attacks and dies in one hit. It's really strong, if a bit unexciting. The Geodude line does what it always did as well, but now has Sandville as a hidden ability. Evasion is a very broken stat, and Sand now boosts the special defense of rock types. It makes Golem into a bit of a Sandmon, if one that's still very slow and flawed, and Sturdy is probably a bit more reliable for allowing it to go off, and of course, both Alakazam and Golem are held back by being trait evolutions. Just to prevent confusion, I'll touch on the lower floors too, even though they're not available for a while, sadly. To call the new layout lame would be a bit of an understatement. Without the darkness to obfuscate the layout, and with the first basement floor kinda butchered by just being a big slope to bike over, it's not very interesting to explore. Aeron's line hasn't changed much. They're still slow, bulky dudes. Aggron's hidden ability is Heavy Metal, which doubles its weight. Very little in the game uses weights. It makes Low Kick and Grass Knot kill it moderately harder, and makes it kill moderately harder with Heavy Slam, which to be fair is a pretty good way to deal a lot of steel damage. Aggron also has a Mega. Its stone is gifted for clearing the rocks in Rust Turf Tunnel, so you get to use Mega Aggron the second you get the bracelet. Mega Aggron is the only Mega to go from dual type to single, becoming pure steel, and its ability Filter reduces super effective damage by 25%. If you couldn't guess, Mega Aggron is a Mega Wall. It having 230 defense is comical. It's nigh unkillable physically, although it just doesn't do much. 140 attack is good, and it can kinda heavy slam through stuff. Then your opponent pulls out a special attacker and it's pretty much over. It's a very interesting Mega. Most of them are very focused on being offensive blowouts, but for how insane some Megas are, that slot is hard to justify. In Omega Ruby there's Mawile. Mawile is now Steel Fairy, and that's an insane type. A fairy that threatens fairies, that's neutral to steel, immune to poison, only 2 weaknesses. Steel and fairy are probably the 2 best types in the game, and having both makes Mawile a genuine threat despite its stats. Its hidden ability Sheer Force is a nice bonus to its stats as well, which does give its crazy typing a bit more oof. And also, there's that Mega. 380 is a low number, and adding 100 still makes it a relatively middling number. Although its stats are well placed, rounding out both its defenses and giving it a good bump to attack. But the real thing that made Mega Mawile a ban-worthy monster was its ability Huge Power, which doubles its attack stats. The ability has been given to a few other things and made them quite good since it boosts true attack, meaning it doubles the effectiveness of stat boosts and the like. But the thing is, Azumarill is going from 50 base attack to a number that's roughly like 100 base attack, but takes its EV and stuff into account so that it's some amount more than that. That's not really that important. Mega Mawile is going from 105 to 210-ish. To name the Pokemon that tops Mega Mawile in attack stat, there's none. Mawile's in PU on Showdown. Mega Mawile is banned to Uber. Very little stands up to Mega Mawile. It's hard to kill and decimates anything short of a Mega Aggron in one hit, and it's not exactly struggling for good moves. Play Rough and Iron Head for stabs, then False Swipe, Stone Edge, Thunder Fang, and more, plus Swords Dance if you really want to make someone miserable. It's crazy powerful, crazy fun to use, and the design is surprisingly cool too. Giving it 2 mouths is a weirdly interesting change for how simple it is. Plus its stone is in Verdant Turf. The second you have the ring, you're good to go. Sapphire Bros, I don't feel so good. Sablei's type is still good, even though it now has a weakness in Fairy, which does kinda sting. In Generation 4, Sableye got a signature ability Stall, which makes it move last in its priority bracket. This ability is one of the worst in the series, and I have no idea why you would ever want this. It's genuinely terrible. More positively, it gets Prankster as a hidden ability, which gives priority to all of its status moves to do some funny results. Pain Split and Metronome are some fun options, and Substitute and Will-Wisp are some that are usually good. Unfortunately, Mega Sableye is not Mega Mawile, and it doesn't have the insane stat doubling effect. It has a cute design, Ultimate Goblin Mode, Magic Bounce, an ability that reflects status moves back to the user, and is pretty strong for keeping off common stuff like Stealth Rocks, although it's not even the only Mega with this ability, and the other one is a lot more offensively focused. The type is good, the ability is good, and it's really defensive, but 480 is pretty small for a number, and most of that goes to defense, which makes Mega Sableye hard to justify as your only Mega over something that can do more than passively reflect status if your opponent is very dumb or you predict a lot. Sorry, little gremlin. Nosepass is also found down here, although it requires Rock Smash from the 3rd gym, and in Generation 4, Nosepass got an evolution, Probopass, which it evolves into when leveled at an electric field. In Hoenn's case, this is New Mauville, although you can't get there until the post-game in Auras. Probopass is a little bit too goofy for my liking personally, but I suppose it fits for Nosepass. Probopass gains the Steel type, Aggron style. The 4x ground and fighting weakness is pretty rough, but it has some solid resistances too, and like its pre-evolution is basically all defense. It really is a do-nothing Pokemon. It has giant numbers and waits to die. It's too passive a wall to consider. Their hidden ability Sand Force isn't even a band-aid. Rock Ground and Steel moves being a bit better in Sand is good if you have decent attack. 55 is not decent attack for a fully evolved Pokemon. Well, that was a lot. Dewford Gym has a pretty slick new gimmick that reimagines its old gimmick into something a bit more clever. Between battles are darkened sections that can be illuminated by standing on a button. You need to memorize it and run through it blind. It's a really fun little puzzle. Brawly does kinda suffer here. Even without Sableye, a birth of options and the experience share don't do him any favors given his party of 2, although Machop and Makihita remain decently strong for unevolved Pokemon. Steven Sendoff has a bit of foreshadowing, kind of blunt, messy foreshadowing. The mural in the lower level depicts either Kyogre or Groudon destroying the world in their primal form, something introduced much later in the originals, although it is spoken of relatively vaguely. It's to some extent good to start planting seeds here. You could probably accuse Kyogre and Groudon of not having enough set up in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emeralds. Magma and Aqua spent a lot of time in the first half dropping rocks into volcanoes, although setting it up here also makes you wonder why Magma and Aqua aren't being more proactive in the first half. I guess it's a bit of a catch-22 where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Slateport hasn't seen much change, but has a new set of events worth talking about. The beach on 109, the market, and the city as a whole are largely unchanged. The market has a few new things to buy, an incense shop that sells incense necessary for breeding into the Gen 4 babies, and in general stronger stuff in the shops, like Thunderwave's TM. The primary visual upgrades are in the interiors. Both the shipyard and museum have really nice overhauls, the museum especially with its tiny models of boats from the series, including the SS Anne and the Royal Unova. The Team Aqua and Magma intros remain unchanged, although notably I think Aqua and Magma are a bit improved from RSE. Archie and Maxie are given a bit more differentiation. Maxie is more cold and calculating. He speaks formally and justifies himself through this sort of know-it-all air about him. He's also more implicitly tied to the Magma versus Aqua debate, being one of civilization versus return to monkey, where Maxie's primary goal is to expand land for human progress, and this is shown through their base being covered in pipes, tiled floors, and finished walls. In contrast, Archie is didn't have going from metrosexual to black on the bingo card, but frankly it's a way cooler design. But he's a full-blown pirate. He speaks like one, he's a bit more laid back, and his ultimate goal is to destroy civilization with Kyogre to return the world to a more natural state, reflected in the fact that their base is only a few steps above a barren cave. Aqua's goal is a bit in conflict with later events, but giving the teams more concrete goals rather than just water good or water bad does help them a lot. While extremely exaggerated, wanting to improve the lives of people at the cost of nature, or restore nature at the cost of quality of life for people, are positions people hold that kinda make sense if you squint. I'm gonna pause on the villains for now, but I think they're an element of the game that has been cleaned up very nicely in these remakes, from making them more distinct to solidifying their motivations. Slateport is also home to a new event, one that kinda awkwardly tries to force investment into contests and interrupts you for a pretty obnoxious amount of time while you're trying to progress. Upon attempting to move to Route 110, Lycia calls you over, forces a contest pass on you, and introduces herself as Hoenn's #1 idol. She's also Wallace's niece, which is only relevant insofar as that her ace is Altaria, which is a whole thing later. Lycia is the crux of the new contest storyline, which does help motivate the mode some. Upon winning your first contest, she'll give you a few words of encouragement, and winning Master Ranks gives the player vignettes where Lycia becomes their #1 fan, and there's even a bizarre scene where she seemingly attempts to ask you on a date. And these scenes also introduce her rival Chaz, who has a half arc where he eventually allows his Machoke to participate in toughness contests, where he previously disliked them for undermining his Machoke's beauty. The storyline ain't great, although it's charming enough to kind of break up the tedium of contests, and defeating Lycia gives the player the Lucario Megastone. Lucario isn't even in this game. Contests themselves have some mechanical tweaks, primarily just streamlining everything, which doesn't really make them less boring in my opinion. For one, berry blending is gone. Berries are instead just combined in the menu and take on the flavor of whichever color berry was used the most, with some smallish chance to come out as Pokeblock pluses, which give even better boosts. While the berry minigame was never great, it feels pretty hollow without it. The removal of Sheen also means a Pokemon can just become contest maxed if you really want. You could clear every contest with one Pokemon. It kind of feels like Skyrim, where eventually you just get so good at everything incidentally. The final change to the contest is the meter thingy. If any participant uses a move of the proper category, the meter rises by 1, and whoever lands the 5th gets a significant boost to their points, and if they're holding a Mega Stone, Mega Evolves for some additional points, although I think the contest stat boosting scars probably offer more value than the Megas in general. This mechanic adds a huge dice roll to contests. The AI loves to break your best laid plans, whether by shifting your position, not using a move that boosts the meter, whatever the case. Purposefully landing on the 5th star can be very unpredictable, and the huge point swing it can provide can make or break attempts, and makes the already difficult to get invested into contests even less appealing, although I find they're much easier in general thanks to the smoother berry mechanics and the flexibility of unlimited use TMs. Another interesting addition to Slateboard is what happens after your first contest. Win or lose, a woman approaches you and gifts you with a new Pikachu form, unique to Auras and only tradable between other copies of these games, cut off from transfer and even Auras' cousin XY. Cosplay Pikachu is a Pikachu with the same stats as any standard Pikachu, although with a few caveats. It's female, can't be shiny, can't evolve or breed, and always has Pikachu's hidden ability, Lightning Rod, which is a decent ability. And it also begins with boosted contest stats, which is a nice head start that reduces the berry load on powering it up. Although since contest stats don't have base stat variations, it's a pretty small bonus. Cosplay Pikachu is only different from standard Pikachu in that it has the Mandela effect black-tipped tail, although it also has 5 additional subforms it can swap between in the contest hall green room. Each of one is associated with a contest stat, which gives a unique move of that contest stat type, which does give the different forms of Cosplay Pikachu some interesting unique coverage that Electrics rarely see, and do make it somewhat interesting to use, even if being unevolved means its stats eventually fall off pretty hard. Rockstar Pikachu represents the cool category and gets Meteor Mash. While a decent contest move, it isn't very valuable to Pikachu. Even with Pikachu's slight physical lean, Steel isn't particularly useful coverage for it, even with fairies, and the potential attack boost that the move sometimes gives is only in service to Wild Charge at best, a move that Pikachu rarely runs because of its heavy recoil. Pikachu Bell covers the beauty stat, and its special move is Icicle Crash. This is probably the best of the moves for Pikachu offensively. Ice has the obvious benefit of hitting ground super effectively, which as a pure electric is pretty good, and the move's flinch chance and solid base power are nice in addition to Pikachu's huge speed. Popstar Pikachu, the cute one, gets Draining Kiss. Fairy coverage is decently valuable, and the healing is a nice bonus. Pikachu isn't bulky, but every little bit helps, and Draining Kiss happens to be a rather strong contest move too. Pikachu PhD is the clever variant, and it gets Electric Terrain. I guess I need to tackle those, huh? Terrains are a field effect introduced in Generation 6, and can be summoned through the use of not very available moves. And they had little if any relevance due to the sluggish nature of setting them with moves before becoming arguably overpowered in Generation 7 when abilities to set them were introduced. Grassy Terrain boosts grass moves by 50% and heals all grounded Pokemon for 1/16 of their max health at the end of each turn, and also weakens certain ground-type moves. Misty Terrain has the damage Dragon-type moves due to grounded Pokemon and protects grounded Pokemon from all status conditions. Psychic Terrain boosts psychic moves and causes increased priority moves used against grounded Pokemon to fail. And most relevantly to Pikachu, Electric Terrain boosts electric moves and prevents grounded Pokemon from falling asleep. Electric Terrain is a good effect that helps Pikachu significantly, but having to set it manually opens the frail Pikachu up to some nasty hits, and is therefore rarely useful. It's a hypothetically good move, but not as immediately helpful to Pikachu as it seems. Lastly, Pikachu Libre gets Flying Press, a fighting move that also treats itself as flying type at damage calculation, which gives it the property of usually being worse than a regular fighting type move unless your opponent is exactly Breloom, I guess. Or maybe like Shiftry, I don't know. Fighting is kind of valuable coverage, but this is quite possibly the fighting move that benefits Pikachu the least. Overall, the cosplay Pikachus are all marginally better Pikachus, except for the base cosplay Pikachu, which is Pikachu. The only justification for using any of these is that they have the express ride to hell after this and are vaporized from existence, so you can never use them again after. Bell is handily the strongest of them, but you will still regret the decision. On Route 10, things remain mostly the same, but that's going to change real soon. The Trick House is mostly unchanged, although it has 2 less puzzles and gives better rewards, and the Cycling Road now has Manectric's Megastone. The rival is of course fought on 110, with only a minor change in that they use Slugma instead of Numel, as they had an Emerald, presumably to leave Numel as Team Magma's mascot. Electrike and Manectric have gotten Minus as their hidden ability. Several Pokemon have gained the ability in the years since Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, including a few non-electrics, which gives a decent pool for doubles synergy, although Lightning Rod is usually a better doubles trick anyway. Manectric also gets a Mega. It pretty straightforwardly boosts its speed and special attack to pretty crazy numbers and lets it click the big Thunderbolt button better. More interestingly, it gets Intimidate. The attack drop on Mega Evolution is crazy as is, but combined with Volt Switch, it becomes a real menace, allowing it to deal huge damage, swap into something that can take whatever hit it dodged, and eventually come back in to Intimidate again. While far from the strongest Mega, Manectric goes from a mediocre pure electric in a sparking sea of them to a really strong choice with a crazy ability it can reuse often. Gulpin and Swallow go largely neglected. Their hidden ability Gluttony causes berries that would be eaten at 25% remaining to be eaten at 50%, which can facilitate some boosting strategies, but it's not something that really makes them much more than another poison that sits and stalls under Toxic. Every member of Oddish's line has a unique hidden, most of which are worse options than Chlorophyll because chlorophyll. Runaway is mostly useless on Oddish, Stench gives all of Gloom's moves a 10% flinch chance, which would be awesome if Gloom's speed wasn't abysmal, you can't flinch Pokemon if you hit second. Vileplume gets Effect Spore, and this one actually has some argument over Chlorophyll. While inconsistent luck-based, Vileplume is quite bulky, and having to take repeated hits means more chances of free status, especially on Vileplume that are more centered on stall, and Blossom has Healer, which occasionally heals an ally's status condition in doubles. It's not the worst thing ever, but pretty situational even there, especially when other support Pokemon do a lot more. Plusle and Minun each get hidden abilities that attempt to untether them from each other. Plusle's Lightning Rod ironically makes it very difficult to use with Minun as a partner, as it soaks up its best attacks. Minun's Volt Absorb makes it an interesting double strategy. Discharge can be used to heal it up while hurting enemies simultaneously, but that would leave Plusle with Plus to not step on Minun's toes. Both of these abilities do make them marginally stronger outside of doubles, giving them a new immunity and a bonus for catching electrical attacks, although they remain low even in the pure electric niche. Pulse and Minun are also a bit interesting for their encounter method. Minun is freely available in Omega Ruby and the opposite for Plusle, but instead of just being very low percentage encounters in each other's games, the rare one can instead be found as part of Horde battles. Minun has a 5% chance to show up in a Plusle Horde in Alpha Sapphire and vice versa. Hordes don't occur naturally on this route and must be forced by Honey or Sweet Scent, so getting the rare ones for each game is pretty obscure, which incentivizes trading without forcing it outright, and that's pretty neat. Voltorb and Electrode gain Aftermath. When knocked out, the opponent's Pokemon loses 25% of their max HP. It's a pain to play around and can significantly dent an opponent, but it's more of a competitive than an in-game thing, where you optimally don't sacrifice party members because you need to go back and heal them after. Magnemite and Magneton are joined by a new evolution, Magnezone, which, like Probopass, is obtained by leveling Magneton and New Mauville. Things don't change much for Magnezone. It's bulkier and clicks Thunderbolt stronger, and the buff to Sturdy is a nice bit of icing on the cake for making it stick around longer. Analytic is a neat hidden ability for the line, boosting the power of their moves by 30% if they move last in a turn, something they're pretty good at doing. Magnezone is a solid choice for an electric. It's bulky, it does the thing well, and can also pop out a decent flash cannon, and its only major downside is that you need to wait until Groudon and Kyogre are defeated to evolve into it. I don't have the mental fortitude to deal with Mauville at the moment. Let's loop back to it. Route 117 is ruined. The straight lines perfect for egg hatching are turned into an awkward, cramped circle you need to constantly focus on to get around. Genuine insanity. There's also a good amount of stuff on it. Meryl's line has gained the fairy typing, Azrael's normal fairy, and the latter two are water fairy. This and huge power together have made them a surprisingly strong threat, especially when Playrough and Belly Drum are involved, although Belly Drum requires breeding in this generation. The trio have also gained Sap Sipper as a hidden. The grass immunity is nice, but huge power is a titanic crutch that makes Azumarill rocket from bad to pretty good. Volbeat and Illumis remain not very good. Illumis has gained a new standard ability in Tinted Lens, which doubles the damage of not very effective moves, nullifying the lost attack, and which is decent in a pinch. Both have gotten the same hidden ability though, Prankster, which is in general a fantastic ability, one that Volbeat and Illumis are probably the worst users of. Rosalia has a new relative in each direction, all of which share the grass poison typing. Budu, which can be bred into with a rose incense and evolves by happiness during the day, and exists solely to balance the early game of Diamond and Pearl, and Roserade, which Rosalia evolves into via Shiny Stone, which can be attained at any time with some grinding. In addition to Natural Cure and Poison Point, which all three have, Budu and Rosalia both have Leaf Guard as a hidden, which prevents status in Sun and is situational at best, but Roserade replaces it with the always solid Technician to pretty good effect. Roserade does much the same as Rosalia did, although a better pool for moves for Poison and Grass help immensely. Both its special attack and speed are way up, and its type is solid. It's gone from very questionable to a very solid pick for Grass, assuming you have the patience to grind stones. Verdant Turf has sort of become an oddity, a bit of a relic of older design ethos. Thanks to some changes I'll complain about later, the game actively dissuades you from ever ending up here, and another change to the contest makes it even worse, as contests are no longer segmented to different halls by rank, which makes it feel less like a journey and ensures nothing of value exists in Verdant Turf outside of the Pidgeot Megastone. Pidgeot isn't in this game. I guess you can also see Wally's family and eventually get the Gardevoir Megastone though, which is admittedly overpowered. Mauville is a mess. A big, awkward mess. Mauville was a small little town that served to connect the rest of the region, and now it's a mall city with too much going on. It's the first major deviation Oris makes, and it's baffling. Mauville's bloat in part can be blamed on adopting a bunch of disparate shit that was carried over from other games, and yeah, you gotta put it somewhere, but you couldn't spread it out a little bit. The bike shop remains a fixture. In the post game, you can have both bikes simultaneously, which is useful for getting like 2 optional items in the Safari Zone, but it's kind of neat. The game corner is a closed shop for obvious reasons. The owner even states in so many words that the reasons are too complicated to explain. The Rock Smash guy now lives in the apartment complex above Mauville, Mauville Hills, and there's a funny gag where he spends all day practicing to give the HM away, something that never happens since you get it after fighting Wally near the gym. Then there's everything else. Mauville TV, where the Pokénav news is filmed. The food court is a mini battle facility, offering a series of battles in single, doubles, or triples categories for some rewards up to the Deep Sea Scale and the Deep Sea Tooth for evolving Clamperl. Crooner's Cafe has the TM for round, as well as a move tutor that gives the mythical Pokemon Meloetta and Keldeo their special moves, while another tutor can teach the starters their bad Hyper Beam clones. A man in the stairs to the 3rd floor has Genesect drives for its form-changing gimmick if shown a Genesect, and the mirror shop hands out the reveal glass if shown Tornadus, Thundurus, or Landorus, which lets them switch into their Therian forms. The Battle Institute is a second minor battle facility. It consists of 5 single or double battles pulled from a pool of opponents in the game's true facility, and rewards BP in amounts determined by a needlessly complex scoring system that boils down to kill fast and don't get hit. The Inverse Battle Shop is also here, allowing you to do 1 Inverse Battle a day, and it's worth a shot if only for the relatively quick access to Evolution Stones potentially. The Ribbon Shop sells ribbons. The Pokemiles Shop has rare items, like rare candies for sale that can be purchased with Pokemiles, which are awarded mainly via online functionality that doesn't exist anymore, and the Groomer can give a Pokemon a massage to boost their happiness once a day. That's a lot of stuff, and we haven't even left the ground floor. It's a mess of stuff pulling at your attention, and it's tedious to get around due to the size and the amount of loads, even if they only take like 2 seconds, with the outer ring, the courtyard, and the 4 stairwells, most of the shops and the roof all being separate zones. Mauville Hill ties into the new Mauville storyline and can't be entered before that, so after, Groudon and Kyogre. And your main reason for going there will be to progress that storyline, although you can fight the rotation battle lady once a day and get a few TMs and the Lopunny Megastone. The roof also has numerous people wandering about enjoying the view, which is admittedly pretty nice, and has several items that can be obtained by interacting with people up here. Mauville is rocketed from a quaint town connecting Hoenn to one of the largest in the series, and far and away the busiest in Hoenn, and it's all just a bit bizarre. Some of this stuff needed to be somewhere, like the move tutors, but with the removal of the game corner, there should have been some amount of room, and other towns should have taken some of it. I feel you could expand Sootopolis a good bit without it feeling too awkward, where Mauville kinda does. Beyond the pretty goofy concept of a dystopian mall city where you live in cheap apartments owned by your corporate overlord Watson, who will send his hitters after you if you can't pay, there's just so much going on. Surely a random NPC in Lava Ridge could have been the massage NPC, perhaps the glassblower guy near Fall Arbor could have made the reveal glass in some event. Surely we don't need 2 baby battle facilities in one city, 4 if you count the inverse and rotation battles. It feels lazy to cram all the obligatory shit from other games into one city, and to turn it into this unabashed mess of stuff that makes the place tedious to get around. Wally's first fight is given a bit more showmanship. Honestly, it's probably a disservice to the twist that he gives a babbling love confession asking to be your rival, especially coming off of you stomping his underleveled Ralts. Anyway, Watson's Gym has an updated version of its old lightning puzzle featuring 3 smaller rooms that each have a brief puzzle of their own. Its complexity is a decent chunk lower than before, but I still think it's a decent little gym puzzle. Watson's team is kinda interesting, centering on Volt Switch over the mediocre Shockwave, which gives him a bit of momentum, but also means that he's mad cooked if you have Marsh Stomp, and Combuskin Double Kick nullifies Magnemite's Sturdy. It's a shame so many moves are cut from his team too. Sonic Boom was actually decent pressure at the lower HP values of the early game, and Self-Destruct was a nasty trick on his Voltorb. Without these moves, he pretty quickly eats it to any mediocre ground type, which is disappointing for one of my favorite guys. 111 is still mostly desert. The win straight still serves as a nice little challenge, and Gabby and Ty are still stealth doubles rivals, but there isn't much going on until 112, which begins with a pretty cool shot that shows out the scale of Chimney Well, makes it seem imposing and important. In Generation 4, the Machop line got no guard as a secondary ability, which makes all moves used by and against it incapable of missing. Machamp has some very funny moves to use with this, namely the 50% accurate Dynamic Punch and the 70% accurate Stone Edge. It's more reliable than Guts before items like Flame Orb are available, and has tons of funny and interesting utility. Their hidden Steadfast boosts speed following a flinch, which is situational at best. However, Machamp largely remains pretty solid with crazy attack and a solid ability to use it. Numel and Camerupt also have 2 new abilities each. From Generation 4 on, Numel has Simple, which doubles the effect of all stat changes, positive or negative. Curse becoming a Sword Stance and an Iron Defense is very silly and does give it something to do beyond clicking Earthquake or Lava Plume until it dies to Water Gun, while Camerupt got Solid Rock, which slightly reduces the damage super effective moves do, which does help shore up its sorta bad defensive types a bit. Numel gets own tempo as it's hidden, which is fine enough, but Camerupt gets the much funnier and less reliable Anger Point, which boosts its attack to a full +6 if hit by a crit. It's about as unreliable as you can get, save a few moves that have guaranteed crits through certain ways, but hopefully your opponent isn't playing into that. But the payoff for that is pretty funny. More importantly, by virtue of being Maxie's ace, Camerupt has stumbled into having a Mega. I genuinely believe Mega Camerupt is one of the worst designs appearance-wise in this entire game, maybe this franchise. It is just too much, but he's pretty fun to use. Sheer Force gives a huge boost to moves that have additional effects at the cost of nullifying those effects. Earth Power, Heat Wave, Lava Plume, and Rock Slide all see a nice attack buff, among others, and Mega Camerupt gets a nice boost all around. Its defenses jump to more solid values, letting it actually take hits, and both attacking stats get a nice jump as well. Camerupt retains its flaws mostly, it is still slow, pretty straightforward, but Mega Camerupt's fun offensive typing makes it at least a consideration. Fiery Path hasn't changed a bit. The small bursts of steam that appear periodically are a cute little flare, but the layout is identical. If you're expecting much change from Grimer and Muck, why? Poison Touch is a funny hidden that gives all their contact moves a chance to poison, but this is basically inferior to the standard Muck strategy of stalling with Toxic. Sticky Hold is a great tool to protect leftovers or Black Sludge and keep Muck alive as the opponent dies slowly. Coughing and Wheezing have changed even less. Pokemon with Levitate almost never got additional abilities at this point in time, although they do now, although this pair will eventually get its own. Slugma's line remains one that I love that is deeply, deeply flawed. The addition of weak armor is a funny one. When hit with a contact move, defense is dropped by 1 stage and speed is raised by 1. The ability is sometimes a decent gimmick, but honestly, Magcargo's pitiful base speed means it needs to take a lot of hits, and it will probably be nothing but a negative. Maybe someday, Magcargo. As for Torkoal, its crazy bulk is still impressive. Shell Armor technically makes this even better and increases its potential as a curse wall, but White Smoke is just one of the best abilities ever made. Torkoal still struggles to do stuff beyond click mid-power fire moves and not die, but it does that pretty well. Thanks for the heal, Grandma. No, don't put the Mexican pizza in, I have stuff to do today. The secret base tutorial is a bit more overbearing here. Arun is the secret base expert and forces a pretty long tutorial on you. Various new features exist in bases, most importantly the ability to scan QR codes to visit other players' bases a bit later in the game, and fight their teams full of level 100 Blissies with toxic orbs, but also these QR codes let you decorate a little bit with secret pals, which are recruited from other players' bases and can seek out evolution stones or other stuff I guess, that's less useful than evolution stones. There's also flags, which can be stolen from other players' bases once a day, with rewards given away at the secret base guild at certain milestones. Most notably, Garchomp's Megastone, which requires 1,000 flags. Even if you use Time Advance to farm these as fast as possible, thank you Citra, it's a tedious affair, and it's weeks of grinding in real time. It's just brutal. Beyond their grinding usefulness for the post-game and the Evo Stones, I'm still not hugely invested in the secret bases. They're a cute feature, but not what I come here for, honestly. Getting healed by the rival at the start of Route 113 is kind of insane. Grandma's house is still an earshot. I can hear the Mexican pizza going into the oven. 113 is probably the most disappointing area in the game. It's not baffling like Mauville, just kinda... The muted colors are still nice, and I kinda get the atmosphere, but the lack of falling ash, the fact that the grass just remains ashy as you walk through it instead of being unsettled, it all feels kinda lifeless. The ash piles are a fun idea, hiding trainers and items, but it's just not the same. Spinda's 360 base stat total has not gotten better with time. In Generation 4 it got Tangled Feet, which boosts its evasion when confused, and is a cute trick with Thrash, not to mention some cute flavor. And in Gen 5 it got the hypothetically good hidden ability Contrary, which reverses all stat changes. Plenty of Pokemon have made crazy use of this ability by exploiting moves that normally lower stats, like Draco Meteor, Leaf Storm, and the like. Spinda doesn't have a move that does that. Well, it does, but you'd have to transfer Dreamworld Spinda from Gen 5, and with Dreamworld's closure years ago at this point, I find it unlikely. It really only makes Spinda a hard counter to Intimidate, which isn't enough to save it. Sandshrew and Sandslash get Sand Rush as a hidden ability, which doubles speed in sand, and does give Sandslash a really solid speed to chase down foes with, but also, you know, its primary ability is Sandville. it's one of the most unfair abilities ever made. Skarmory is also advanced to its final form. Its typing is incredible, and weak armor is a cute hidden, but Sturdy being buffed and support roles getting better tools have made it insane. Stealth Rock, Spikes, Toxic, Roost, Whirlwind, Defog. Between being hard to kill and its huge pool of options, Skarmory can kinda just sit on opponents and watch them die, whirl them into hazards repeatedly, and it's actually both pretty fun to use and powerful for it. Fall Arbor remains one of my favorite areas in Hoenn. I wish it was a bit darker, as it had been in Emerald, but the lighter, still rustic browns give it a comfortably arid and mountainous feel. Its contest hall is superfluous, but Cosmos House at least looks nice, with the telescope deck and all. It also houses the Deoxys meteor. Surprised there wasn't a meteor shop in Mauville. Route 114 is great. The path up to Meteor Falls is now checkered with large craters. It's very unique and interesting, and shows why Meteor Fall is named as it is. Swablu and Altaria gain Cloud 9 as a hidden. This ability works just like Rayquaza's Airlock, negating the effects of weather, although not ending it outright. And to be fair, this ability is generally pretty good, and even better in this game given how much weather comes up with areas like Route 111 and the rain on Route 118, not to mention the legendaries, but it doesn't exactly stop them in this game. Altaria also has a fascinating Mega, changing it from Dragon Flying to Dragon Fairy. Two incredibly strong stabs and decently defensive, with a lot of common resists and relatively uncommon weaknesses. And much like Gardevoir, Pixelate gives it a ton of options, especially since Altaria has Dragon Dance. Altaria isn't the most immediately insane Mega, it actually basically has completely level offensive and defensive stats that are only a touch above average, but the type, ability, and access to Dragon Dance give it a lot of different viable sets to play with, and it's quite fun and unique. It remains the only Dragon Fairy in the series to this day. In addition to immunity, Zangoose has been given a signature ability as its hidden. Toxic Boost, which boosts the power of its physical moves by 50% when poisoned, like Guts but more specific for lore flavor, and therefore worse, and makes Zangoose's fat attack stat very intimidating. It's a shame that the Toxic Orb is post-game only, because it would make Zangoose go from a decent neutral attacker to a very strong if risky one in the story. Seviper remains sadly unimpressive. There are plenty of better poisons, and now that every move it wants to use is physical, its special attack is a sore spot. Infiltrator is a decent hidden ability, and about as situational as Shedskin, so Meteor Falls is really pretty. I wish it had used Emerald's darker palette, but the clear, deep water covered in ripples, the big grand waterfall, the puddles, it looks crazy. And that first person shot used when the Aqua or Magma leader walks up is insane. Getting the double battle alongside your rival is a good idea too, gives them a little something more to do in the story. Meteor Falls serves to properly introduce the new, more characterful admins, or the first set of them anyway. Tabitha in Magma is a bit more full of himself. A former Devon employee, he's something of a scientist himself, and eventually begins to realize the flaws in his leader's plan and attempts to prevent a disaster. Aqua's Shelly is a hothead, quick to anger, but also pretty soft deep down, attempting to appeal to Archie emotionally when things look bad, obviously idolizing him, and she calms down a lot after her defeat. I'm real glad that some of the secondary villains get rounded out a bit. It makes the game a bit more lively. Solrock and Lunatone get the coveted award of least changed. Being levitators, their abilities remain static, and while they both have new moves they appreciate, like Moonblast for Lunatone, they still do exactly what they did at a very slightly higher level. After defeating the Magma or Aqua admins, Auras does something I hate. Teleporting you back to Cosmos House. Any exposition about the meteor could have easily been done at Meteor Falls, but here I am. Then my rival has the audacity to try to teleport me to Mauville. First off, I was 5 steps from that moonstone. Come on. Second off, no. I want to take 115 down, so I can pass through Rusturf Tunnel as a cool little shortcut and have an excuse to visit Wally's family. This is the first instance, and annoys me thoroughly, and it's far from the last. Despite my protests, here we are on top of Mount Chimney. Archie or Maxie's plan is much less stupid here, I guess. They plan to take the stolen meteor and dunk it in the volcano to turn it into a Megastone for Kyogre or Groudon, which checks out with lore stuff that comes later about the origin of Megastones, and the big versions of the big guys. And even if it didn't, they're not dunking a rock into a volcano to make it spit so many ash clouds out that global cooling returns Antarctica to the penguins. Archie and Maxie haven't changed their teams much. Both still have the pretty nasty lead Mightyena and Tricky Golbat alongside their aces, Sharpedo and Camerupt. They threaten to Mega Evolve them against you, but hold off on it so that the final fight can be more climatic in favor of going after the red or blue orbs, which are probably kinda Mega Stones or very similar in a lot of ways and made in the same way, basically, I guess. Like 113, Jagged Pass is missing its Falling Ash. 0 out of 10. Although the route overhaul is nice, adding slopes for the Mach Bike while retaining the Acro Bike jump spots to add into the ways that you can navigate the whole route. Gluttony does not save Grumpig from its fate of, if you remember Grumpig exists, you are probably in its top 10 fans. It's still an okay-ish Psychic, but that's in a sea of like 100 Psychics that are good and above. Lava Ridge is great. I love the look of the bath and the 2 separate corridors going to different halves. I like that the herb shop now has a unique sort of traditional design. It all looks really good. Kinda sucks that the better fidelity means you can't have the illusion of actually bathing or being buried in the sand, because that was a really cute and funny little idea, but they made the place look so damn comfy. The Why Not Egg is still obtained here. The addition of Focus Sash to the series makes Wobbuffet a menace, and Telepathy as a hidden ability does literally nothing for it. Wobbuffet is terrible in doubles, and getting hit by allies is really the least of its concern. Lava Ridge's gym looks incredible. The shallow hot springs, clear water, subtle steam, the red flags near Flannery. It's so perfectly Lava Ridge. Flannery's team mostly works. Cursed Torkoal can be a tough nut to crack, and even Marshtomp struggles under the sun spam, while our Slugma uses Light Screen and our Numel uses Amnesia. It's easy to get snowballed with some bad luck, plus Overheat can definitely be intimidating. First strong leader of the game, congratulations Flannery. After clearing Flannery, the rival gives you the Go Goggles. Awesome, sick. Then they ask if you want to be teleported to Petalburg. Why give me the Go Goggles if you don't want me to go to the damn desert? Just take me to Petalburg at that point, Jesus. Route 111's desert is mostly unchanged. The deeper sand parts sink in a bit, slowing you down, which is a fun little twist, although as always, it's real quick to wear you down. The sandstorm, that is. Route 111's guys are still some of the coolest in the game. For baffling reasons, Tropinch got a hidden, Sheer Force, which has very little impact on making it more usable. Notably unchanged is Flygon. Big rip, Flygon still lacks access to Dragon Dance. Lapras has access to Dragon Dance. Totodile does. Corphish does, and he's a fucking lobster. Good god, guys. Flygon is still solid. The type is great, even though Dragon struggles because of those pink guys, but between this and the infamous interview with Sugimori where he said that he had too much artist block to make a Mega Flygon, it's a little bit cruel, honestly. Cacnea and Cacturn gain Water Absorb, thematically cute, but also Sandvale. Cool but flawed sand Pokemon overall. Baltoy and Claydol just kinda keep on as they had too. No new abilities, just being bulky dudes with a cool type. I love Claydol, but he didn't get much love in this game. As for the fossils, I don't think you can get their hidden abilities, which is a shame. Armaldo gets the very funny Swift Swim, and while still a touch below average on speed after the boost, it's a Rockbug Rainmon with some killer attacks like Cross Scissor and Stone Edge. It'd be so fun if you could get it. Cradily also gets a water-related ability, Storm Drain, which is Lightning Rod for water. Decently funny as a double strike, and an extra immunity never hurts, but it doesn't help much with the stall that Cradily loves so much. Petalburg Gym's darker color palette looks killer, and Norman gets a really sick intro. However, the trainers in his gym have their bad AI again. Like Ruby and Sapphire, where they always spend turn 1 on an item, which does make them basically pushovers. Norman, of course, still uses his Slacking Vigoroth Slacking team, and Slacking remains quite threatening. I wish one would just pop out a Giga Impact, but it may have been a bit too mean, and Retaliate can do the job if it comes out after another Pokemon goes down. I think beyond this point, balancing kinda starts to fall apart. You feel about right for Norman, playing normally, where the world opening up kinda sends things off the rails. I like the moment between Norman and Wally's dad a lot after the fight, where the two kinda share their feelings on watching their kids grow up. It's a real sweet moment that flushes out Norman a bit, a nice little cap to the storyline of your father being a gym leader. Then Wally forces you to go to Route 118 so you don't get lost. What's the point of the 103 shortcut anymore? And furthermore, no, I wanted to see the ocean. Anyway, ignoring Wally, Route 115 has Jigglypuff, whose entire line is now normal Fairy. Surprise, surprise, this makes it a good bit better, as Fairy is pretty good. And as for Wigglytuff, without Clefable being in the game, being a worse Clefable that gets stabbed on normal moves is pretty decent. Competitive is a new standard ability for the line. When one of their stats is lowered, they boost their special attack by 2 stages in return. The practical application is pretty straightforward. Catch and intimidate from Drake Salamence, click Moonblast. It's pretty respectable all things considered. As far as hiddens, Jigglypuff and Igglybuff get Friend Guard, which reduces all damage done to allies by 25%. There's a reason only bad Pokemon have this ability, but this actually does give Jigglypuff some unique, niche use over its evolution when using Eviolite to stay alive, and probably makes Igglybuff pretty good in Little Cup doubles, which is a format nobody will ever play. In contrast, Wigglytuff gets Frisk, which reveals an opponent's hidden item. The knowledge off of the check can sometimes be valuable, and it's nice for finding held items on wild Pokemon, namely Sun and Moonstones, but competitive is just way stronger in general. Anyway, the ocean is for now mostly full of nothing. The abandoned ship requires dive to get anywhere and has some unique stuff there around that time. It's best saved for now. That means instead, after getting the Great Rod on 118, that it's fishing time. Whalmer can be found in the seas, and Wailord remains a pretty boring, but decently okay water. Pressure's an interesting hidden ability, as its really big HP stat might make games drag on a bit, but Wailord lacks stall tools beyond rest, so it's hard to imagine it coming up too much, and you can't get Fishing Mon's hiddens yet, sorry. Barboach can be found in Meteor Falls waters and its adjacent routes. Wishcash is still Swampert at home, which ain't that bad. In Generation 4, it gained Anticipation, which notifies the user of super effective moves. Given its one weakness, Grass, this actually is a fair bit of information and can be used to keep Wishcash relatively safe. Its unobtainable hidden is Hydration, which cures status at the end of each turn rain, and would be a really cool rain trick for Wishcash, who could leverage its type off of one turn rests. Shame it's only found by fishing. 117 has Corphish, and Crawdaunt has gone from meh to pretty sick. The existence of physical water and dark moves, especially the crazy powerful knockoff, which removes opponents' items, is pretty wild, but its a hidden ability, Adaptability, makes stab 2 times instead of 1.5, which would make Crawdaunt hit like crazy when it hits, assuming you could somehow get its hidden ability. Crawdaunt remains slow and a bit frail, but even without adaptability, it can be a pretty heavy hitter. As for 118 itself, Carvanha. Sharpedo's hidden ability is Speed Boost. If it was possible to get, it would be insane, especially since it could stall a turn or two and then Mega Evolve after to pass on the boosts. Like Crawdaunt, Sharpedo loves having physical water and dark moves like Aqua Jet, and its Mega form is more the same. Even higher attack, even higher speed, although a lot of it goes towards bulking Sharpedo up, which is fair enough. Mega Sharpedo is what people think of when they joke about Megas being Pokemon but with a bunch of spikes. Well, Aerodactyl too. It's pretty bad. Mega Sharpedo gets Strong Jaw, which boosts the power of biting moves by 50%. This is a pretty crazy boost, and Sharpedo has a few solid options. Crunch becomes 120 pre-stab, and Ice Fang and Poison Fang are good coverage, although it's an admittedly shallow pool. However, Sharpedo has good numbers and hits fast and hard even with moves other than the bitey ones, although those are definitely its strongest ones. Uniquely, Sharpedo has a special attribute when being surfed on. Beyond a special model, Sharpedo swims probably twice as fast, and this is really nice for hitting those annoying hidden Pokemon in the water, although you sadly lose the ability to fish, which is annoying in a few select instances. And honestly, it's just cool that they cared enough to add a feature this narrow in scope for the 2 people who wanted to LARP Team Aqua. Me. Also on 118 is Kecleon, who again has low percentage backups on routes in case all the invisible ones get knocked out. Protean is an insane ability for its hidden, and if it weren't for its speed being so low, it'd be pretty broken. Protean is the anti-color change. Anytime Kecleon uses a move, it will switch to be the type of that move before damage calculations. As cool as Always Stab is, another Pokemon that isn't in this game also has this ability as a hidden, and its crazy speed makes Protean an insane defensive tool as well. Still, it makes Kecleon crazy fun to use. The typical normal type broad coverage gives Kecleon so much control when before it was at the mercy of its opponents. It's one of the most fun Pokemon you could use in the game now, which is a big switch up from how it was before. And then the game gets kinda weird again. That weird meeting with Steven on 118, that kinda pointless one, gets interrupted by Latios in Omega Ruby or Latios in Alpha Sapphire, who needs help to save their husband or wife respectively on Southern Islands. You know, like from the event. In Omega Ruby, Courtney is attacking Latios, and in Alpha Sapphire, Matt is attacking Latios. And like the other admins, they've seen some fleshing out. Courtney has become a fan favorite for obvious reasons. It's because she's obsessed with you and licks you for some reason and talks like a robot, but admittedly she's very different from what we usually get. Matt is a real cool dude. He never gets angry, he respects anyone who can beat him, and seems rather proud of you when you do. He's just a nice ass guy for a villain, and it's kind of fun. The biggest oddity is when Latias or Latios decide to join you. You can't even just send them to the box, you have to put them on your team and return to a PC if you don't want to use the grossly overpowered Mega Legendary. Oh yeah, you get the ability to Mega stuff here too. If you haven't stumbled into any other stones, the Lotties are your first set. The Lotties have Megas that really change the least you possibly could. Both maintain their types, both still have Levitate, but their numbers are bigger in the ways you'd expect. Latios' attacking stats have gone from good to insane, and its defenses from decent to good, while Latias is much the same but more defensive. They have their great signature moves, they have 700 base stat total after Megaing, this puts it above Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza, and there's still 3 gyms to go. The Mega Lotties hit on 2 major issues. One, I don't think any legendary should have gotten a Mega. They have big numbers already, and adding 100 makes them stupid. Maybe it'd be okay if it was like Regirock or something, but the Lotties were already good. They did not need the boost, and plenty of other stuff did. Less generally, this is an insane thing to be a gift Pokemon, much less one that's literally forced onto you. You have to look at this thing with its titanic stats, say, no thanks. I hate good stats and don't want to use the first Mega I've been given. Walk your ass back to Mauville and box it, which is probably why so many people use these monstrosities. Even the slow level up group hardly hurts. The experience share is going to boost them, and with stats like theirs, they can sneak by while being a few levels short. Despite my bitching, the Mega Lotties are fun to use. They have a cool type and killer stats, but as far as the story goes, they're hilariously capable of making almost every upcoming battle free. If the Mega Lotties were still a post-game challenge, I'd be more accepting of it, even if ultimately the Lotties did not need the boost, nor any other legendary. The Mega selection is so wonk and unbalanced that it's no wonder some people had negative thoughts about the whole mechanic. 119 maintains most of its old quirks, a few acrobike areas, the cozy rain, but seems to have been hit in a few places as well. I'd hope it wasn't a technical limitation, but knowing Game Freak, the Mimic Circle just being some guys in the grass who don't move with you could well be a technical limitation, or just rush production as always. Same with the shortened part of the route north of the Weather Institute. Tropius remains unimpressive. In Gen 4 it got Solar Power, which boosts its special attack by 1.5 times, while in Sun at the cost of 1/8 of its HP per turn, which does push its special attack up to a respectable level, letting it do the Solar meme, but also forces it to roost off its self-burn and maintain Sun somehow. Its Hidden Harvest lets it recover berries at the end of each turn after using one, with a 50% chance typically, but a guaranteed recovery in Sun. This ability has some really wacky gimmicks, primarily via substitute to lower its own health to keep triggering boosting berries, but it's very, very gimmicky and fragile, although with some effort it does make Tropius unique and fun enough to use. Phoebus' capture requirement has also been hit in the trimming of 119. I think when you introduce analog movement it just becomes too hard to determine where the grid is, but also it was a pretty tedious gimmick. Instead, every tile has a low chance of encountering Phoebus, and the shadow under the bridge has a heavily boosted chance at them. In addition to Swift Swim, Gen 4 gave Phoebus Oblivious, which does as little as Phoebus typically does, and it got the crazy strong adaptability as a hidden. Very funny considering it doesn't get any water moves by level up, although it does via TM and HM. Its stats are so bad that almost none of this matters. In addition to its original evolution method, Phoebus has gained a secondary evolution method thanks to the lack of contests in the Generation 5 games, trade with Prism Scale, although Aurors lacks a way to get the scale for obvious reasons and would need to be traded in from X, Y, or the Generation 5 games. Milotic has gained Competitive as a standard ability and Cute Charm as a hidden. Long ass Jigglypuff, huh? There's a solid argument for Competitive as an Intimidate counter, but beyond that, Milotic is doing the same stuff. It's a hard to kill snake with some really good special attacks. The Weather Institute largely plays out the same. The more fleshed out admins have a bit more to say about the scientist finding foretelling disaster, being more distraught and coping harder, which does make the eventual payoff a little better. Cast form remains terrible, its bad gimmick remains bad, and unlike Kecleon, it didn't get an upgraded version of it. It's still the most bizarre piece of weather support ever made. On the opposite side of Fortree, 120 is basically unchanged. The one exception is that the Invisible Kecleon tutorial ends with getting your starter's Megastone, which is a nice little power boost to stomp the leader with, I guess. Scorched Slab has become a real dungeon, or like, kind of a real dungeon. Its only encounters are Zubats, Golbats, and some generic fishing stuff, and it's 3 pretty unremarkable and empty floors, although it has something added in the post-game. Absol's found on 120, and it loves physical dark moves, along with some sick coverage like Psycho Cut. Super Luck boosts moves that are like Psycho Cut, like Slash and Night Slash even more by boosting Absol's natural crit rate. Meanwhile, its hidden is questionable, Justify, which raises its attack when hit by a dark move, which isn't going to come up much. Absol carries its Mega over from X and Y. It's a banger design, a bit edgy, but kinda sick. Magic Bounce is hilarious, especially if you bait not having it by holding back on a Mega. And every additional point it gets from its Mega goes into spiking its speed and attacking stats. It's a huge glass cannon, but one with a good utility ability and some really bonkers stats when it comes to hitting hard. I'm still a grump about Fortree, but admittedly the darker colors are nice, and I like the bridge shifting under your weight a little as you walk across it. The secret base headquarters is a place to go for a dead online mechanic, but if you spend a really long amount of time grinding Capture the Flag, you can get the Garchomp bite. It's not worth it. Winona's gym uses basically the same puzzle as before, although it's been given a pretty slick wooden look, and the breeze rolling through all the fans is nice. I feel the puzzles are a little less complicated, but still enough to trip you up. Winona's team maintains its strong variety. Her Altaria is especially nasty with Earthquake, Roost, Dragon Pulse, although it's a shame it doesn't Mega now that you can. Would have incentivized using Megas more and made it feel more fair if they could actually use them against you. Route 12 has Shuppet. In Gen 4 they got Frisk, and their hidden ability is Curse Body, which has a chance to apply Disable to a move that hits it. It's somehow the least situational ability the duo has. Bayonette's big physical stat is a bit of a detriment as it's lost Shadow Ball but has Shadow Claw and the priority Shadow Sneak. Bayonette's Mega is unfortunately pretty questionable. Nearly everything it has goes into its attack, it remains slow and frail, and its moveset is still very heavily ghost moves with little coverage. Prankster is pretty good and has some funny utility with Will-O-Wisp and Curse, but for a Mega slot it's too expensive to consider, especially when it's still so frail and slow. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire's rendition of the Safari Zone is the ultimate sign that they gave up on the concept. The Safari Zone is now a regular area, one with some people who talk about Pokemon conservationism, one with a few ramps and rails for bike navigation, which is used to reach some unique items and patches of grass with unique stuff in them. Hell, there's even a TM that requires both bikes in the postgame, but ultimately, it's just a regular area, with battles, with unlimited steps, and with regular balls. The most unique facet of the area is that the standard and long grass have differing encounter tables, with rare stuff being in the long grass, and that of course also has random horde encounters. It's kind of funny that it's now a standard area that's just dense with random Gen 1 and 2 encounters, just packed to the brim. This is going to be a bit of a long one. I've more or less covered Pikachu, and Raichu is that but slightly better. In the grand scheme of things, Raichu remains an alright pure electric, although there's no shortage of that. Psyduck and Golduck have both gained Swift Swim as a hidden ability. The stereotypical water ability never hurts, Golduck's speed was already okay, and it becomes a menace when doubled. However, Golduck also lacks any real standout stats, and gets buried in a sea of better waters, even if Cloud9 is a neat gimmick in the very weather-centric Hoenn. Doduo and Dodrio have gained Tangled Feet, which makes Thrash a very funny option for them. Normal Flying is an abundant type, and Swallow is still respectable as hell, but Dodrio is an undeniably fun glass cannon option. Girafarig is one of the harder Pokemon to reach, tied up in the long grass in Area 1 that requires some doing to get to. The layout of the Safari Zone is pretty convoluted, requiring weaving zone to zone to hit the extra more interesting spots, which makes it pretty fun to navigate if nothing else. Girafarig's hidden Sap Sipper is an extra immunity, crazy situational though it may be, although Girafarig's type is pretty much still its only good attribute, with a still unimpressive stat spread. Xatu and its pre-evolution Natu, if you'd like to breed one, have gained Magic Bounce. I'm a big Magic Bounce fan, and Xatu's a pretty good user. Unlike Absol, it doesn't need to Mega, it dodges spikes and sticky webs on switch in, and has Roost. It's a nice little complete package of setup and hazard deflecting that makes it fun to use despite its kinda middling stats. Rhyhorn is eaten pretty good. Reckless mirrors its Rockhead ability and boosts the power of moves that do recoil damage, including boosting the recoil, which gives Double Edge quite a punch. More importantly, Rhydon can now evolve into Rhyperior by trade with the Protector, although the item itself is locked to the post-game battle facility, and you need a friend. And when it evolves, it replaces Rockhead for Solid Rock, which reduces the damage super effective moves do, which probably doesn't save it from a consequential amount of hits given its horrible 4x weaknesses. Rhyperior gains 10 in all of its stats except speed, making it moderately bulkier and stronger, but still with basically all the inherent strengths and weaknesses of Rhydon. A bit underwhelming if anything. Although the design is so hideous and weird, it's become kind of a favorite of mine. And its signature move Rock Wrecker, which is a rock type hyper beam, is very, very funny. Heracross has gone from best bug to perfect bug. Guts was good, but Moxie is insane. Its attack is already titanic, and better fighting and bug moves certainly don't hurt, and the free boost for using these moves is great, especially when you can carry those into its incredible Mega Evolution. With a staggering 185 attack, a type that has a killer offensive spread, solid defenses, and at only the cost of a little bit of its already bad speed, not to mention the ability Skill Link, a frankly absurd ability that makes all multi-hit moves land the max amount of times every time, letting it crush Focus Sash and Sturdy, and deal pretty terrifying damage off of the Stab Arm Thrust and Pin Missile, or some killer coverage like Rock Blast, which conveniently kills the birds Heracross hates. Heracross is just incredible. 10 out of 10 Pokemon, no notes. Donphan and of course Phanpy have gotten Sandville as a hidden, undeniably great ability, and while Donphan is still pretty lopsided with huge physical stats and straight bad other stats, it might just be enough to use the cover of sand to score some massive earthquakes. While he started as a Scyther equivalent, Pinsir has fully embraced his life as a usually worse Heracross. In Gen 4 it got Mold Breaker, which has some utility with its huge earthquakes against Wheezing, I guess. And its hidden ability is Moxie, just like Heracross, and it's similarly great for powering up its Mega, although Mega Pinsir falls more in line with the interesting gimmicky Megas than the straight overpowered ones, but it is surprisingly okay. Mega Pinsir learns to fly. I wish its eyes didn't turn into that ugly yellow, especially because the lore about it being so happy to fly is cute. Becoming bug flying is rough. It's quite possibly the worst type combination in the game, and notably Pinsir doesn't get any flying moves. I mean, it barely gets bug ones. Thankfully it gets Aerialate, which like its fairy-themed cousin, turns all normal moves into flying moves and gives them an absurd 30% buff. And Pinsir has some hilarious moves. False Swipe, Facade, Giga Impact, Return, among plenty more. We're also seeing significant bumps to attack and speed, which actually make it pretty nasty in the fairly broad times where X-Scissor and stupidly large flying moves are needed. Plus it's just really fun and unique, and probably the only time bug flying will ever be kind of relevant until Baton Pass gets unbanned. Anyway, that was a lot. Mount Pyre is a really mixed bag for me. I thought the falling puzzle was really unique and fun, and that's scrapped entirely. Hell, the dungeon has more or less been stripped back to basics, with most of the dungeony elements gone. However, Mount Pyre has some of the best visual identity and storytelling in the game, being more obviously a pretty sacred place, with mourners all over, and near the top the graves get more lavish. The top floor only features one extremely well-kept grave surrounded by hedges. Meanwhile, the outer areas of the mountain are covered in ruins, a sort of eerie, forgotten reminder of things that once were, you know, like a graveyard. It's a pretty perfect reimagining from the aesthetic angle, making the area way more thematically interesting even if it hurts the gameplay of the dungeon some. The storyline is expanded a bit too. The old couple that guards the red and blue orbs exposit a bit on the nature of the primal reversions. Ancient forms of Kyogre and Groudon that nearly ruin the world, plus Archie or Maxie actually take the correct orb this time. A detail I love, which doesn't come up until the post-game, is that when returning, the old woman is gone, and Phoebe from the Elite Four says she came to visit her grandmother, who you left a big impression on, with some obvious and bittersweet implications, plus a direct tie to Phoebe's typing. As for the stuff actually found here, Duskull and Dusclops have a new evolution, Dusknoir. Gen 4 new, but still. Which it can evolve into when traded with the Reaper Cloth, sadly also locked into the battle facility, which is a shame considering it's a Gen 3 evolution family. Dusknoir carries over pressure from Dusclops, despite its design, and the whole line, including the levitating Duskull, get Frisk as a hidden. Dusknoir is a bit of an oddity. Instead of leaning further into Dusclops' huge bulk, Dusknoir course corrects it into being a more normal Pokemon, with most of its stats going to attack, although even then it's not crazy strong. Almost inarguably, Dusknoir's existence is more of a benefit to Dusclops than itself, as Eviolite, which boosts defensive stats of an unevolved Pokemon by 50%, makes Dusclops an absurd wall, although Dusknoir is more fun to use casually. Vulpix and Ninetales got Drought as their hidden ability, like the Groudon ability. Ninetales getting this, among a few other Pokemon getting equivalents, caused the weather wars in Generation 5 that led to weather getting nerfed. Ninetales statistically has been power crept pretty badly, but it's not to include on Sun teams for obvious reasons, even Omega Ruby ones, and is a crazy enabler that can use its Sun boost to good effect, even as a standalone. What a buff. Meditite and Medicham have telepathy as a hidden. Moving on from that, Medicham also has Omega, and like the Lotties, it maintains pretty much everything. Same typing, same ability, pure power, but a way cooler design that makes me want to use Medicham. Mega Medicham's gains are purely statistical. 100 base attack and pure power make it massive. Not quite Mega Mawile, but close, and it had the biggest attack in the standard format after Mawile got banned. Plus, Medicham has decent speed. If it had a type like Mawile's, you could bet it'd be a menace, but it's still really good, and a massive improvement over its base form just by giving it a proper amount of stats. Chimecho got a pre-evolution, Chingling, and it's, cute, like Chimecho. You can breed into it with a pure incense, and it evolves with high friendship at night. And someone actually uses it, which helps you find it. And that's all I got. Sorry, Chimecho. Route 122 and 123 are more or less identical to how they were, although the addition of a small fishing shop near the pond on 123 is cute. Plus, you can get Eviolite and Gyarados there, which is hard to complain about. Most of Lily Cove hasn't changed either. Instead, let's catch up with our rival. It's not a twist this time that their story ends here, and they try hard to soften the blow. In Ruby and Sapphire, it's pretty direct, like they're saying, I can't keep up, see ya. Here they dance around it more, disappointed that they've fallen behind, but making the return to Birch seem a bit more coincidental, less tied to you absolutely destroying them. It's not a good or a bad change, just kinda interesting to consider how much less blunt they've become, perhaps due to less technological limitations. The team at least gets some closure. Their starter is actually fully evolved for one, and Blaziken and Swampert get decent movesets, a bulk up set and a simple offensive set respectively, each using their signature moves, while Sceptile has Agility, Slam, Dual Chop, and Detect, which is certainly something. Their additional two from the pool of Magcargo, Wailord, and Breloom aren't terrible either. All have pretty big flaws, but Rest Wailord with Water Spout is a real, if clunky, moveset. Mach Punch gives Breloom priority, and Counter can definitely be a pain if it goes off. And of course Magcargo, I like him, so that counts for something. Off the coast, the Magma Aqua hideout is pretty different. I brought it up a bit, but each diverge a bit on design, with Magma's base being clean and finished, tiled and covered in pipes that seem to be moving lava about for something, power probably, while Aqua's is a pretty rough cave, for the most part, very frill-free. The widened field of view makes navigating most areas a bit less difficult in general, but this dungeon is streamlined a bit too, not completely stripping it back, but definitely decluttering it. The biggest and best teleporter maze returns, so it's hard to complain about it. I do think largely this dungeon is improved despite the streamlining, and also you get to fight the Horde battlegrounds, which is funny. The ocean has mostly gone unchanged, I know. Giant straight lines of Wingull and Tentacool don't change much, big surprise. But it's water, with all the problems water had before, narrow encounters, a lack of mechanics, and so on. May as well detour to Shoal Cave, an area that you'd expect to be more heavily altered than it is. The tide mechanic remains, the layout is almost entirely intact, with only very minor changes to the ice puzzle room, and the addition of a mock bike ramp to make getting to the ice room a little bit quicker. I will say, the ice room looks pretty awful. It's glaringly white and a bit unpleasant on the eyes, and I think it's mostly in service of hiding Glalie Megastone, which is a bit silly. The ice room also disables free movement to prevent you from soft locking yourself, locking you to just the 4 directions, which is something they forgot to do in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and you can soft lock yourself. So that definitely doesn't help Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl's case. Spheel's line has sadly missed the Mega Boat, but Ice Body is a killer standard ability added in Gen 4. Walrein was fairly bulky already, so the healing on top of leftovers and the chip damage to opponents is pretty sweet, although the game unfortunately lacks a good hail setter. Even then, it's far less situational than Thick Fat or its Hidden Oblivious. Still, Walrein was already a solid water, albeit one that requires the water to get to, and the boost in hail is big for dedicated hail strategies that already boost Walrein's good aspects. Snorunt has received a lot of love, a mega and new evolution, general buffs. While Glily's stats and types still leave a lot to be desired, the addition of Ice Body in Gen 4 is a solid passive buff, but the real jackpot was Moody, a crazy strong ability only available on Pokemon as a hidden ability, which at the end of every turn raises a random stat, potentially even evasion, by 2 stages and lowers another by 1. It's like speed boost on crack and predictably snowballs out of control very fast, pun intended. It's really not even fair. It makes Glily actually good, if not downright broken. What an upgrade. Glily also gets a Mega with Refrigerate, very funny name, which is the ice version of Pixelate and Aerolate, and is predictably insane on a type so intensely offensive focused. Explosion is the funniest option, for sure, but Return, Giga Impact, and Double Edge all have pretty strong arguments, and the boost going exclusively to attack, special attack, and speed make the intent pretty obvious. Mega Glily is a funny one-trick pony, although it has no use outside of that, honestly. Female Snorunt can also evolve into Frostlass when given a Dawnstone, which is a very different Pokemon from Glalie, min-maxed entirely into speed with mediocre stats everywhere else, but also running the ridiculously offensive Ice Ghost type, which gives a lot of presence as a glass cannon. Snowcloak is an obviously fantastic ability, which gives Frostlass a bit more potential to survive a turn, and Cursed Body is questionable given its frailty. You only use Cursed Body Frostlass in Smogon fanfiction metas where Cloak is banned. Frostlass is neat, but you'd have a lot of trouble making dedicated hail work in this game, which is a necessary crutch for this one. Also, big rip on the no mega thing. The Super Rod from Moss Deep opens up a few options too, nothing earth-shattering though. Staryu, found in Lily Cove, and Starmie remain strong waters with good coverage. Analytic is an odd hidden ability given Starmie is quite fast, but it hardly matters when its best attribute is being a water with Thunderbolt and Dazzling Gleam. Corsalon 128 has gotten a hell of a hidden, Regenerator, which restores HP by 1/3 of the maximum when switched out. While it's still really weak statistically, it can turn Corsola into a nice wall in the right circumstances. In that same spot, Love Disc. It's still really comically bad, and Hydration as a hidden doesn't help much when it can't take a hit regardless. As nice as Wicking Off status is, it's the least of Love Disc's many concerns. Horsey's whole line gains Sniper in Generation 4, which boosts critical hit damage and is therefore unreliable, although funny. Meanwhile, they got Damp as a hidden, which is an ability that is good in a situation that you're hunting Shiny Voltorb and very few other times. There's no reason to switch away from the insane Rain Dance, where especially in Rain, Kingdra's type and decent stats, plus Dragon Dance obviously, make it a really strong option. Meanwhile, Moss Deep is looking fantastic. The darker grass and cobblestone paths make the place feel really developed, which fits with the Space Center, which itself has been completely overhauled. Getting to go down to the landing pad and see the rocket up close is a really neat detail, as are the many small attractions inside the center, a model rocket ship, an astronaut faceboard, and a seating area with a view of the rocket for launches. Moss Deep definitely feels like it's been lovingly touched up to really sell it as one of Hoenn's most advanced cities. Tate and Liza's gym has been redesigned for a 3rd time. Thematically, the platform floating over the void is pretty sick. However, the puzzle is kinda just bouncing between them across the one line available, occasionally with a second path for an extra fight, but it's pretty thoughtless beyond dodging a few extra trainers if you want to do that for some reason. Both prior versions of this gym required at least some forward thinking, so it's kinda sad to see it gutted this way. As for the twins, little needs to be said about the Solrock Lunatone thing. They absolutely should have copied Emerald's homework on this one. Immediately after the gym, the game gets a bit too dramatic for my liking, with a cutscene where a giant laser shoots out of Route 128. What is this, a Marvel picture? This event basically serves to spoon-feed you the location of the underwater cavern, which, fair enough I guess, skimming the underwater is pretty dull. The game kinda paints the big explosion as an urgent situation, but, there's nothing going on. Steven and some randoms whine and life goes on. It feels kind of weird to have it at all, and it really isn't even explained what it is. I think it was Team Aqua and Magma drilling into the cave? As for the underwater friends, Chinchou and Lantern gain Water Absorb as a hidden, which is a funny counterpart to Volt Absorb, giving Lantern natural mind games, although that's assuming anyone would target with either type, and it doesn't save Lantern from its stats. Clampro's evolution items are more accessible here, and the extra content I'll be touching on soon gives you plenty of runway to grind stuff up, but it always feels weird to have a water you need so many water types to get. Regardless, Clampro gets Rattled as a hidden, while more relevantly, Huntail gets Water Veil, which prevents burns, kinda reasonable given it's a physical mon, but Swift Swim is just so juicy, and gives it a niche over the usually better Gyarados. God bless Waterfall, makes every physical fish usable. Gorbis instead gets Hydration, which while good is worse than Swift Swim, pretty categorically. In rain though, Gorbis remains pretty decent. Relicanth, like Huntail, has been made substantially more usable through the existence of physical water moves, and Sturdy as a hidden does prevent it from getting smacked around immediately. It's a good choice for non-rain team builds, although Relicanth is barely above the line of a do-nothing Pokemon. The Regis are also made available by Dive using the same puzzles and locations from Ruby and Sapphire with only very minor tweaks, although this is definitely a case of if it ain't broke, and it's one of the few puzzle elements to survive auras. To say that the Regis do the same shit they did before, that being nothing, would be an understatement. Their gimmick of doing nothing to no end remains intact, although a wider array of options makes the Showdown stall memes even funnier. Clear Body is usually optimal, it's just a good ability, especially for stall, but the Regis of all, or 2/3, have gotten abilities that aid in stall. Regirock gets Sturdy, it's a crazy powerful ability, but unless you're doing an explosion gimmick, I find it hard to imagine you getting too much use out of it. Regice gets Ice Body. Given it's the least offensive of the trio and has the worst defensive type in the game, it's questionable. On a dedicated Hail team, I guess, but it's a tough sell. Registeel gets Light Metal, an ability that halves its weight, which makes Registeel maybe survive a low kick, and makes it take more damage from Heat Crash to some extent that I'm too lazy to calculate out. The point is, just give it Clear Body. Also, you can't get any of these hiddens anyway, so whatever. On the topic of Dive, it also allows access to 3 new areas, the Secret Islet, Secret Shore, and Secret Meadow, which all serve the identical function of hosting secret bases you acquire via Street Pass, or more relevantly for most people, via QR code. It's enjoyable to see other players' bases, and made it more exciting to make it your own at some point in the past, but the big draw is teams of Blissey holding Toxic Orbs. Unlike the post-game, they'll be limited to level 50 instead of 100, but even so, they're far and away the game's best experience mill, and are a pretty invaluable service in the late game for grinding stuff up if you're trying to finish the Pokedex. They are quite possibly the strongest method of grinding in the series, as far as traditional grinding goes anyway, before experience candies. I guess that's enough stalling. Let's progress the story and open the floodgates. Seafloor Cavern remains surprisingly faithful. I love that both teams decorate their submarine to match their signature Pokemon. The Sharpedo sub especially looks clean. Pretty much every element is intact, from the shorter sections with the currents to the maze-like design. The strength puzzle has been reworked a bit with a pretty clever solution, I think, where interacting with both sides of the puzzle forces you to reset, which is sort of a fun little trick. Archie and Maxie are pretty notably buffed. Both use the Megas as their aces, obviously. Maxie's Mega Camera Up tries to set up Curse and Yawn, and Archie's Mega Sharpedo plays incredibly aggro with Poison Fang and Crunch. Archie especially is a surprisingly threatening dude, and both also have a new party member. Maxie gets an exploding Weezing, like a volcano, and Archie gets a pretty bulky Muk that tries to poison you or lower stats with Venom Drench. While these two don't tie a playstyle together, they're both decently bulky and potentially annoying, and probably have some symbolism insofar as the way both characters ultimately cause ruin through their plans, specifically Muk being liquid pollution, although the explosion thing isn't lost on me either. The scenes here definitely work better than they had before. The second-in-commands sell the urgency of pulling back from the plan better, their leader's denial and obsession is played up really well, and the cutscenes of the box legendaries rising from the sea is really exciting, plus the arena you fight the bosses in too. Everything comes together to make you mostly forget how goofy the villains are and to sell the intensity of the situation a bit better, which does make the leader's turn to regret a bit more jarring if I'm being nitpicky. Despite my feelings on how Sootopolis fits Hoenn, if it's gonna be here, this is a hell of a way to do it. The way the water reflects the stars at night, oof. The dark grass, the marbled stone, the reflection of the rim on the crater in the water too, plus the ornate gate for the Cave of Origin and the tree brought to Hoenn by AZ, who's a lore character for another video, we'll get to it eventually. This city is stacked with improvements, beautiful little details, it almost makes me fall in love with the place, although presently, it's either very hot or very wet. The sun and rain work a bit different during this period than they typically do, having more extreme effects, which is kinda low impact due to how fast you'll probably head to the Cave of Origin, but it's still kind of interesting. There's a bit too much pomp and circumstance entering the cave, the villain leaders give you a child-sized hazard suit they had laying around, everyone talks about how big and important it is, it's cramped and kind of shoots the exciting pacing in the foot a little bit. The cave itself is still a straight shot to the bottom, but the legendaries have snazzy new rooms coated in lava or water, which one has which should be pretty obvious, matching crystals, and they get some really slick little intros. The two are fought in their primal forms, which they automatically change into when switched in while holding the blue orb for Kyogre or the red orb for Groudon, and they're functionally megas, although they don't count towards the 1 mega limit. You can run 6 primal Groudons if you really want, and it's absurd. And automatically changing on Switch lowers their flexibility a little bit, but makes them bulkier from the get-go. You're probably thinking, Kyogre and Groudon were already good, and don't need megas. And this sounds kinda broken. And yep, they're both really, really good. With Groudon basically being the second best Pokemon in this game, and the entire next generation, arguably the first. The Primals each have upgraded versions of Drizzle and Drought, both of which are pretty good to say the least, and are generally menaces. Kyogre does what it already did but better, with a decent bump to its specials and a huge spike to its attack, which mostly goes underutilized in favor of Calm Mind boosting sets based around Origin Pulse, a very moderately more accurate Hydro Pump, as well as some special coverage, T-Bolt, Ice Beam, etc. As for the Primordial Sea, it serves as a form of semi-permanent rain, staying active as long as Kyogre remains on the field and dissipating when Kyogre is switched out. In addition, the heavy rain it summons can't be replaced by normal weather moves or abilities, and can only be replaced with Groudon or Rayquaza's equivalents, and fire moves will fail if used as opposed to just being weakened. Kyogre is really, really good at doing what it already did. It uses really strong water attacks, calm minds, maybe rests, and its crazy rain support in doubles, but the heavy rain being localized to Kyogre is a double-bladed sword that makes it really powerful as an individual mon, but bad singles team support for rain setting, which is kinda interesting. Also notably, Kyogre is basically the only counter to Groudon, ending its game warping Sun to get in for a powerful water move if it can come out second, which leads to slowness wars between the two, which is very amusing to try to establish whether betterer. Groudon, inversely, has been made unstoppable. Becoming ground fire upon primal reversion isn't that much of a hindrance when water moves are negated by Desolate Land, with a nice benefit of making it ice neutral as well, and really ruining Kyogre's day. Opposite Kyogre, Groudon has had its physical stats get a nice buff while its specials improve massively. Nice for instant solar beams and getting some use out of its new fire stab like Lava Plume, plus Groudon has a slick new signature move in Precipice Blade, a ground type move with 120 base power, if only it were boosted by Sun. Groudon is wildly versatile, it sets stealth rocks, it has good spread moves and doubles, and maintains Sun incredibly well. It just generally hits hard, it can throw around Stone Edge, it has Swords Dance, it can do so many things and do them insanely well, there's no bad options. It turns out that 770 is a big enough number to decimate any and all normal Pokemon, and this makes these two really fun fights as well. Even at only level 45, they're a menacing pair that can wear down stuff even 20 levels higher than them in a matter of turns, and trample all over dedicated weather. Beyond just spamming strong moves, Groudon has Rest and Kyogre has Aqua Ring, which make both a constant battle to keep at low health, all while taking some of the biggest hits the game can manage. It's a hell of a climax for the legendary storyline, genuinely tough, loaded with cool cutscenes, so good, they nailed everything here. It's perfect. I even think the Primals are just cool looking bosses in general, very striking with the energy lines and everything. I think really the only thing I could complain about is these guys might be a little overpowered, maybe just a little bit. The post-game effectively starts at this point, and it is quite dense to say the least. The conclusion of the Groudon Kyogre stuff is a bit much for me. I like the villains getting a bit of a reflective send-off, but then my rival comes and starts telling me how depressing it is that I saved the world while slapping them around, and they never could have done it, then abruptly brush it off so you don't feel too bad. It's just kind of rubbing salt in the wound that the rival gets shafted so hard, and I really don't need to be handheld through knowing that taming biblical monsters was badass. Steven finally coughs up the Eon Flute, the best item in the game, which opens up Soaring, a less convenient but cooler fly clone. When used, the player can ride Megalodios or Latios, depending on version, over a tiny cheapified Hoenn, which I think is very charming to look at, and which controls surprisingly well, with cute animations to boot, like the twirl before starting a boost. While it initially might seem a little useless, Soaring has many benefits, namely access to Mirage Islands, the daily one and the special ones, and I'll loop back to all that noise soon, and to unique soaring encounters that include some cool stuff as well, and that ain't even all of it. In addition to this, more avenues to get new Pokemon appear, several events open up in previous areas, whether that be special encounters or Megastones appearing, but also almost every area with wild encounters, with only a few small exceptions, has 3 new Pokemon exclusively available as hidden Pokemon, with the bullshit excuse that the legendary incident messed with migration patterns. Sir, that's a dog. How did it migrate to an island? Needless to say, there's a lot going on, and I'm gonna throw a timestamp here if you just want to get on with it. But it is kinda interesting that if you're planning to get all this stuff, you have enough runway to add something to your team and probably have it battle ready by the time you loop back to playing the game. I would know because I did it in Alpha Sapphire. Let's hop to the new stuff in old places then, and let's start stupid. Getting Regigigas is so cryptic and bizarre I'm not sure what to make of it. The hints are hard to describe as such, and after the game's launch it took several days to uncover this, despite the Pokemon fan hive mind being hot on the case. Regigigas is found in Island Cave, same as Regice, although I'm not quite sure how you'd know this. To be fair, if you were going in blind, you'd probably bring the Regis with you, as a few other things in this game have a similar requirement, and I guess the tombs are as good as anywhere to look. It's the everything else that makes it bizarrely difficult. For one, your Regis needs to be nicknamed. To the best of my knowledge, and seemingly anyone else's as far as Google says, this is unconveyed. I personally never name legendaries. As one-offs, their names typically don't need differentiation, and I imagine that's not that unusual. Not to mention, Regice needs to be holding an ice-based item. Never melt ice in the icicle plate are the most obvious, and the hint for this is that if you take Regice to Mauville Hills, there's a girl who says ice cream repeatedly, and who will give you a Castelia cone, which is a healing item, typically doing nothing when held by a Pokemon. It's all just a bit clunky and obtuse, and instead of being fun and unique idea like the Braille was for the prior Regis, which had simple puzzles that required some real-life research, is a really obtuse puzzle that doesn't really encourage you to think or learn, just kind of know somehow. The tragedy of Regigigas, the large, is well known. A normal type with 670 base stat total, 160 that in attack. Sounds pretty fun. It has good coverage, the elemental punches, knockoff, earthquake, stone edge, a signature move in crush grip that hurts enemies at high health more, it's decently bulky, and it has the worst ability of all time. Slow start halves Regigigas' attack and speed for 5 turns after it's sent out, rocking it down to a mediocre 80 attack and a pitiful 50 speed. If it switches out, the timer resets. Unless your opponent is a complete buffoon, or you get some lottery winner odds on protect spam, it makes Regigigas delicious setup food and makes it functionally useless in singles. Thankfully, ability swapping lets it be a funny doubles trick, although it is still kinda limited there, where double targeting can push through it, but at least it can situationally live up to how cool it should be. Hoenn's eastern sea routes are dominated by 3 hidden Pokemon. Firstly, Finneon, which becomes Lumineon at 31, both pure water, but gaining some unique coverage from their butterfly-like designs with bug moves like U-turn and Silverwind, and flying moves like Tailwind, although this is far and away the only interesting thing the pair have going on. Swift Swim, Storm Drain, and Water Veil are all very standard water abilities, with Swift Swim being the best on rain teams and the extra immunity without rain. Meanwhile, Lumineon lives up to the meme of being the most forgettable Pokemon by having the most mediocre stats imaginable, maxing out at a 91 for its speed. It's just downright unimpressive in every way. Frillish is a bit more interesting. Its male and female forms have very distinct appearances, although they're otherwise identical, and evolve at 40 into 2 equally distinct forms of Jellicent. And the whole bunch are Water Ghosts, which pairs up real nicely with it being a huge special wall, given its pretty good set of resistances and immunity to Rapid Spin, which lets it prevent an opponent from removing hazards. Water Absorb is the best ability, giving it another immunity on top of it, but Curse Body is amusing too. Damp is mostly useless, as both Self-Destruct and Explosion are normal and therefore don't hurt Jellicent anyway. If anything, you're giving yourself more work to do. It's a bit of a slow and passive Pokemon to use, mainly burning with Scald or Will-O-Wisp, and otherwise kinda just recovering, which makes it more suited for competitive than the main game, but it is rather cool in that role. Alola is similarly a water wall, although lacking the ghost typing, but having a slurry of healing abilities. Healer for its few doubles appearances, Hydration, which can be a neat trick in rain, and Regenerator, you know, on a 165 base HP Pokemon. As you can imagine, it's hard to kill. Like Jellicent, it's pretty passive, even more so really, and very limited to competitive play where pivoting is more useful. It typically scalds or toxics, and then uses Wish to heal its allies, which is still good, but not very exciting to use in the game's story. Shoal Cave gets some fresh ice types. Dugong is water ice and can be bred into the pure water seal if you want, I suppose. In addition to Thick Fat, which it's had since Gen 3, it also gets Hydration and Ice Body, which are both solid weather abilities for it, giving it a space on each type of team, even though it's statistically pretty mediocre and needs to really lean into weather to be viable, I think, especially when competing with Walrein. Delibird is still Delibird. Its stats are terrible, Ice Flying is bad, and its hidden ability is a cruel punchline. In addition to Hustle, a usually not great ability, and Vital Spirit, which prevents sleep, It gets Insomnia, a moderately worse version of Idle Spirit that functions identically but lacks the out-of-battle effect to make Pokemon appear at the upper limit of their level range in the wilds. Just a brutal lack of care for Delibird. Cubchoo is Pure Ice and becomes Beartic at 37. Both have Snow Cloak as their primary abilities, which is obviously fantastic, while Cubchoo has the situational Rattled and Beartic has Swift Swim, which gives it a very novel niche on rain teams as a non-water type, and it appreciates the boost as it's rather slow. Beartic is moderately bulky, although the typing is certainly not helping with that, but its standout realistically is its solid attack. Beyond Icicle Crash, it actually has some really solid coverage moves like Aqua Jet, Brick Break, Rock Slide, and the like, which make it quite fun and interesting to use in hail or rain, although it pretty heavily needs one or the other to be successful. Mount Pyre has Ninetales counterpart Growlithe, which evolves via Firestone and Arcanine. In addition to the extremely good Intimidate and funny but situational Flash Fire, the duo now also have the very situational Justified, although dark moves do come up, and unlike most Pokemon with the ability, they don't resist dark moves, making it a tad more likely to happen. But Intimidate is still, you know. Flare Blitz is a nice bonus for Arcanine, giving it a solid stab, and it's bulky enough to eat a bit of damage off of it. Although Arcanine has definitely become less impressive as Pokemon have become more min-maxed, it's still got numbers in the right places to be a really solid fire with a few unique tools like Extreme Speed. Bronzor is the very odd Steel Psychic and evolves into Bronzong at 33. Their biggest gimmick is having both Levitate and Heat Proof, which halves the power of fire moves used against it, making trying to attack it for weakness a bit of a coin flip. They also have Heavy Metal as a hidden, which does basically nothing. Before the Steel nerf, Bronzong was only weak to ground and fire, which made the gimmick very funny, however Ghost and Dark are on the table now too. Thankfully, its resistance spread is still quite insane, and its huge defenses can make it a headache. Predictably from its type and questionable non-defensive stats, Bronzong is a bit of a do-nothing. It can spread Toxic and shoot off Stealth Rocks, I guess, and Gyro Ball hits decently with its terrible speed, but it's less exciting to use than it looks like it would be. LGM is Pure Psychic and evolves into Behem at 42. They're a series of prolonged alien jokes, and the evolution level is a fairly obvious reference to the Hitchhiker's Guide. I think these are some of the more forgotten Pokemon, but I quite like them. Telepathy usually does nothing, Synchronize is usually useful, but also, unlike Starmie, these boys are slow. And Analytic is a nice boost if you're moving last. Behem is very, very min-max with a really strong special attack, decent special defense, and that's it. By Gen 6, Pre-Psychic is less and less in demand, and Behem's coverage isn't even that crazy. Gardevoir has Thunderbolt and Shadow Ball too, plus a strong secondary type, a Mega, a Speed stat. It's a usable Pokemon for the one big number alone, but Psychics have so many options with way less issues. The Safari Zone has Kakuna, which is basically unchanged, although Weedle has Runaway as a hidden. More importantly, Beedrill's gotten Sniper as hidden, which is probably more useful than Swarm, honestly. Beedrill tends to go from full health to 0 without stopping in between. Oh yeah, it also got a crazy Mega that turns it from one of the worst Pokemon ever made to pretty good but linear, sucking out its useless special attack and pushing it up to 140 speed and 150 attack. It's the glassiest, cannoniest glass cannon ever made. Oh yeah, it has adaptability too. Its biggest issue is that in Gen 6, Megas don't instantly get their speed as they do in Gen 7, leaving it very open. Also notably, if you're playing against a human, the second they see Beedrill, they absolutely know what your plan is. Send it in, click Cross Scissor or Poison Jab depending on what move is more useful against whatever opponent, and that's it. Mega Beedrill is awesome, straightforward, simple, and obvious, but also so strong it can kinda succeed anyway, usually. Pidgeotto evolves into 36 at Pidgeot and can also breed down to Pidgey, and Pidgeot is fast and pretty depressing everywhere else. Keen Eye protects its accuracy, which is nice given how the AI can be, and Big Pex protects its defense, which is a bit more situational, although wild Pokemon often have Leer, and you'd be hard pressed to call Tangled Feet anything but situational. Like Beedrill, Pidgeot also has a fresh new Mega, one that goes in a very strange direction, completely upending Pidgeot into a fast special attacker with no guard. You click Hurricane and Hyper Beam, and that's about it. It has one hyper-specific use. If your opponent has Stone Edge, you die instantly, and if you get walled, it's over. It's a bit of a mess. It can do some big damage, but it's linear as hell. To round out all the Megas in the area, Baneri is pure normal and becomes Lopunny with high friendship. Baneri has Runaway, Klutz, which prevents it from using held items and is generally bad, and Limber, which prevents paralysis, and when it evolves, Runaway becomes Cute Charm. Lopunny is a bit odd. It's a fast defensive normal. What it's meant to be doing is kind of a giant question mark. Thankfully, its Mega is much more of a normal Pokemon, becoming half fighting and just turning into a lightning-fast physical glass cannon, and its stabs are both obviously quite good. It doesn't even fear Ghost thanks to Scrappy. Moves like High Jump Kick and Return, among others, make it very threatening, easy to use little dude that's fun to play with thanks to hitting everything and anything pretty well. Route 21 has Hypno, the evolved form of Drowsy. In addition to Insomnia, in Generation 4, Hypno gained Forewarn, a usually useless ability that shows you the opponent's strongest move, and Inner Focus is its hidden. Given that Hypno attracts a lot of dark moves, this ain't so bad, but it's all pretty situational. Hypno suffers from the same problem most pure psychics do. They have too much good competition, and as a special defender with mediocre stats everywhere else, Hypno just has nothing to do that other better psychics can't. Aipom gained an evolution in Gen 4, the ugly-ass Ambipom, which maintains its pure normal type, and it evolves into when leveled up knowing double hit, which Aipom learns at 32. Aipom has Runaway and Pickup, which is unfortunately not as strong as it once was, and also gains Skill Link as its hidden, which is a great ability, but Ambipom's only multi-hits are Fury Swipes and Double Hit, which are okay at best. Thankfully, Ambipom drops Runaway for Technician, and with its good speed and decent attack, it can do some funny tricks with Fake Out and even Double Hit, but in the long line of physical normals, it's certainly not impressing. As I said before, Scorched Slab is now a very bland dungeon, simple, empty, very boring encounters, and when you come back, there's Flannery, who advertises something weird in the basement, a giant floating ring of lore, and we'll get to the lore later. But this ring takes you to the Rainbow Hell, presumably to nerf the extremely overpowered Dusk Balls that trivialize most legendaries, and there you'll find Heatron, a Generation 4 legendary most notable for having a 50-50 gender ratio, which is very bizarre for legendaries, but also notable for being really, really good. Fire Steel is a hell of a type to say the least, and Heatron is both absurdly bulky on top of that, and has 130 special attack to throw around really strong lava plumes, or Magma Storm if you want to use its signature. It's a very beefed up version of Fire Spin. And Earth powers, while also setting Stealth Rocks. It really only fears ground, and it's a general pain to deal with. Flash Fire gives it an extra immunity too, and can boost it on a good switch. Its hidden is Flame Body, but you can't get this in this game, and Flash Fire's probably better anyway. Heatron is simple to use, you can slap it on basically any team, and it's just going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. Plus with no requirement, if you really wanted to make the Elite Four pay, this is a pretty good choice. Route 118 has Raticate, the evolution of Rattata, and in addition to Runaway and Guts, have gotten the usually not great hustle. While decent in the early game of the games it's normally in, it's fairly low on the fast physical normal type spectrum, even compared to something like Linoon, which has Belly Drum and a bit more utility. It's hard to justify adding something like this to a team this close to the end. Luxio is pure electric and evolves from Shinx at 15 and into Luxray at 30, and they're basically the good version of Manectric. Rivalry is situational, but Intimidate and Guts are both huge. You can't go wrong with either, although I'm a big Intimidate fan. And the line are the first proper physical electrics, a bit middling everywhere but attack, but absolutely killer there. It is a bit reliant on exactly Thunder Fang, although Wild Charge is good if you can manage the recoil, but it also gets Crunch and even Fire Fang if you want to breed for it. Even among all of Hoenn, Luxray is a pretty novel electric, which is something you can't say for most of the game, and with some good abilities, I think it's a pretty cool choice. Oh yeah, the boat. I kinda forgot about it. The abandoned ship now has a name, the Sea Mauville, and so much has changed it's ridiculous. Most of it for the better. From the second you see it in the distance, slanted up into the sky, you can tell how important this little place was to someone. The Sea Mauville is given a whole tiny storyline, arguably multiple. The ship stands as a habitat for Pokemon and an interactive museum. You can even donate money to help with upkeep, although this is just world building and doesn't do anything. But there's also a lot of interesting stuff to read on the history of the place. Watson's company ran the ship, but various other characters worked on it, like Captain Stern, and it has a mostly unpleasant history. It's honestly surprising how flagrantly evil the ship was. Overworking employees with slogans like maintain top quality, give up your sanity, research into infinite energy, which is X and Y lore. Doc, who's Captain Stern's right-hand man, turns Watson in for getting the project shut down after revealing how much pollution and destruction it's causing. Ruby and Sapphire were definitely environmentally conscious and against humanity meddling with nature, but this goes into some very real directions with the environmental impact of mining and workers' rights. It's certainly bold and interesting to say the least. A little more touching are the letters from Professor Cosmo to his father, detailing the decline of his marriage and the loss of his family as he's stuck on the boat, and it ties into the treasure room later, as the elder Cosmo is looking for the Skitty doll his son gave him, which you help him locate inadvertently, and it's a very touching little conclusion to the story. The puzzle's a little bit weaker here. It's a bit less gimmicky, mostly just requiring you to bounce between the two halves of the ship with dive. Although there's a few cute bits, like the final room being on the ship's exterior, or having to get a key from a fisherman who accidentally snagged it. Also, the treasure room is stacked. On top of Ice Beam, it's got the Beedrillite, 4 nuggets, and 8 big nuggets, which is just tremendous money. The Sea Mauville is a great area. It's honestly so refreshing to see an area with so much to say at the player's leisure without characters just blabbing and dragging you around. I love it. Spiritomb can be encountered aboard the Mauville and has one of the series' funniest and strangest encounter methods. One room displays a message when entered. It feels like you're being watched. And the corner has a note talking about the odd keystone, the item needed to encounter Spiritomb in Generation 4. Pausing the game here causes it to jump scare you when unpaused. It's very silly and fitting for a ghost. Spiritomb shares its typing with Sableye, Ghost Dark, which is still a really good type in spite of Fairy, and Spiritomb is pretty intentionally stally, with good defenses and pressure to chip down PP. It also has Infiltrator as a hidden, but good luck getting that. Spiritomb's an odd one. It's a pain to kill, but it also doesn't do a lot. Pursuit is a good move, Will-O-Wisp is a good move, and so is Toxic. Its attacking stats aren't so bad that it's useless, and of course there's always elaborate doubles tricks, but Mega Sableye's existence kinda makes it less interesting, and it's a little slow to get things done for in-game teams. In the flooded basement of the Sea Mauville, the scanner can be found. However, this time it's traded for the Clear Bell in Omega Ruby or the Title Bell in Alpha Sapphire, which can be brought back to the Mauville to go through rings and encounter Ho-Oh on the upper deck or Lugia in the flooded basement respectively, which is a cute parallel to their homes in prior games. If you're guessing that they're still good, yep. Lugia's Psychic Flying type is still great defensively, as are those massive numbers, and its signature move Aeroblast hasn't aged a day. Crazy that a 100 base power flying move with an increased crit chance is still good, I know. Pressure was always okay on it, and still is, but it's such a shame it can't get its hidden. Multi-scale halves the damage it takes from moves at full health. Add in Recover and, it'd be so good. While not an all-out attacker, as many of the best Pokemon are, Lugia is a pretty unbreakable monster at times, and hits hard enough. This is another crazy game breaker if you didn't have enough with your cover legendary. Ho-Oh also has eaten good. Fire Flying has definitely become more disadvantageous competitively, although Stealth Rock is less common in Ubers, for what that's worth. But that barely matters when it has Regenerator as a hidden. Mad shame that you can't get it. And Ho-Oh is still a bit too killy for pressure, although it makes the fight more intense. Still a huge wall, its Titanic attack makes it a force, and it has better options now too. Brave Bird is hilariously good, and it just recovers the damage off with Roost, and its signature Sacred Fire is now a Titanic physical move that burns on a coin flip. This guy's gotten better with age, and is a fantastic partner on Sun teams especially. The sea routes along Western Hoenn have some pretty different Pokemon from the eastern half. Krabby evolves into Kingler at 28, and I guess being a physical water gives it some niche, but also Gyarados. Every ability it has is good. Hyper Cutter protects its attack, Shell Armor takes away chance by preventing crits, and Sheer Force leverages its gigantic attack into some crazy strong hits. I'm not going to say it's unusable, but there are a lot of physical water options that have been long available to use, unfortunately. The route also has version exclusives. Not only that, but they are some of the very few Gen 6 Pokemon to show up in the game, which is honestly kind of bizarre given how little this game needed even more waters. Omega Ruby gets Skrelp, which is water poison, but to its credit, when it evolves into Dragalge, it gets the extremely fun Dragon Poison type. Poison Point is a bit questionable, but Poison Touch gives all of its contact moves a poison chance, which has some interesting utility with its dragon moves and heavy water coverage, but man, I love adaptability on this thing. It's a shame that it's pretty weird statistically. It has massive special defense and okay special attack, but it's hard to say what it's meant to be doing. It resists a lot of stuff, yeah, but it certainly can't sit around on Toxic as well as other poisons, and can't be as aggro as most dragons. It's a cool Pokemon, but integrating it this late is kinda dicey. Also, it evolves at level 48, which is ridiculously high, and no, it's not a Gen 5 Pokemon, so I don't know why it's like that. Sapphire gets Clauncher, Pure Water, which becomes Clawitzer at 37, both only having Mega Launcher as a semi-signature ability. A really unique little ability that boosts the power of Pulse and Aura moves by 50%, effectively giving Clauncher Stab on Aura Sphere, Dark Pulse, and Dragon Pulse, Double Stab on Water Pulse, which makes it some really big number, and boosts how much Heal Pulse recovers, which is a novel double trick, I guess. As you can tell, Clotzer has quite broad coverage due to this, which helps it stand out in the crowded realm of special attacking waters, and it has quite a massive special attack on top of that, although every other stat is middling to low. I can't lie though, Clotzer is crazy fun, simple as. You get a good bit of unique moves waters rarely get, which lets it smack around a lot of things most waters can't. The design is killer, it's just good. Route 111's desert gets a few new guys that match the theme. A bunch of guys that go great on sand teams, basically. Gible, Dragon Ground, evolves into Gobite at 24, and into the absolute meta unit Garchomp at 48. Being Gen 4 pseudo-legendary, it's basically run Flygon out of business. Hell, they have Sandvale as a primary. It doesn't even need this to be good, but goddamn does it help. In formats where that's banned, Rough Skin could be worse, and helps wear down opponents. At 130 attack and 102 speed, its role is pretty obvious. You click Outrage and or Earthquake, and your opponent cries. Although it's not a slouch anywhere statistically, given the 600 base stat total of pseudo-legendaries, it can take a few non-ice hits, although Fairy is a notable thorn given its immunity to Outrage. Garchomp is a hell of a pick, it's just flat great, which makes its mega a bit interesting. It's arguably worse than the standard form in most ways, or at least not worth it over other megas, especially given that you need to capture 1,000 flags to get it, which takes several hours even when you're cheating. Don't get me wrong, the numbers are titanic. 170 is a big fucking attack, and Sand Force makes it even crazier in sand, but 130 already decimates most stuff. It's overkill, and that 10 speed drop is pretty devastating. It's way bulkier and even has great special attack, but Garchomp is already great without the Mega. It already gets the job done, twisted the meta, it's a crazy pick, and you're better using your Mega slot to improve a Pokemon that actually needs the boost. Sandile becomes Krokorok at 29, and then Crocodile, like the Russian drug, at 40. I personally prefer calling it Sand Gyarados. Ground Dark, it has Intimidate and Moxie, which are both great, and also has Anger Point, which is the most potentially good ability ever made. Crocodile has the big attack, but leaves a lot to be desired elsewhere, and its type has a surprising number of common holes. Fighting, Ice, Fairy, Water, it's a lot to deal with. But you can pull some funny stuff between Earthquake, Pursuit, and a bit of coverage. It's a lot of work, generally, but Moxie can snowball like crazy, and I mean, Intimidate. It's definitely not terrible. Double is something entirely different, Bug Rock to be precise, and becomes Crustle at 34. These adorable little hermit crabs are shell smashers. They need those attack and speed boosts badly, and have plenty of defense to burn. The type is surprisingly neutral defensively, but Rock and Bug both have some strong offensive tools, hitting a ton of relevant stuff if Crustle can get set up, which is the hard part. Sturdy helps immensely with the setup part, but Weak Armor has potential, helping you get speed early to get up to speed, but the defense drops add up pretty fast. And Shell Armor is typically good, but doesn't aid much in the setup process. What I'm saying, ultimately, is Crustle's a really fun Pokemon to use if you can tolerate the work needed to get into a position where it can shine. In Lava Ridge, the lady who gave you the Wynot egg gives you a fresh egg to hatch, and it's a Togepi, which is freshly retyped to Fairy, which is a nice bonus in the line. With High Friendship, it becomes Togetic, and a Shiny Stone makes it into Togekiss, both being the solid Fairy Flying typing. In addition to Hustle and Serene Grace, which doubles the chance of a move having a bonus effect, it now has Super Luck, which increases the chance for it to get critical hits, but let's be honest, Serene Grace is too funny. I'm happy to just click Roost and Ancient Power and Metronome, plus Dazzling Gleam is a killer stab. Both special stats are good, and Fairy ain't exactly a common type in Hoenn. If you want to try one to cream Drake, this is a good option if you're not into Azumarill or Mega Mawile. Sorry, Sapphire boys. On Jagged Pass, Mankey evolves into Primeape at 28, both pure fighting. Initially just having Vital Spirit, Primeape has gained the equally situational Anger Point, but more relevantly has Defiance as a hidden, the physical version of competitive that boosts attack twice when hit with a stat drop. It slightly punishes Intimidate, but is also great against general stat reduction spam that isn't infrequent in NPCs, and is Primeape's standout ability. Primeape is respectably fast and hard-hitting, but can't take hits and lacks standout moves or features that harder-hitting fightings like Machamp and Hariyama have, or more versatile ones like Mega Medicham. Ponyta and its evolution Rapidash benefit mostly from having more physical moves to use, beyond like Stomp. Physical fire moves are a shallow pool, and Flare Blitz is risky for Rapidash, but it also gets stuff like Poison Jab and Wild Charge, which are really fun. Alongside Runaway and Flash Fire, Rapidash gets Flame Body, but the extra immunity is probably best. Rapidash ain't that much of a hit taker, and there are a decent few physical fires in this game that do more interesting stuff, I think. The Tyrogue and Hitmon's thing is a bit convoluted, but I'll try to keep it quick and clean. Tyrogue isn't worth using, obviously, but in addition to Guts now has Steadfast and Vital Spirit, the evolutions are more worth talking about. With attack higher than defense, Tyrogue becomes Hitmonlee. Its attack is good, as is its special bulk, but it could really use some speed to keep up with the stronger fighting types. However, it has some fun tricks. Limber was an okay ability, but Gen 4 gave it Reckless, which boosts the power of moves that have recoil or crash damage. As far as Hitmonlee is concerned, this just makes its already crazy high jump kick even crazier. It's a linear strategy, but it works surprisingly well. Unburden is also decently interesting. Doubling its speed would be huge, but Hitmonlee admittedly has a hard time losing an item. It isn't exactly surviving the berry range often. Still, both of its later abilities can give it some pretty standout stuff if things go right for it. With defense above attack, Tyrogue becomes Hitmonchan, a little bit slower than its cousin, but more liable to survive a hit. Hitmonchan's decent coverage has blossomed with more punching moves coming into existence, and Gen 4 gave it Iron Fist for a decent boost on a variety of moves it already liked to use. Bullet Punch, Mach Punch, the Elemental Punches, Drain Punch. You get a bit pigeonholed in these moves, but there's a nice spread of types and effects that make Hitmonchan fun to use. It also has Keen Eye and Inner Focus, but those are too situational to consider over Iron Fist's solid consistency boost. Lastly, for the balanced attack and defense, Tyrogue becomes Hitmontop, somehow the bulkiest and most balanced of the three. Hitmontop's best trait is Intimidate, but Gen 4 also gave it Technician, which has proven itself to be a quite good ability, to say the least, and gives Hitmontop some funny options like Fake Out, Triple Kick, Rolling Kick, Aerial Ace, among others. It's not the most versatile Intimidator or Technician user, but it's a fun one either way, with a lot of options, and while it never hits the high of its cousins as far as damage output goes, it's definitely the easiest to use. Its hidden ability is Steadfast. You can stew over the potential uses for this on your own time, but I wouldn't. Route 115 has Unova's early route bird, Pidove, which becomes Tranquil at 21 and Unpheasant at 32. All boring old normal flying. And like Jellicent, Unpheasant has two distinct but otherwise identical male and female forms. The ultimate question of Unpheasant is why bother? Normal flying is a broad type even in Hoenn, and more interesting flying guys exist in general. Unpheasant lacks Swell's guts, it's not as speedy as Dodrio, and only barely harder hitting. Pidgeot at least has a Mega, and then you get to stuff like Pelipper and the dragons. It's just not unique in a loaded category of birds. Even their abilities aren't anything to write home about. Unpheasant gets Big Pecs, Super Luck, and Rivalry. All these abilities are fairly situational. Mischievous is pure Ghost and becomes Mismagius with Duststone, both having Levitate. Mismagius basically makes Mischievous a real Pokemon. Mischievous was a gimmicky little ghost that tried to pain split to victory. Mismagius just has solid special stats and speed, but dies to any non-stab bite. It's a decent special attacker. Beyond Shadow Ball, it has some neat coverage like Mystical Fire, Power Gem, Dazzling Gleam, Thunderbolt. Not a bad choice at all, and much more aggressive than Hoenn's native ghosts. Like their fellow Kanto Pink Blobby, the Clefairy line has seen the light of the fairy type, but they're all in, no half measures. Clefable has kind of stumbled upwards into greatness, from humble beginnings as an alright normal with a solid special stat and broad coverage, to gaining Magic Guard in Gen 4, a crazy ability that prevents all damage not from attacks, turning it into a superb wall, plus the ability to set hazards, to getting Unaware, which lets it ignore all opponents' stat boosts, crazy strong in conjunction with something like Cosmic Power, which boosts bolt defense, and now to becoming probably the strongest monotype in the game. Clefable just can't stop winning. Cleffa and Clefairy have Friend Guard as a hidden ability instead of Unaware, which hurts them solo but can make an Eviolite Chansey a decent buddy in lower stakes doubles. A 25% damage reduction to allies is really good. Clefable has a lot of freedom. Unaware makes boosting sets nearly unstoppable, while Magic Guard nullifies a lot of secondary strategies like hazards and weather. And with a crazy strong new stab that counters one of the Elite Four, I suppose, it's an easy Pokemon to consider. Inside Meteor Falls is Druddigon, a weirdly novel pure dragon, which in generations 1 through 4 was limited to Dragonite and Salamence pre-evolutions. Also sorta novel, I guess. It doesn't have any evolutionary relatives, it's just a dude. Hydreigon is a slow, moderately bulky dragon with good attack. The game plan is simple: click Outrage and hopefully you don't get fairy blocked. But it has some neat coverage too, like Superpower, Crunch, Sludge Bomb, just a little bit of everything. Sheer Force can give it a lot of extra oomph, Rough Skin dissuades hitting it, and Mold Breaker bypasses a lot of bullshit, Wonder Guard, Levitate, and so on, although Druddigon's broad coverage makes that less of an issue for it in general. Druddigon ain't the strongest dragon around, it's downright reasonable if anything, but I think it's a really customizable and fun Pokemon at the same time. Dino is Dark Dragon, and evolves at 50 in Azuelis, and again at 64 in Hydreigon. If those numbers seem really high, yes. Generation 5 used a different experience system, which made this more reasonable there, but after reverting back, it's an issue even in a game with grinding this good. The first two stages have Hustle, while Hydreigon switches to Levitate, and if you're a Godzilla fan like me, you probably recognize a lot of Ghidorah in this dude. And that's fitting for a crazy pseudo like this. Dark Dragon is a nice type, it's got a lot of weaknesses. Fairy is especially scary for it, obviously, but not as much in Hoenn. But it's also got a lot of resist too, and it can get some pretty crazy offensive pressure out. Hydreigon is all around terrific, not a stat below 90, and great special attack. Man's just an all around solid machine, gets some sick coverage too. Focus Blast goes hard. It's a crazy strong Pokemon, but maybe one that's a bit too much of a grind to actually use. Route 114 has Skorupi. It's Poison Bug, but becomes the extremely strong Poison Dark when it evolves into Drapion at 40. Drapion looks weird on its face. I mean, it's weird beyond its face. It's sort of fast, it has good attack, but it mostly has a lot of defense. Typically you run Battle Armor because Sniper and Keen-Eye are both situational as hell. The typing is the star, at one lone weakness, Ground, with Battle Armor and some boosts, specifically from Acupressure, which randomly raises the user's stats, it can get out of hand pretty quickly. Drapion can basically become an unstoppable little mess. It takes a lot of patience to set up with Acupressure because sometimes you just roll accuracy and that's not that helpful. Some bad luck can definitely spike it, but I will always love my Citizen Snips. Tympole is pure water and evolves at 25 into Palpitoad, gaining ground, then again at 36 into Seismitoad. Just some of the ugliest motherfuckers in this game, the whole line really. The Seismitoad art looks like they forgot to draw the depth in. My man Swampert at home has some good spots. It doesn't need to Mega to have Swift Swim for one, and like Swampert, succeeds in being decent at everything, just a little less so than Swampert. Water Absorb is a neat extra immunity for non-rain variants, and Poison Touch is pretty amusing, I guess. Although Hydration may have been pretty killer for a rest thing, had Seismitoad kept it from its pre-evolutions. Justifying Seismitoad is kinda hard. It's not even bad, but in a game that has, Swampert, it just looks a lot less interesting to use. Route 113 has Scraggy with the unique Dark Fighting type and becomes Scrafty at 39. Dark Fighting is a surprisingly neutral type beyond the, Fairy weakness, and it's surprisingly defensive statistically. Both its stabs are pretty good, and it can even leverage its decent attack into some cool moves, although I think it's supposed to abuse swagger and foul play to be annoying more than anything else, hence the defense. The whole suite of abilities is great. Shed Skin is the least reliable, obviously, but Intimidate and Moxie, just like Crocodile, are killer abilities, although Intimidate is kinda self-defeating if you're doing the swagger and foul play thing, as foul play uses the opponent's attack stat to determine its damage. Perhaps Moxie's the choice. Either way, really cool and unique Pokemon. Bouffalant is a physical attacking normal, real original Afro Tauros. It stands out some for being slow and bulky. I mean plenty of those exist too, but most of Hoenn's physical normals have Truant or sub 400 base stat total. Its signature move Head Charge is a better version of Double Edge that deals less recoil, and pairs nicely with Reckless. Sap Sipper is an extra immunity which never hurts, and soundproof protects it from some amount of relevant moves, mainly Roar I suppose. I don't think Bouffalant is interesting enough to integrate this late in the game, but it does a good job in the narrowish role that it has. Klefki is another one of the very few Gen 6 Pokemon to make in this game, and shares its typing with Mawile. It's a killer type, but its stats all top out at okay. On a side note, Klefki is a cute design despite the ball sack, and I won't hear otherwise. Anyway, its stats barely matter because it has Prankster and a number of great utility moves while using its great type to not die. It has two signature moves. Crafty Shield blocks all status moves that would affect a Pokemon, which is occasionally neat, and Fairy Look, which is a one-turn mean look. Okay. More relevantly, it basically serves as one of the game's best spammers of annoying shit. Toxic, Thunderwave, Spikes, Swagger, and it has two pretty neat stabs to use if it can make space. Roles like this are more suited to competitive stuff, but I think it's versatile and fun to use, and the type is pretty great. Also, in addition to Prankster, it has a less good but still very amusing ability in Magician, which, if it hits an opponent with a damaging move, any damaging move steals its item and basically turns all of its moves into Thief, which is very funny and significantly less good than the completely broken Prankster. Fiery Path houses Diglett. It and its evolution Dugtrio still remain lightning fast, although admittedly their attack has become less impressive with age. You really can't go wrong ability wise. Sandville and Arena Trap are as crazy broken as ever, and Sandforce is one actually worth considering. That 30% boost helps catch up Dugtrio's attack with more contemporary stuff, and makes it as threatening a glass cannon as ever. Roggenrola becomes Boldore at 25, then Gigalith by trade. Boo. I hate interacting with people. Boo. This line is pure rock and falls into a fairly predictable role. Its attack and defense are great, everything else is not quite there, and its speed is rock bottom. Get it? You see it's funny because he's a rock type? Like rock bottom, rock type bottom. Rock is a valuable type offensively. Gigalith can carry battles if given some room to set up. It walls physical attackers, and worst case, it has crazy strong explosion. Sturdy gives Gigalith at least one guaranteed turn to wreck something, but Sandforce leverages that huge attack even further, as long as it isn't taking a water attack first. It's a pretty cool choice, assuming you have a trade partner, but not wholly unique in the realm of rock types. Route 112 has Sock and Alpha Sapphire and Throw and Omega Ruby, both pure fighting, and despite their obvious relation, kinda like the Hitmons, they're pretty wildly different. Sock isn't exactly crazy fast, but its high attack makes it seem like it should be a glass cannon. Sturdy gives it a shot at doing some massive damage once, and Kenai and Moldbreaker could be worse, but are definitely less often useful. Sock definitely should have had a bit more speed. Its relatively middling bulk means it's not going to show off its impressive attack as much as it would like to. Throw is the opposite, it's a grappler, tanking a hit with great bulk and retaliating, sort of like Hariyama. Like with Sock, Inner Focus and Moldbreaker are pretty situational, however Guts is definitely interesting. Throw already needs to tank hits to make plays, so the extra damage is a bit risky, but it does push it up to some pretty crazy heights for retaliation. It's just a shame that Hariyama has the same gimmick, but does it better in basically every way. Neither Sock or Throw are worth picking up at this point, fighting options aren't exactly limited, and most of what these two has done better elsewhere. Route 117 has Deerling, specifically Deerling Spring. Deerling and its evolution, Sawsbuck, which it becomes at 34, have 4 forms each, one representing each season to tie in with Gen 5's weekly seasonal mechanics. With the sad removal of seasons in Generation 6, the mechanic is abandoned. You can still get summer, autumn, and winter variants through transfer, but Oars itself only has spring. These forms are purely cosmetic, but it is kinda lame. Autumn is my favorite, but summer probably would have fit Hoenn the best. Sawsbuck is grass normal, which for the most part means it's a grass type with a ghost immunity, a fighting weakness, and a solid extra stab to hit the many things grass doesn't. Sawsbuck isn't exceptionally min-maxed, it's a pretty middle-range Pokemon that leans towards being moderately fast physical attacker. Its former signature Hornleech is a pretty strong draining grass stab, and it gets a ton of normal options, plus like jump kick. It's a fairly average but solid Pokemon with a unique type. New Mauville is Kill. The formerly unique mini-dungeon has been reduced to a single medium-sized room. It's uniquely themed as a rundown power plant, littered with paper and construction gates, but it's about 15 seconds from the entrance to the generator, and its only notable feature is the Ampharos Megastone. It's mad lame. Anyway, Route 110 has Shellos, West and Omega Ruby, East and Alpha Sapphire. Although the two forms are identical beyond slight differences in appearance that are Gen 4 lore stuff, it doesn't really matter. Shellos starts out pure water, but evolves into Gastrodon at 30 and gains ground. They really like this type, although it's hard to blame them. Gastrodon is the endgame of the typing. It's middling everywhere, but it's gigantic HP and it loves to sit around doing nothing. Who needs much else when you have Toxic, Recover, Scald, and like Earth Power, I guess. Sticky Hold is surprisingly relevant and competitive. Can't get punished by knockoff if your item is sticky, and Storm Drain is a free immunity, plus a silly doubles trick. Most interesting is Sandforce, however. Gastrodon is just a really unique Sand Team member for having water moves, even if they don't get the boost. The only problem that Gastrodon has is being another knockoff of Swampert. It's a decent Pokemon in a vacuum, but Swampert is about as bulky and does significantly more in return. Trubbish and Garbodor are cute in an ugly way, and I won't hear differently. Plus they complete the trifecta. Coughing is the airborne pollution, Grimer is liquid, and Trubbish is Solidus. Trubbish becomes Garbodor at 36, and both are pure poison and lean into a surprisingly balanced playstyle. Fairly bulky, middling speed, decent attack. It's not incredible at anything, but it's able to be a little bit more aggressive than most poisons, while also being able to do the Toxic Spike stall stuff. Stench is mostly not great. Getting flinches is nice, but Garbodor isn't exactly speedy. Weak armor is kind of an interesting trade-off. Garbodor could potentially get decently fast off of it, although I think general bulk and a passive heal like Black Sludge is probably better. Instead of weak armor, Trubbish has Sticky Hold, which is fine. Aftermath is a very funny hidden ability for the two. It's a decent payoff, especially combined with some chip from spikes, toxic spikes, and whatever else to wrap up battles quickly, although optimally your team doesn't faint when you're playing in-game through the story. I have a soft spot for Garbodor. It's legitimately one of the more fun poisons, especially competitively for this game's pool, and decently fun if you want a slightly different poison type. Shadow has normal flying. It's a bird. Not even a particularly great one. It's a fast special attacker. It used to use its signature move Chatter, which would let you record voice lines to swear at people online, but now Chatter is just an okay flying type move with guaranteed confusion, which is kind of amusing, I suppose. And beyond that, you kinda just click Hyper Voice. Chatot shares its entire ability roster with Pidgey, which is funny, keen eye, tangled feet, and big pecs. Chatot isn't a terrible bird, he's cute, but without the silly voice recording gimmick, it's just a very narrow special attacking bird in a very crowded type. Granite Cave houses Onix, who becomes Steelix when traded with Metal Coat. The two are fairly different. Onix has the shaky rock ground type, Steelix's steel ground is crazy strong for its resist pool, but has some frustrating weaknesses. The pair have Rockcad. The only recoil move they have is Double Edge. I assure you, you can find better things to do with them. Sturdy has the obvious utility you'd expect, especially since they're very vulnerable on their special side, and Onix gets weak armor as a hidden. Its defense is so huge that it may honestly work out, while Steelix instead gets Sheer Force, which gives it a boost on some neat options like Iron Tail and the Elemental Fang moves, although Sturdy is going to be generally the nicest given Steelix's speed. Steelix itself is a titanic physical wall, its defense is huge, it can lay Stealth Rocks, and the attack is fine. It's on the fairly passive end, but it can hit solidly and has a good type. Its Mega honestly doesn't change much. Its defenses are both boosted, making it all around bulkier to a difficult to deal with degree, and its attack has jumped to great, but you're still eating a lot of hits, retaliating, and switching out if anything with Focus Blast comes out. Sand Force is an interesting ability. Megas are a bit tricky in weather, however the additional attack and good type make it quite intimidating to teams that can't crack it, and it can hold out well while Sand deals chip. It's actually a decently fun Mega for Sand, even if other Megas are more genuinely useful. Timber's Pure Fighting becomes Girder at 25 and Conkeldurr by trade. Like Machamp, they may be slow, but decent bulk keeps Conkeldurr afloat to use its Titanic 140 attack. It helps to have 3 great abilities. Guts is typically the best because damn that number gets big, but it also has a good chunk of options like Sheer Force and Iron Fist. It learns a good majority of punching moves including all the elemental ones and it keeps it kicking a bit longer, but honestly may as well go all out. A burned Conkeldurr is a nightmare to deal with. Quite a fun Pokemon to use if you have a way to evolve it. Axew looks like a pseudo-legendary, so close yet so far. At 38 it becomes Fracture, and at 48 Haxorus. The whole line is Pure Dragon, which is still pretty novel like Druddigon. Despite being 60 shy of the pseudo mark, it doesn't feel like it. Nearly 150 attack is a big number, and it's moderately fast, just slightly low enough to not make it a nightmare. It's frail, but that only matters if you get hit, I suppose. There's not that much to say about it moveset-wise. Outrage is enough if you ignore fairies exist, it gets Sword Stance and Dragon Dance if you want to end everything, and it gets some fun coverage, Poison Jab and Cross Scissor especially. It'd be nice if it had an ability like one of Conkeldurr's. Rivalry makes you worse halfish the time, Mold Breaker really only makes Earthquake moderately better, and Unnerved Stopping Berries comes up enough to be alright, but not enough to be great. It does little to hurt Haxorus though. It's a hell of a dragon and probably shreds most of the endgame alone if you catch it up. Route 116 has Eevee, which leads into all of its evolutions. To briefly touch on Eevee, it gained the pretty neat adaptability in Generation 4 to go with Runaway, and its new bad hidden Anticipation, although Eevee is just a bridge to usable stuff. Via Water Stone, Eevee becomes Vaporeon, pure water, beyond the fact that in terms of Vaporeon has gotten hydration as a hidden. Vaporeon is crazy bulky, so you could make Rest work in Rain, although Water Absorb is a free resist for a fairly common type, especially in Hoenn. Vaporeon is a good water option. It's bulky and hits hard enough, but pure waters aren't exactly in short supply in Hoenn. The Thunderstone makes Eevee into the electric Jolteon. Volt Absorb has the obviously good property of an immunity. Meanwhile, Quick Feet is an interesting idea. Jolteon is already absurdly fast, the boost pushes it over pretty much everything, but Jolteon ain't exactly bulky. I guess the bigger problem is that strong, special attacking electrics are nothing new. If you wanted to use one, you'd probably already have one that's all raised up and ready to go. Flareon, the Fire Eevee, which it becomes with a Firestone was always the bad one, but it has improved a bit. Flashfire was always a pretty good ability, true, but Guts really helps. Flareon's somewhat comical physical lean is made way scarier with actual moves and Guts, although the burn immunity does bite at some, as Toxic wears it down much more quickly, especially since its stab is Flare Blitz, which also has recoil. While its coverage isn't insane, it does get a bit more than ever, including superpower by Tutor as well as Dig. Flareon still remains kinda bad, physical fire almost always is, but it's certainly playable-ish if you want to use it because it's really cute. With high friendship during the day, Eevee becomes the Psychic type Espeon. Psychic stock isn't incredibly high in Gen 6, but Espeon does what it needs to. It's fast and hits hard specially. Calm Mind snowballs it well, and it gets a little coverage in Dazzling Gleam and Shadow Ball, although that's pretty far from unique. Synchronize is mostly made way for Magic Bounce. Espeon being good is icing on the cake for annoying hazard setters and toxic spammers, letting it capitalize really well on bothering setup guys, which creates a solid niche for it, although Psychic is another competitive spot this gen, given Mega Guard and Alakazam and Gallade and so on. Eevee becomes Umbreon with high friendship at night and is Dark type. Umbreon is bulky as hell. In general, it fills an odd role because it needs Foul Play, a move that uses the opponent's attack stat against it to deal damage, and otherwise plays more support, Wish Passing and stuff. Inner Focus is mostly useless as a hidden. Synchronize helps Umbreon a bit more thanks to being able to dissuade status. Umbreon is a really solid Pokemon, although admittedly it's one of those things that's stronger and competitive than it is an actual Pokemon you use in game. The designs of all these guys are so cute that it's hard to blame someone for using any of them though. Leafeon is a grass type Eevee, which it evolves into when leveled at the Moss Rock. In Hoenn, this is anywhere in Petalburg Woods. The low levels in the woods does make this a bit of a pain, admittedly. Leafeon gets two sun-based abilities. Leaf Guard is its standard and Chlorophyll is its hidden. You can probably guess which one is usually better. Leafeon goes from good to fantastic with the extra speed, while heaviest into defense, the little guy has pretty good attack, and can throw a Leaf Blade well if you hate Mega Sceptile, although it's admittedly got an incredibly narrow moveset even for a physical grass. Dig, Aerial Ace, and Cross Scissor are all you get. Glaceon is pure ice and evolves at the Ice Rock, which can be found in Shoal Cave's Ice Cave on the bottom floor, which is a much more reasonable place to level up. Glaceon has great special attack, which is awesome for this type. It's also got good stats in defense, which is less awesome, but we'll take it. And with lackluster speed, you're going to need to be very careful with how and when you use Glaceon, even if it's pretty good when those brief windows come around. Like its fellow Gen 4 Eevee, Glaceon is also a weather Pokemon with Snow Cloak and Ice Body, both of which give it additional longevity that helps immensely, especially the evasion boosting one. Like the other evolutions, Glaceon is pretty narrow, unfortunately. Shadow Ball is cool, and it gets a few fun ones via tutoring, like Signal Beam and Water Pulse, but by and large, you'll be clicking Blizzard when Hail is up. Still, Hail Team beggars can't be choosers. Sylveon is new to Gen 6, and has a lot of mechanical ties to this generation specifically. It was the first Fairy-type Pokemon revealed. Its unique evolution method requires you to level up an Eevee that knows a Fairy move after giving it 2 Hearts of Affection in Pokemon Me, and beyond Cute Charm, it gets Pixelate as a hidden ability, which was quite the earth-shattering ability at the time. Sylveon has great specials. What more do you need? I mean, speed would be nice, but Pixelate does what it does really well and gives it a lot of options, although admittedly, Sylveon's role is basically filled by Mega Gardevoir, which generally has a lot more it can do, and which you get earlier. Well, that was a lot. Unlike Joltik, the smallest Pokemon at 4 inches, presently tied, but formerly untied. Joltik is Bug Electric and becomes Galvantula at 36. Their typing has some strong offensive properties given the relevance of Flying, Water, Dark, but also has a fairly neutral typing with good resistances and few weaknesses. Galvantula has good special and great speed. To that end, it really just needs to throw out Sticky Web, the best hazard, to slow everyone else down, and then click Thunder if Compound Eyes, which is generally a good ability for it, or Thunderbolt if using the more situational Swarm and Unnerve, and Bug Buzz as relevant. It's not a complicated Pokemon, but it does one simple thing well, and Sticky Web is a really strong bit of utility that isn't common on usable stuff. Petalburg Woods, we're almost there. Paris and Parasect remain bad. Their one gimmick is Spore, and there are better options, including fellow Spore and False Swiper Breloom found in this very same forest, even if you need more effort to get it there. Buggrass is a type that's pretty bad, and Parasect's abilities inspire little confidence. Effect Spore usually hurts your ability to click the 100% accurate sleep move. Dry Skin has a free water immunity and healing off of them to boot, and it's not like Parasect was surviving that Ember either way, so I guess the double damage from fire is irrelevant. And damp is situational as can be. The long and short is that Breloom is an option you get like 10 minutes into the game that is parasect but functional. Cottony is notable for being a rare unevolved that saw legitimate if gimmicky use. Level 1 Prankster Cottony had some interesting interactions with Leech Seed healing, Substitute, and that's about it. It's silly and easily broken with priority, multi-hits, weather, but it's cute. Cottony becomes Whimsicott via Sunstone and Bolt or Grass Fairy, which gives Fairy a lot of extra weaknesses and a nasty 4 times to poison, but also some nice resists too, like electric, water, and ground. Big speed and mediocrity elsewhere don't really change the Whimsicott support playstyle. Prankster is crazy, and Tailwind lets it set up for its buddies, especially in doubles. Encore, Substitute, Leech Seed, Infiltrator's pretty situational, and Chlorophyll is overkill for something that's already fast. Plus, Prankster is faster than 232 speed if you're using Substitute. Still, in Sun, it's basically unoutspeedable. It's pretty fantastic as far as support Pokemon go, and the AI in this game is definitely not equipped to deal with this little cutie. Phantump is another Gen 6 mon that somehow slipped in, Ghost Grass. It becomes Trevenant by trade. Its type is one that impressively manages to swerve directly into some of the most brutal weaknesses in the game for little benefit. Trevenant has good attack and nothing else, relegating it more or less to using Harvest gimmicks, which does a bit better than Tropius, I guess. Natural Cure is good, self-healing of any kind is, even if just status. And Frisk is good for finding a few items, but Trevenant, cool as the design is really bad outside of some very, very tricky to set up gimmicks. Route 104 has a unique take on the early route bug with Sewaddle, which evolves into Swadloon at 20 and then into Leavanny with high friendship. The gimmick being that it's actually decent, besides the bug grass typing. Swarm is an iffy ability, usually. Weirdly, Swadloon drops this for the much better Leaf Guard. Overcoat is neat, the protection from sand and hail is situational but could give you some funny options. However, Chlorophyll is generally good, pushing it from decent speed to great, and with a good attack stat, this thing can pump out decent cross scissors and leaf blades. Not that it's the best Pokemon ever, but it's good enough, which is pretty gigantic for an early route bug. Route 102 has Lillipup, which becomes Herdier at 16 and Stoutland at 32. Being Gen 5's early route mono-normal, Lillipup, weirdly enough, has a completely unique set of abilities from its evolutions, more tuned to the early game. Vital Spirit, Pickup, and Runaway. Pickup is great, but you won't have access for long. The evolutions just get a suite of crazy abilities. Intimidate, Scrappy as a hidden, but beyond these two generally useful abilities, this pure normal type has Sand Rush, turning it into one of Sand's most unique sweepers. Its mediocre speed rockets up to pretty great, and its bulk and attack are just straight out good. Return goes crazy, but it also gets Crunch, the Elemental Fangs, the Fairy type Play Rough. Physical Normal has tough competition, but for what it is, it's extremely unique and fun, especially in Sands. The Gothita line is like the Ralts line, but hideously ugly and missing the Fairy type. Pure Psychic ain't that great. At 32, Gothita becomes Gotharita, which becomes Gothitelle at 41, and despite looking like Ralts at home, they're actually like a more functional Grumpig. It has big defenses and decent special attack, and doesn't die quickly or kill that quickly. Notably, Gothitelle typically lands in one of two places, the lowest tier and the highest tier. The ones with Frisk and Competitive typically on the low end, and the ones with a Shadow Tag tend to do alright. The thing is, Wobbuffet is already broken with Shadow Tag, and all that thing does is trade on prediction. Shadow Tag lets Gothitelle capitalize on any decent switch, and click Calm Mind and Rest until it can decimate your entire opponent non-stop, and that's if you're trying to actually play the game. In a competitive setting, Gothitelle can assemble a truly vile suite of moves, Flash, Rest, Charm, Confide, to just do nothing for like 250 turns, or more likely until your opponent realizes that this is never going to end and goes to work or plays a better game or dies of old age. It's pretty funny and also a good explanation as to why Gothitelle is banned. Anyway, it's not terrible to use, but Pure Psychic and even just like Mega Gardevoir are too good to consider starting over. Finally, back on Route 101, Zorua. Pure Dark, which becomes Zoroark at 30, and these two are funny little gimmick Pokemon, centering on their signature ability Illusion. Illusion causes Zorua or Zoroark to disguise themselves as the last non-fainted, non-egg Pokemon in the party, appearing identical to how that Pokemon would when sent out, but retaining its own stats and moveset. In contrast to Transform. The efficacy of illusion varies widely. Infamously, the game's AI can struggle pretty heavily with it. If Zoroark is disguised as a fighting type, the AI will repeatedly attempt to use psychic moves that Zoroark is immune to against it, although its utility has been severely hurt competitively thanks to the addition of Team Preview, which gives away the bit before the match starts. Even so, it can definitely work on dummies. Beyond the gimmick, Zoroark is a pretty strong glass cannon. It naturally has good attack and speed, and a great special attack, but it folds over easily. It has some slick moves too. Its signature Night Daze has a 40% chance to drop accuracy. It also gets Flamethrower, Shadow Ball, Focus Blast, but can also pivot into physical builds with Sword Stance or Hoenn Claws too, assuming your opponent hasn't figured it out right away anyway. Zoroark is neat, gimmicky and silly, but really fun to use, whether in multiplayer or while ruining the AI. Ugh. Back in the start, huh? That was a lot. Let's start flying. Well, soaring. Several Pokemon can be encountered as flocks of birds while soaring that crash into you. A few unique encounters appear via this method, although they can't have hidden abilities. Luckily, a few, or their evolutionary relatives, can be found on islands too, which does give some access to their hiddens. Murkrow is dark flying and gained an Evo in Gen 4, Honchkrow, which it becomes via Duststone. Murkrow is a Little Cup staple, and by that I mean banned because it gets Prankster as a hidden ability, although it sadly loses that next Evo for the very good Moxie, although I suppose its hidden is unavailable anyway. The line standards are Insomnia and Super Luck, which are situational and luck based respectively. I love Murkrow's design, although I'm decidedly mixed on which Crow becoming Al Capone. That said, it ain't too bad. Its attack is great, and its special ain't terrible. Plus, it has okay bulk. When it hits, and the type isn't terrible. It's a pretty fun bird, although birds have a lot of options before this. Drifloon is ghost flying and evolves at 28 into Driftblim. The type is funny for the 3 resistances, but its resistances aren't very valuable when its weaknesses are pretty rough. Driftblim is odd. It has a ton of health but no defense, and its attacking stats are okay at best. Plus it has some weird moves. It gets a lot of the good ghost stuff, Shadow Ball, Ominous Wind, Phantom Force, plus some silly coverage like Thunderbolt and Icy Wind, but it lacks flying moves and doesn't hit very hard. In this game it can have Aftermath and Unburden. Unburden can definitely turn it into a force to be reckoned with, and Aftermath is silly, but it sadly lacks its hidden, its signature ability Flare Boost, a very cute and flavorful ability that boosts its speed when burned. Easy enough with the Flame Orb, although the boost is weaker than Unburden's anyway, so whatever I suppose. I don't think Drifblim is worth using here, sadly. Its type is unique and fun, but it's mediocre in general, and like with Honchkrow, there's just so many bird options before this. Braviary can be found here and evolves from Rufflet at 54. You can definitely tell it's a Unova Pokemon by that. Unlike the others, Rufflet can be found on Mirage Spots and therefore can have its hidden, which is a nice benefit. The two are normal flying and lean into what you'd expect, having a Titanic attack stat and being average-ish everywhere else. The Eagle of Freedom does about what you'd expect too, but does it well. It hits hard with Brave Bird's strong normal moves, and frankly, it's hard to complain, although it has to compete with stuff you'd already have plenty of time to establish, Swellow and Dodrio especially. Kenai is fairly standard for birds, but Sheer Force is a real winner. Body Slam, Crush Claw, Hurricane, the kind of bizarre Rock Slide, and Steel Wing all become pretty gigantic. And Defiant as a hidden ability ain't bad either, given the AI loves stat reduction, although Rufflet gets the way less cool Hustle as a hidden. It's hard to recommend starting from scratch with Freedom Bird, but it's a damn good bird if you do. 2 legendaries are also immediately available via soaring, although they require having Castform in your party to spawn them. Tornadus in Omega Ruby and Thundurus in Alpha Sapphire. Each has 2 forms, starting in their incarnate forms, more commonly called the Genies, but they can be swapped into their Therian forms with the Reveal Glass, a key item that can be obtained in Mauville by showing the Mirror Store clerk one of the Genies. Tornadus is pure flying, the first one of this type besides Arceus flying, and each of its forms is fairly different. Incarnate has a glass cannon with great attacks and speed. While its main move is Hurricane, it gets no shortage of coverage, physical and special, like Hammer Arm, Sludge Bomb, Focus Blast, U-Turn, Dark Pulse. It's surprisingly versatile, and pure flying is a really decent type, although not incredible. Its incarnate form gets Prankster as its primary, which gives it a decent bit of added utility too, although its pool is fairly limited to fast substitutes and swaggers, while its hidden Defiance is off limits, and would be decent too. Tornadus' Therian form turns it into a large ugly bird. Its color in general makes me think of the Piccolo Doctor memes. If you know, you know, I suppose. Although faster, Therian is much more balanced. Its attacks drop for some added speed and defenses that give it nice longevity, but make it less threatening. It also happens to get the Regenerator, so that added bulk really does pay off, especially thanks to U-Turn. Either one is a great flying type, very unique, fun, and versatile, and its requirement is so low that it's fairly easy to get. It's a great option, and it's probably the worst of all its brothers. Thundurus steals Zapdos' incredible electric flying type. It basically just power creeps Zapdos to death. Good resist, immunity to ground, only weak to ice and rock, not a thing to complain about. Beyond the type, Incarnate Thundurus is identical to Tornadus' incarnate form, a glass cannon with Prankster and Defiance, just with a better type that makes it insane in rain with Thunder and Hurricane, and additional Prankster utility in being obnoxious with Thunder Wave. Therian Thundurus really leans into it, honestly. Therian Thundurus is basically imparseable, it looks like nothing. It drops its attack and speed slightly to make its special attack absolutely immense. Given that type, you can imagine how well it does in rain, and it does pretty well outside of it too. And it gets the same great coverage, but with the addition of Electric Stab. The worst you can say is that Volt Absorb isn't Regenerator, but it's still free immunity. Absolutely incredible Pokemon and a blast to use. Having both in your party via trading gives access to Landorus, and oh boy, this one is insane. Ground flying is incredible, immune to ground and electric, only weak to water and ice, although it is a 4 times weakness to ice, and in general, very neutral. Plus, the stabs are great. But Landorus is the group leader for a reason. Incarnate Landorus is already good. It has 20 base stat points on its juniors, so while it's still mostly a fast attacker, it gets to be a little bit bulkier on top of that crazy typing. Sand Force is limited to sand teams, but gives it a pretty impressive boost, and it's a shame that its hidden ability, Sheer Force, is locked away, because, man, it'd be so good. It's also notable that Lando's coverage is extended even further than its cousins. Ground is joined by Stone Edge, Outrage, and infamously Knockoff, because dunking items is broken as hell. Incarnate ain't even the good one either. Therian Landorus is ridiculously, meta-warpingly strong. I don't like the way he looks like he's judging me. It's an Intimidator with a great type. It gets knockoff and stealth rocks, it's bulky as hell, and its attack rockets up to Titanic levels. Who gives a shit if you lose a bit of speed, honestly? It's basically the perfect lead. Crippling your opponent's lead with Intimidate and knockoff, setting rocks, you turning out. It was far and away the best Pokemon in competitive's main tier, barely short of being banned with the big guys, and it's generally insane in its versatility, positive qualities, power. It's an outright incredible Pokemon, only held back by requiring you have 2 version exclusive legendaries first. Good luck with that. Anyway, Mirage Spots. I'm not going to talk about the layout of these in depth. For the most part, they're pretty basic little islands. A few of the Mirage Caves have little strength puzzles, one of the mountains requires the Acrobite, and another is a tiny volcano, which is cute. Some of the islands have the ruins of old buildings, but largely they're function over form. Each Mirage Spot has 2 to 4 Pokemon from outside the Hoenn deck, some of which appear multiple times, others of which only appear on one island. Given the nature of the once-a-day spots, it's a good incentive to keep coming back, but will quickly wear out your goodwill when you just need the one forest with Cherim. Anyway, I'll start with the stuff on the Mirage Islands. Venomoth Bug Poison, which evolves from Venonat at 31. The two have received some new tools that don't exactly save them. In addition to Compound Eyes for Venonat and Shield Dust for Venomoth, the pair gain Tinted Lens in Gen 4, which does help Venomoth use Bug Buzz a little more freely. Venonat got Runaway as a hidden, but Venomoth instead got Wonder Skin, that weird hidden skitty got that makes all status moves only 50% accurate. Fun ability and all, but most Pokemon don't need status to tear down Venomoth. It's nice that Bug and Poison have special moves now, but Venomoth is far from a premier bug even now. Zebstrika evolves from Blitzle at 27, and they're basically an electric-type Ponyta and Rapidash. Wicked fast, high attack, and like Rapidash, they suffer from physical electric shortcomings. After Spark, which is only 65 base power, is Wild Charge, a recoil-dealing move, just like Rapidash relies on Flare Blitz. And coverage isn't all that broad either. Hell, it doesn't even get Flare Blitz, just Flame Charge. All 3 of Blitzle's abilities give it an immunity. Lightning Rod's special boost is pretty wasted on Zebstrika, and it's a bit too frail for doubles. Motor Drive boosts its speed when hit by an electric move. Given how high its speed is already, maybe a bit overkill, but it's nice to guarantee it. And Sap Sipper is nice since it turns a neutral hit into immunity, as opposed to Electric's resisted hits. Plus the HP gain offsets the recoil damage a little. It's probably the best of the 3, but none of them are terrible and none of them are great. Zebstrika suffers the usual physical electric issues and then some. Luxray gets some coverage, it gets Thunderfang. Zebstrika puts on Choice Band and runs face first into stuff until it gives out. It's not that interesting to use and not that strong either. Darmanitan is a bit all over the place. It's pure fire and evolves from Darumaka, but Darmanitan also has an alternate form. It it's a whole can of worms on that. To briefly touch on Darumaka, it has Hustle and Inner Focus as its hidden, abilities that don't inspire confidence. Thankfully, Darmanitan has Sheer Force as its primary, and thankfully, Darmanitan's got the moves. Fire Punch is great, but it also gets Bulldoze, Body Slam, Iron Head, Rock Slide, Zen Headbutt, and this is just what Sheer Force boosts, plus it gets Belly Drum, Superpower, Stone Edge, and a lot more, and it's got the stats to back it up too, terrifyingly min-maxed. 105 HP, 140 attack, 95 speed. Good, amazing, and good. Everything else is rock bottom. Throw a Choice Scarf on this though and it crushes most things. Throw a Choice Band on it and it crushes everything that it outspeeds. It's an incredible Pokemon, fun, fantastic, and that makes the other part of Darmanitan even weirder. Darmanitan's hidden ability is Zen Mode. If it falls below half HP, it becomes its Zen Mode, which is Fire Psychic. It gains a pretty stunning 60 base stat total, and its stats are shuffled around to make it into a slow, bulky special attacker. And sure, that's valid. But also, if Zen Mode goes above half health, it reverts back to standard. It's a defensive Pokemon that can't heal. Not only that, but you have to get it to half health first. You could Belly Drum to force it, but then your attack drops to nothing. Focus Sash isn't great because your slow defensive Pokemon is at 1 HP. If you run all special moves, then your Darmanitan, a fast physical attacker, is useless until it gets hit. If you run mixed moves, you're cutting off your options. No matter which way you try to slice Zen Mode, it doesn't really work. It's one of the most bizarre and unusable form change mechanics ever made, counting cast form. Tangela is pure grass and becomes Tangrowth after leveling with Ancient Power, which it learns at 38. Tangrowth is an odd one. Its HP, attack, defense, and special attack are all good. Leaf Guard, which it got in Gen 4, is even better. Although Regenerator, its hidden ability, goes a step farther in giving it longevity, and Grass is a solid defensive type, to some extent. While not hugely impressive anywhere, Tangrowth has the perfect stats to switch into something, tank it, sleep powder, and switch out to heal. It's a nice little utility mon that can hit decently hard either way. Larvesta is Bug Fire and evolves at 59 into Volcarona, one of the game's best class cannons with a great offensive type combination, and honestly it's not terrible defensively either besides the rock weakness. They have a crazy signature move in Fiery Dance which has a 50% chance to boost its already immense special attack, good speed, and of course it gets Quiver Dance, raising both its special stats and its speed. Oh hey, that happens to be its great stats. If allowed even one quiver, it will almost always dominate the game, but it has a lot of trouble switching in and setting up thanks to the existence of rocks and physical moves. It's also a lot of work to train up, even relatively. Neither Flame Body or Swarm are massively impactful on Volcarona. They're nice passive buffs that both come up occasionally, but they don't change the game plan very much. Volcarona is crazy good, it takes some work to set up, but it's an insanely solid special sweeper with a fun and unique type. Persian evolves from Meowth, and the pure normal pair still suffer from being middling versions of a common role. Physical normals aren't in short supply. Persian has been outclassed by Tauros since day one, and 5 generations of fresh Pokemon haven't helped. It just doesn't have the ability to keep up with everything, but its speed is so mediocre. Its abilities are good, but don't save the poor guy. Technician, which it got in Gen 4, does give it some small niche, but neither Limber or its hidden Unnerve do much for it. And Meowth's pickup, which it has instead of Unnerve, is great, but Zigzagoon is very probably the first Pokemon you'll catch in this game. Porygon is pure normal and evolves into Porygon 2 when traded while holding Upgrade, then again into Porygon Z when traded while holding the Dubious Disc, corrupting it. This also makes it the only Stage 3 Pokemon you can have at level 1, if you really wanted. While Porygon 2 is more or less a straight upgrade on Porygon, lore-wise and statistically, Porygon Z only gains 20 base stat total, but is completely reworked into a more aggressive Pokemon. As such, both are decently viable in different ways. Porygon 2 is very balanced and average Pokemon on its face, but becomes extremely bulky under Eviolite. As cute as Trace is, its other abilities are usually better for pushing Porygon 2. Download raises Porygon 2's attack or special attack, depending on if the opponent has lower defense or special defense respectively, and while you usually want to fish for special attack, especially because of Porygon 2's huge coverage, you can make physical work. Analytic boosts the power of its move if it goes last, it usually will, but it's less permanent than Download. In contrast, Porygon Z has gone full glass cannon. It's decently fast and has a gigantic special attack at the cost of everything else, and with all the coverage this line gets, it can really hit. Porygon Z drops Trace for adaptability. Through their signature moves, Conversion and Conversion 2, you could technically get the boosted stab on anything, although typically you'll just be normal and take your boosted normal stab. Download is still great, Glass Cannon's low free boosts, but Analytic becomes substantially worse as Porygon Z begins to outspeed things. Both Porygon 2 and Porygon Z are fun Pokemon to use, and both hit very different niches. One is a bulky wall that hits back reasonably, and the other is a coverage-coated glass cannon. You really can't go wrong with either. Purugly evolves from Glameow at 38, both pure normal, and despite looking like my cat, Purugly is a Persian clone. Extremely fast but mediocre everywhere else, not even particularly bulky. Like Persian, it also has very narrow coverage. You get Return, Shadow Claw, Bulldoze, and I guess Thunderbolt. It's just not that great at using them, and like I've said, pure normal is a competitive bunch. The abilities are fun. Glameow has slightly different ones with Limber, Own Tempo, and Keen Eye, while Purugly has the much funnier Thick Fat, Own Tempo, and Defiant. Both of their replacements giving a nice bit of utility even if they don't completely turn it around. Audino is pure normal and a full-blown support healer. Its attacking stats are pitiful, but it has a decent bit of health and good defenses. And from here, you click Heal Pulse in doubles. Wish in singles, Helping Hand, maybe. It's a shame it doesn't get Follow Me. Healer isn't a terrible doubles trick, and Regenerator is great as always, although Klutz is basically useless. Audino is odd. It's sort of do nothing, bulky, but not in ways that actually progress the game meaningfully. Does its Mega salvage it? I'll give you a hint. It gets the Fairy typing, it keeps Healer as its only ability, it gets bulkier, and its special attack creeps up to a tolerable level. It's crazy bulky for what it is, but it still doesn't do anything, and it eats your Mega. It's probably a bit better in double, but even there, it's still not progressing the game. It's really slow and clunky support that doesn't really come together. Suppose it's time to rip off some band-aids. Breakable rocks can be found on some Mirage Spots, and beyond a few unique encounters, can also include all of the non-Generation 6 fossils. So let's do it. None of these can have their hidden abilities, by the way, so rip. Omnite can be revived from the Helix fossil and evolves into Omastar at 40. Rockwater is a mixed bag of a type, but it at least has a few special rock options now. Funniest Ancient Power. The defense and special attack are good, but that's all it's got going on statistically. It's pretty challenging to use well, although you could maybe get a sweep off of a good Shell Smash. Swift Swim puts it up to a good speed and rain, and unsurprisingly is probably the best ability. Shell Armor is generally good, but Omastar is fairly frail anyway. And Weak Armor has the same issue. You need to get hit twice to get the same boost as Swift Swim, and in doing so, tank one of your two good stats. Omastar is neat. It's not the best water, but it's a unique little guy. Biggest issue is that Hoenn is so water dense, and you need a water to have reached this point in the game, and at that point an okay water just isn't enough. Omnite's Gen 1 counterpart, Kabuto, has a lot of similarities. It also evolves at 40 into Kabutops after being revived from the Dome fossil, has the Rock Water typing, and the same abilities, Swift Swim and Battle Armor, a renamed Shell Armor, as well as Weak Armor. But it's a very different Pokemon, nearly as defensive, but way more into attack, and with a better speed stat that makes it nearly unstoppable in rain. The existence of good moves is tied it all together, Stone Edge, Waterfall, Night Slash. Kabutops is a terrifying monster in rain and absolutely worth a consideration for rain strategies. In contrast to the other Gen 1 fossils, Aerodactyl is pretty different. It's rock flying, a type with some rough weaknesses admittedly, but it goes all in on speed and attack, the 15th glass cannon in this section, although it does have a little bulk to it. Like Kabutops, it benefits greatly from actually getting moves now, like every physical move you could want really, with the Elemental Fangs giving it some silly coverage. Its abilities are nothing to write home about, unfortunately. Its only targets for Rockhead are Takedown and Double Edge, when it has significantly better options. It's a little too killy for pressure, and that leaves Unnerve, which admittedly does let Aerodactyl situationally plow through stuff it otherwise wouldn't, although the AI doesn't use items in the story anyway. Even better, Aerodactyl has a Mega, a great one. Its speed and attack are even higher, and it has Tough Claws, a crazy ability that boosts the power of all contact moves by 30%. Iron Fist, Strong Jaw, and then some. It's an absurd ability that makes this absurd sweeper even better. Outside of maybe Earthquake, whatever you already had on Aerodactyl will become even more fantastic. Undeniably a very fun Pokemon to mess with, versatile and powerful. The Skull Fossil evolves into Cranidos, Pure Rock, which becomes Ramparados at 30. Ramparados is comically min-maxed, it has obscene attack, and is impressively bad everywhere else. Your opponent would need to be a moron to let you hit them with this. Thankfully, the AI usually are. And if you'd like to use it, there's not even that much to say about it. You throw whatever on it and pray your opponent misses. Head Smash is pretty strong. Old Breaker is generally good, it lets Ramparados hit around some bullshit. Levitate, I suppose. Sheer Force is basically overkill, but like, Ramparados is inherently overkill, so fuck it. Is Ramparados a bad Pokemon? Mostly yes. Is it funny? Absolutely. From the Shield fossil comes Shieldon, who evolves into Bastiodon at 30. While they look and play quite differently, rest assured, Bastiodon is also quite stinky, but not even amusingly so. Rock Steel is a pretty rough type, as I said with Aggron. It should be good, a lot of its resistances are, but the fighting and ground double weaknesses are brutal. The hard part for Bastiodon specifically is that it's the definition of a do-nothing Pokemon. It has great defenses and miserable everything else. It lacks recovery, its status pool is questionable at best, and it seems the idea was just to click Metal Burst over and over, a counter move exclusive to Steel types that reflects both physical and special damage, which is pretty easy to play around honestly. Sturdy is a generally good ability. If your goal is to use a gimmicky counter strategy, you may as well guarantee it works once, I guess. I assume Soundproof as a hidden is meant to prevent Roar, which is synergetic, although it's still, Bastiodon. The cover fossil revives into Tortuga, which becomes Carracosta at 37. Unlike the Gen 1 fossils, it's Water Rock, which is kinda cool. Carracosta is not great. Its physical stats are great, but nothing else is. As such, it's just a slower Kabutops, and therefore usually worse. Its defense only helps so much, and its advantage is Shell Smash, but its speed is so abysmal, it needs several to get into sweeping territory. Solid Rock and Sturdy both give Carracosta a much needed bit of extra survivability to get set up, but it's only going to go so far. Swift Swim is its hidden, and Carracosta proves that Rain Dance can't turn everyone around. The jump from 32 to 64 speed isn't nothing, but it's still significantly below average. If Carracosta wasn't competing with about a million other waters, including Kabutops, it might be worth thinking about. As it stands currently, it's another water in a game with way too many. Finally, the Plume fossil revives into Archeon, which becomes Archeops at 37, and the pair are rock flying like Aerodactyl, and they're incredibly strong and fast physical sweepers with great moves. Frail, yeah, but can even use special attacks decently in a pinch, and much like Regigigas, they have a negative ability that completely clips their wings. Defeatist halves their attacking stats when below half health, rocketing them from fantastic to terrible. Dropping from 140 base attack to 70 is devastating, and given how frail they are, any neutral priority or neutral speed pretty much ends them. Roost is a great move, but thanks to their frailty, they get stuck into a Roost loop. Roost get knocked down instantly, Roost, you get the idea. It's a shame because, it does what Volcarona does, and Volcarona doesn't get punished for tanking a hit. Archeops could be incredible if it wasn't intentionally punted. Also in rocks, you can sometimes find Binacle, another Gen 6 Pokemon, and this hideous little thing becomes Barbicle at 39. Honestly, I kinda like the design of the evolution. It's a little sick low-key. The pair are rock water and actually really fun to use. A bulky, physically oriented rock water with Shell Smash. It gets some cool moves like Razor Shell, which itself has boosted crit rate. It gets some sick coverage like Poison Jab, Cross Scissors, Shadow Claw. Dude's got 3 sick abilities to boot. Tough Claws is usually the best because, of course it is. But Sniper is pretty funny thanks to how many boosted critical hit moves it gets, and Pickpocket can have some niche use for disarming opponents, although it's certainly not as strong as the other two. All in all, it's a really fun Pokemon that fills a sort of unusual niche for waters in this game that helps it stand out at least a little bit. Ditto is Ditto. Its normal typing and primary ability Limber rarely matter because of the transformation gimmick, and its best feature is still its ability to breed with anything. However, its hidden fixes its greatest weakness, Transform eating a turn for your opponent to set up or cripple it. Imposter makes Ditto immediately transform on switch in, and like Transform, it copies everything, including stat changes. This immediately makes Ditto usable if niche. As with items like Choice Scarf, it can outspeed your opponent and punish them with their own moves. It'd be hard pressed to say it's great, but it certainly raises up to a usable gimmick territory, and it's a huge relief on breeding anyways. Munna is pure psychic and evolves into Musharna via Moonstone. Musharna is cute. It's basically also a Grumpig, Hypno, and so on, if a little better. It's bulky and has good enough special attack, and benefits from decent if unspectacular coverage. It can tank a hit, and it can return one decently. Telepathy and Forewarn are nothing abilities, but Synchronize is nice for something so bulky, but Musharna ultimately isn't that interesting to use, and Pure Psychic isn't good enough anymore. Maractus is a Digimon that ended up in the wrong game. I love it. It's pure grass and a bit clunky admittedly. It has decent special attack and not much else. Ability wise, it has both Water Absorb and Storm Drain, which are cute flavor and an immunity, but don't fix Maractus. Chlorophyll makes it respectively fast and lets it do the solar beam thing, but it's far from unique in doing that. I love the design, it's very cute and different, but it's another in the pile of grass types that have limited scope as sun sweepers. We're getting there, fellas. Let's get on to the Mirage Forest stuff. Fortress evolves from Pineco at 31. Pineco is bugged, but Fortress adds steel and becomes quite the hard nut to crack. It doesn't do much beyond what it always has. It's a solid hazard setter and exploder. It doesn't do much else, it doesn't need to. Sturdy ensures it gets at least some of its hazards off, and its new hidden overcoat is cute in flavor, but hail sucks. And Fortress is already immune to sand, so... Fortress does its job well. It's a simple job, but a respectable job, if unexciting in single player. Happening becomes Chansey after leveling up while holding an oval stone during the day, a mouthful of a requirement, and Chansey becomes Blissey at high happiness. Surprisingly, they remain pure normal. The pink usually means fairy, and Blissey, and even more so Chansey, while holding Eviolite, are the best walls in the game. They're incredible. They pivot well, they heal themselves endlessly, and in-game, they're not all that great. The AI isn't good enough to justify them. Natural Cure is decent, it gives them some additional walling potential. Syringace is funny, doubling effect chances can be strong, but Chansey and Blissey are too weak attack-wise. And their hiddens are double abilities, which isn't where they shine best. Happiny gets the incredible Friend Guard, while the others get the okay ability Healer. Chansey and Blissey are excellent, unfun Pokemon. Sunkern evolves into Sunflora via Sunstone, it's still bad. Pure Grass isn't great offensively, it gets no coverage, and its only acceptable stat is its special attack. Even under Chlorophyll, it's too slow to land hits, its hidden ability Early Bird doesn't aid it in any way, and at best, Solar Power lets you knock out one respectively huge Solar Beam in Sun before the Solar Power chip knocks it out because it consumed its Focus Sash. Age hasn't improved Sunflora, it's just given it more competition. Kricketune is pure bug and evolves from Kricketot at 10. It's an early route bug, obviously. Kricketot has Shed Skin and Runaway as a hidden, but Kricketune gets Swarm and Technician instead. Impressive pick for something that should by all accounts be trash. Not to say it's great, it stinks of early route bug that would be good early game and fall off hard. It's certainly not worth picking up here. There's about 100 bugs that are meant for the game beyond the first 2 hours. For something that is good, Petalil, which becomes Lilligant by Sunstone, a pure grass that doesn't suck. It has the special attack of Sunflora, but also it has other stats, namely speed. Oh, and Quiver Dance helps a lot. Now, it's no Volcarona, not much is, but give it a little bit of setup, and it does a decent impression, although it very much only gets grass moves. All of its abilities benefited some. With Chlorophyll, it becomes incredibly fast before quivering, which can definitely help with setup, plus it can Solar Beam immediately. Own Tempo's Confusion Prevention lets it Petal Dance freely, and Leaf Guard prevents it from being whittled down by Toxic as easily. All three have nice use cases that very slightly change its optimal strategies in fun ways. It's a simple and straightforward Pokemon, but in a good way. Cherrim is yet another pure grass, and evolves from Cherubi at 25. Cherubi has Chlorophyll, but on Evo, Cherrim gets a signature form-changing ability, Flower Gift. Flower Gift is also a Sun ability, but instead of speed, it changes Cherrim into its Sunshine form, and gives it and its allies a 1.5 multiplier to their attack and special defense. No, I'm not joking. This boost takes Cherrim's stats from horrible, it leans special attack by the way, to it's kinda specially bulky. Beyond that, Cherrim has very little coverage to speak of. It essentially turns Cherrim into a bad doubles trick. There's a lot of partners that would love the attack boost, but you need to be playing a doubles Sun team and send in Cherrim to get mulched as opposed to using helping hands. Little Things Heart is in the right place, but the execution is kind of baffling. Minccino is pure normal and evolves into Cinccino by Shiny Stone. They're some of the cutest Pokemon ever made, hands down. They also ain't bad. Fast as hell and with solid physical attack, they center on multi-hit moves, specifically their signature Tail Slap. It's Fury Swipes, but each hit is 25 base power. It also gets Bolt Seed, Rock Blast. It's a skill link Pokemon, and a very decent one, but it also gets Technician if you want the high rolls over consistency, and it boosts a few other decent moves too. It also gets Cute Charm, which isn't very helpful for a Fail Sweeper like this, but they're right, it is cute. It's a cute little option for a physical normal hitter, maybe a little bit too late into the game. It's a tough crowd, but they have an undeniable charm to them. Alright, Mirage Caves, let's go. One cave has all 28 unknowns, A to Z, exclamation point, and question mark. They have hidden power and no other moves, levitate and no hidden abilities, and the psychic type. They remain an unusable remnant of an old puzzle from Gen 2. Slowpoke is water psychic and has a split evolution, becoming Slowbro at 37 and Slowking by trade while holding the King's Rock. The two evolutions are extremely similar and pretty much play the same. They have the same stats, save one swap. Slowbro leans physically defensive, Slowking leans specially defensive, and which one is better more or less depends on what the opponent is doing. Both otherwise have decent special attack if needed, but are more valuable as pivots. Oblivious and Own Tempo were always situational, but you know what isn't? Regenerator is a hidden ability. Really makes these two bulky dudes even better at what they do. Although again, water is so competitive in Hoenn that it's hard to just... I almost forgot that Slowbro is a Mega. This one always slips my mind. Maybe it slips my mind for good reason. It has gained 70 points in defense, shell armor gives it immunity to crits, and it got an extra 30 in special attack. It's hard to kill physically, it hits back decently, but it's hard to get too excited. It's another special water in the sea, but it needs to have an opponent stupid enough to peck into it physically to succeed, and unlike its compatriots, it doesn't have regenerator and can't hold leftovers. Tynamo is pure electric. At 39 it becomes the electric, and then Electros via Thunderstone. And all three have levitate, meaning in most cases they lack a weakness. Neat. Electros has good attacking stats and is moderately bulky. Not gigantic, but not frail. There's not all that much to say about Electros. It has some neat coverage, flamethrower, flash cannon, but like a lot of pure electrics, it clicks the electric button, this time just without weaknesses. Pretty neat, but you'd almost certainly have something similar at this point. Clink evolves into Clang at 38, then they Clang into Clang at 49. Yes, I see the designs. They're pretty lazy upgrades to one another, I know. The whole line is steel and is at least a little unique. It's physically defensive as steels do, but it's surprisingly fast and has good attack too. It also has a couple signature moves. Gear Grind is a solid steel move that hits twice, and Gear Shift boosts its speed by 2 stages and attack by 1, which is pretty crazy and can make it pretty powerful given a chance to set up. Cling has both plus and minus, which can give it some cute double stuff. Although it being steel, it doesn't exactly solve plus and minus's usual earthquake problem. Its hidden clear body is much more suited to solo play and is generally a great ability, helps a bunch with gear shift boosting, and makes Cling into an odd and fairly unique but viable option. Excadrill evolves from Drillbur at 31. Drillbur is pure ground, but gains steel on Evo, and it's one of the game's best walls. Maybe one of the best walls Pokemon will ever have. It has a great suite of resists, a fat HP stat, even if its defenses aren't amazing, and massive attack. Swords Dance makes it a monster, and it can kinda just spam Earthquake and Iron Head from there. It doesn't even need Sand really, but Sand Force makes it even scarier, and Sand Rush makes it a sweeping monster. It's hard to complain either way, and Mold Breaker gives it the ability to punish levitators. Regardless, it's intimidating in its own right. Better on sand teams, but still a very, very solid Pokemon without, that's an easy add if you want a ground type, one of the game's best. Cofagrigus is pure ghost. It evolves from Yamask at 34, and I love the design, very Yu-Gi-Oh! The pair have a silly ability that shuts down some Pokemon that are reliant on their abilities. Mummy. When an opponent attacks Cofagrigus and makes contact, their ability becomes Mummy. It's simple and requires your opponent to play into it, or for a good read, but it can severely harm sets that rely on, for example, Skill Link, which is pretty unique. Cofagrigus is also pretty bulky. Both its defenses are good, but especially physically, it's a wall, and it can retaliate well with some strong special ghost moves, although it lacks much past that. It's a narrow use case, but between the cool design and funny gimmick, I can't help but love it. Finally onto the Mirage Mountains. Sandler continues its unimpressive streak. Its stats waver between decent and mediocre, evenly spread, it has to compete with a million better pure normal physical attackers, and the only thing it really has going for it is Intimidate, which is great, and available in 20 better Pokemon. Frisk's use case is narrow, and its hidden Sap Sipper is an immunity, but not one that comes up enough. It's not horrendous, but it's also very mediocre. Vullaby is Rufflet's counterpart, sort of an anti-Rowlet, dark flying and evolving into Mandibuzz at 54. Thanks, Unova. Mandibuzz is extremely bulky, its defenses and HP are great, and Roost makes it quite irritating to deal with, and it plays a pretty basic support role, using Defog to clear hazards and using Foul Play to deal some decent damage. It also gets some decent tools to pest your opponents with, like Toxic and Taunt. Ability-wise, Big Pex keeps it from having its defenses lowered, and Overcoat keeps Weather from wearing it down, which both help with its impressive survivability. It also gets Weak Armor as a hidden, which seems, counterintuitive. Regardless, Mandibuzz is a really neat support Pokemon, although it's definitely more of a Pokemon for the competitive realm than the in-game realm. Magby is the baby form of Magmar, evolving into it at 30, then again into the hideously ugly Magmortar when traded while holding the Magmarizer. In Japan, their names are Booby, Boober, and Boobern. It's epic. The whole line is pure fire. Magmortar is a cool fire. Hoenn's fire choices are pretty limited, which helps. But its special attack is pretty massive, and it's all around decent at everything. Despite being fire, which is generally a fairly narrow type, Magmortar gets a little bit of everything. Thunderbolt? Sure. Fire Blast? Yep. Solar Beam? Why not? It's not nearly as pigeonholed as most fires and has some physical stuff it can use decently too. Neither ability is great, Flame Body is reliant on your opponent playing into it, but the burns can be nice, and Vital Spirit is situational. Even so, Magmortar is a fun, simple Pokemon that's all around a decent special attacker. Its counterpart Elekid is pure electric and evolves into Electabuzz at 30, then into Electivire when traded with the Electorizer. The resemblance is uncanny. While the former two have static, Electivire has motor drive, and that speed boost can be a pretty nice benefit. Beyond the immunity, it also has Vital Spirit as a hidden. Electivire heel turns a bit from Electabuzz, shifting from a special attacker to physical, and like its counterpart, it's pretty decent at everything else, and it likewise gets some cool coverage. No need to rely solely on Thunder Punch, it also gets Fire Punch, Earthquake, Brick Break. It's a fairly standard physical attacker, but unlike other physical electrics, it's way less reliant on breaking itself down with recoil. Hard to complain, but for this and Magmortar, it's a pain to need to trade, and that comes after grinding the battle facility. Whoa, that was a lot, so let's hit a few more legendaries and then check on Wallace. He must be sick of waiting by now. Crescent Isle can appear in place of a Mirage Spot for a day. I lucked out and got it first on Omega Ruby and like 3rd or 4th on Alpha Sapphire. I imagine a lot of people had a lot of fun waiting for this to show up. Crescent Isle has Cresselia, Gen 4 Legendary, Pure Psychic with Levitate. This is one bulky duck, borderline unkillable without some setup, especially since it can heal with Moonlight. Its signature move, Lunar Dance, has interesting support use too, sacrificing Cresselia to fully heal, cure the status of, and restore the PP of any non-fainted Pokemon, which can be pretty strong in the right circumstances. Beyond that though, it kinda doesn't do a lot. Its attacking stats are pretty low. You're either spreading status or boosting with Calm Mind to use some of its decent special coverage. It's incredibly strong defensively, but a bit unexciting, as many defensive Pokemon are. Pathless playing can be found while you have 3 Pokemon with max EVs in your party. Thanks to the experience share, this is a cakewalk you will probably meet the requirement of immediately, and it has 3 Pokemon that can be found depending on the day, a legendary trio often called the Swords of Justice, based on the 3 Musketeers. Like the book. Cobalion arrives on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. It's steel fighting and has Justified as an ability. Attack boosts are nice, but I think the chance your opponent tries a dark move on it are pretty thin. This applies for Cobalion's brothers too, who are also all half fighting and have Justified. Steel fighting is unsurprisingly great as a typing, lots of resists, but it does have some strong weaknesses too. They also happen to be pretty decent offensive types for a fast physical attacker, and its defense is pretty insane. The whole line has a former signature move, Sacred Sword, a fighting move that ignores defense and evasion changes, which can be huge for wall breaking. Beyond that, it gets Iron Head, it gets Stone Edge, Cross Scissor, Poison Jab, Swords Dance. What more could you really need? It's a great Pokemon. Tuesday and Saturday have Terrakion, the rock fighting sword. The type is... the offensive presence is Titanic, but those 7 weaknesses are pretty rough. Despite how it looks, Terrakion is pretty fast and has massive attack, but remains respectively defensive. Statistically anyway. Like Cobalion, it gets the good coverage, but the treat here is those crazy stabs that make Terrakion fun, even if it has a lot of holes. That leaves Monday and Thursday for Virizion, the grass fighting one, the especially defensive one. It's respectable elsewhere, but also grass fighting has a lot of weaknesses and half the amount of fantastic stabs. Grass is pretty rough as an offensive type, but I don't know. Virizion has way less coverage than the others, and as sick as Leaf Blade is, it's definitely not as cool as the other two, and it feels like way more work to do the good stuff. That said, it's a fighting type legendary. All 3 of these are incredibly powerful offensive threats to slightly different levels, but still, you kinda can't go wrong. Nameless Cavern contains another 3 Pokemon, the Lake Trio from Sinnoh, this time requiring you to have 3 Pokemon with maximum friendship. Like with the last set, you probably already have this. Thanks, experience share. The Lake Trio cycle out every few hours, and they're pretty similar little dudes, all psychic, all with Levitate. Mesprit takes the day shift from 4 AM to 8 PM. It's a straightforward little guy. It has 105 in both attacks and defenses, 80 in HP and speed, and it's the most generically good psychic type ever. It does everything good enough, it's decently speedy, and it has the coverage. Uxie only appears at twilight, 8 PM to 9 PM. Unlike Mesprit, it leans defensive. It's a worse Cresselia on functionally every level. I don't know what else to say about it. Azelf works the graveyard shift, 9 PM to 4 AM. And it's the attacker. It's the fastest, it's the hardest, and it's the frailest. Psychic attackers with great coverage are a dime a dozen, and Azelf doesn't have a strong secondary like Gardevoir, but it's a pretty respectable choice. The Lake Guardians are a bit unexciting in my opinion. They're all good enough, you can't really go wrong, they do what they want to well, but Psychic is so oversaturated with good options that you have access to earlier. It's hard to say that these are fantastic options as well, more so just pretty good ones. Catching all three of the Lake Trio has another benefit as well. Having all three in your party opens a huge hole in the sky leading to Dialga and Alpha Sapphire and Palkia and Omega Ruby, two fantastic Pokemon. Dialga is Steel Dragon. Guess how good that type is. I'll give you a hint. It has 9 resists, an immunity, and only 2 weaknesses, plus threatens fairies. Sure, its abilities are basically nothing, pressure and telepathy, but honestly, who cares? This monster has incredible stats, defensive as hell, crazy high special attack, 2 great stabs before some frankly ludicrous coverage, Bro has flamethrower even though his skin is made of metal, and it has Roar of Time, a dragon type hyper beam. It's a box legendary, it's incredible. There's really not a bad thing to say about it. Its brother Palkia is Water Dragon, the same great type as Kingdra, only scared of Dragon and Fairy, although it's much more neutral than Dialga. Palkia is a bit less defensive, instead boosting its speed and attack, while having the same insane special attack. It's a bit more well-rounded, although water is no less valuable as a stab, especially in a weather-centric game like this. Also, it gets some insane coverage. Kyogre has Thunderbolt too, but sheesh, and Palkia has its own signature move as well, Spatial Rend, which only has 100 base power, sure, but also has a boosted critical hit ratio and no recharge time. It's pretty good to say the least. It's also worth noting that each of these dudes has a signature item in the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb respectively, which can only be found in the game's underwater sections and boost their stabs by 20% each, as if they needed to be even better. Both of these Pokemon are monstrous, it's that simple really, you can't go wrong. Having both of these, which will require trading, sadly, also gives access to their third brother, Satan, or Giratina, Ghost Dragon, a type with a suite of good resists, but also a suite of bad weaknesses, and the same mediocre abilities. Giratina is the defensive member of the trio, its HP and defenses are monstrous, but its attacks are still respectable. It's just a little less immediately impressive than the other two. It also has its own signature move, Shadow Force, a really powerful 120 base power ghost move, although it's unfortunately a 2-turn attack. If your opponent doesn't switch to normal, they might be a bit stupid. Thankfully, Giratina also has an alternate form, which it changes into while holding the Griseous Orb, which, like the others, also boosts its stabs by 20%, inherently raising its power level. As opposed to its base form, the altered form, its new origin form swaps its offenses and defenses. Still bulky as hell, but more immediately threatening, especially with the boost that the orb gives, and it changes its ability to levitate, which is a nice extra immunity. Like its brothers, origin form Giratina is a monster. It has great stabs, it's a powerhouse in general, and it has the same great coverage. If it didn't require so many hoops to jump through, it'd be a huge get, although I feel it's not as crazy as its brothers either, even with how good Ghost is offensively. Fabled Cave appears when you have a level 100 in your party. Unlike the others, you probably won't see this one immediately, although if you go around, I don't know, filling your decks with all the stuff I just talked about, you might. In Omega Ruby, Reshiram appears here, in Alpha Sapphire its twin Zekrom appears. Reshiram is Dragon Fire, a decent type with a lot of offensive potential, but isn't incredible defensively, relatively at least. Reshiram's signature ability is Turbo Blaze. It's a sick name, but it's ultimately a reskin of Mold Breaker, which is a respectable ability. Reshiram is a huge force in special attack, but of course it's respectable everywhere else too, with great attack and special defense especially. In a relative sense, it's a bit weaker than the other cover legendaries, but it's still pretty notably great. Fusion Flare is an already powerful 100 base power fire move, but doubles in power if used after Fusion Bolt, the signature move of its other half. Blue Flare, meanwhile, is a more normal move, with an absurd 130 base power and a burn chance. They're both damn good, and while not Dialga crazy in coverage, it gets some cool stuff there too. Its other half Zekrom is Dragon Electric, and it has a similarly badass sounding ability, Terravolt. It's also Mold Breaker. And if you'll believe it, it has 2 signature moves, Fusion Bolt, the electric type counterpart to Fusion Flare, and Bolt Strike, which is Blue Flare but with a paralysis chance. All these moves are both physical to accommodate Zekrom's physical lean. In fact, their stats are basically the same, but Zekrom leans physical both ways. Like Reshiram, it's not drowning in coverage, but it can respectably mash its stabs, and while it has a relatively high amount of weaknesses for a dragon, given electric doesn't cover any of its weaknesses, it has a solid suite of resists too. Both Reshiram and Zekrom are solid. They're not the pinnacle of cover legendaries, but you'd be hard pressed to say that both aren't pretty nuts, and rocking unique types with a lot of offensive presence to boot. Like Giratina, having both of these via trading opens up access to their triplet, Kyurem, which is Dragon Ice. It only has pressure as an ability though, sad. Kyurem has the obvious upside of having Ice as an offensive type. It's typically great and has powerful moves, but also has the obvious downside of Ice. And for a box legendary, Kyurem is relatively frail, although both its attacking stats are pretty crazy. Kyurem's signature move is surprisingly not great. Glaciate is only 65 base power and only has the effect to give the opponent a speed drop on hit. Speed drops are pretty strong, but Ice Beam hits harder and has a freeze chance, you know? Even so, Kyurem has 2 great stabs, a bit of coverage, and nasty attacking stats, but of course that's also not the full story. Kyurem has 2 alternate forms, fusions with each Reshiram and Zekrom, facilitated by the DNA Splicer, which can be found in the Gnarled Den where Kyurem is fought, and fuses Kyurem with one of its other pieces, turning both into one Pokemon, while giving Kyurem an extra 40 to its base stat total, turning it up to 700. White Kyurem has a despicable 170 special attack, but it's great elsewhere too. It gains Turbo Blaze and gets to use Fusion Flare and a new signature move, Ice Burn, an Ice-type move with a ludicrous 140 base power and a burn chance, although it requires a charge turn to balance it. Black Kyurem is pretty predictable, a disgusting 170 attack, great elsewhere, Terravolt as an ability, Fusion Bolt, and Freeze Shock, which is Ice Burn, but it has a paralysis chance and it's physical. It's hard to complain. Although it notably lacks a physical ice move beyond Freeze Shock, which means it's not as strong as White typically. Even so, the Kyurem fusions are pretty insane. They're unique type-wise, and as box legends, you know, they're box legends. Finally, there's Trackless Forest, which only appears when you have Ho or Lugia in your party and contains the legendary beasts, which cycle every 20 minutes. Between 0 and 19 minutes on the hour, Raikou appears. It's pure electric and has pressure. Inner Focus is technically its hidden, but you can't get that. And the same is true for Raikou's brothers. Raikou is a great, fast, electric special attacker. There's lots of Pokemon that do this, but Raikou does it immensely well. And that's all it does. It's damn good at it, but it's a very narrow Pokemon. Between 20 and 39 minutes on the hour is Entei, a bulky physical fire attacker. Getting Ho's former signature Sacred Fire is massive for it, giving it a solid physical stab, but it's a one-trick pony in an odd niche. Not terrible, not at all, but relatively unimpressive. From 40 to 59 minutes on the hour, the forest contains Suicune, a very bulky water, but with pretty moderate attacking stats. While a formidable wall in earlier gens, and still decent today, its time has mostly come and gone. In Alpha Sapphire especially, it looks bad compared to the, Primal Kyogre, but also you have to have Surf to get here, and starting over for Suicune is a huge ask. It's a good Pokemon, but not incredible. Hot damn. In the second versions of these games, when I play through them, I catch everything possible before moving on, like a light version of the Professor Oak's challenge. In Alpha Sapphire, I abandoned poor Wallace for like 15 hours, and when I came back, my Pokemon were superhuman comparatively. He never stood a chance. Sootopolis Gym carries over the old ice cracking puzzle I love, but with new layouts. These ones are a little less tightly designed. They don't have one expected path you need to work out, but are instead a little more flexible, requiring care but also offering freedom, which I think is pretty cool. Wallace's team hasn't changed, he still has some cool coverage via Celio and Wishcash, and Milotic remains a formidable ace. Bulky, strong, and spamming recover to keep itself healthy. It's a pretty cool Pokemon all around, and Wallace is a good final test if you're not a cunt who spent 15 hours grinding legendaries before you fought him. The HM he gives Waterfall also gives access to Meteor Falls' upper floors, which of course give access to Bagon and therefore its evolutions. In addition to Rockhead, Bagon has gained Sheer Force as a neat little hidden, and Shelgon gets Overcoat, while Salamence has Moxie, a crazy strong ability that can snowball Salamence, especially with Dragon Dance, and can give you pause over choosing Intimidate, which of course is still fantastic. Salamence in general is still fantastic, its attack is crazy, its speed's still good, which makes its Mega seem even more insane, pushing it up to a silly 700 base stat total. Its attack is on par with Box Legends, its speed is ridiculous, and it's bulkier to boot. Plus both of its abilities help it before it transforms, although Intimidate more immediately. Mega Salamence also has Aerolate, which gives a lot more access to funky flying moves, primarily the ludicrously powerful Return. With Dragon Dance, it's absolutely outseen and outclasses several legendaries in this game. It's easily one of the best options you could possibly pick in this game, even if, like, this is so late into the game. It's so late. Possible, thanks to Blissies, but late. Evergrande is still pathetic. It's a missed opportunity. If anywhere needed a Mauville style overhaul, it was here. Even its flower fields are significantly nerfed, but what can you do? Victory Road has seen some significant overhauls. I think in general it's meant to be a more grand and cinematic as a build up to the end. It's not as full of dead ends and loopbacks, but generally resembles the original, just a bit streamlined. It feels cool that it bounces back and forth between floors so often, and some of the dungeon bits are carried over directly, like the small strength puzzle on the lower floor. One new addition are a few surfing spots that serve as alternate exits, leading out to isolated ledges under Evergrande. These are nice if you ever get worn down, but also have some items like the TM for Psychic, and they're a really unique little detail for this dungeon alone. Also cute, most trainers on Victory Road now utilize Pokemon from beyond Hoenn. The first dude in the cave utilizes my favorite Pokemon Sigilif, but various Gen 4 and 5 Pokemon appear, which makes this final dungeon feel a lot more grand, as if trainers from other regions or have been to other regions are coming to challenge the Hoenn League. Obviously what we're really here for though is the Wally conclusion. If there's any moment they went all out for, it's this. The long path up to him, the lack of music, the waterfalls, it's gorgeous, and Wally's room looks incredible with the big red flowers. God, it's so striking and cool. There's nothing else like it in the game, and it's even incorporated into his battle scene with this bright yellow light. It's very rare for these games to do unique battle scenes, so it makes the whole thing just feel really epic in like the real way, not epic in like the cringe way. I was curious if anyone had identified the flowers, and I saw people on game FAQs saying there was some kind of Chinese flower of death because Wally was sick and on the brink of death or something, which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. His whole story is about his recovery. I'm pretty sure the point is that Wally is blossoming in full bloom, really. I don't think it's some secret creepypasta shit. Wally is still a good fight too, better even. He still uses wacky team before, but with some more modern movesets. Delcatty has a fairy move, Roselia stalls harder with synthesis while sitting on Toxic and Leech Seed, Magneton gets flash cannon. It'd be nice if some of them had newer abilities. I think normalized Delcatty would be hilarious. Wally has a new ace too, dropping the Woman Ralts Evo for the Manly Man one, and it's not just any Gallade, Wally actually Mega Evolves it. Not enough characters are doing that in this game, and his Gallade set is pretty damn strong. It highly resembles the one I used on my Mega Gallade, Swords Dance, Close Combat, Psycho Cut, and Slash. It's a solid set, and Gallade's weird typing can be a bit of a struggle to work around. It's a really great finale for Wally. Equally great, the League has seen a huge overhaul. As opposed to the pretty basic building in the style of everything else, it's now styled after Shuri Castle. It's extremely grand, the path up to it is flanked by the same flowers that were in Wally's room, it's quite lovely, and the theming continues inside. Between each member of the Elite Four's room is a hallway, each with effects and props relating to the next member's type, leading up to the door that's unlocked with a short animation. These and the lead up to the Pokemon League itself make great use of low angle shots to make the upcoming battles seem very imposing, which the game definitely doesn't use enough. The exception of the rule is Steven, whose room is instead guarded by a titanic door that follows a massive walk up to it. The rooms also have some changes. For the most part, they're a little less dramatically overhauled than the hallways, but Phoebe's room especially has a rather infamous and silly quirk. For a few frames during the fade out animation, a ghost girl appears in the cuck chair behind her, and the shots after are shown from a ridiculously ambitious POV shot from the ghost's eyes. This also never happens on Rematch, which makes it even more like weird and unique, and it's just like such a cool little spark of life to shove in here, and something that a lot of people aren't going to notice, and the people who do are going to talk about and go back to look for and can't see again. It's really incredible. The Elite Four teams see small shakeups here and there too. It's frankly insulting that the Elite Four don't mega their Pokemon on the first playthrough though, but even still, I think their teams have seen some massive improvement, and each of them actually uses a mega in their rematches, where they get fresh teams that use newer Pokemon as well, and some more advanced strategies. Sydney doesn't change much, but to be fair, he already had a fairly solid range of types, and nothing he has a new evolution of the non-mega variety. Swagger's a bit odd on Intimidate Mightyena. It's a good move, but it seems a bit counterintuitive. Beyond that, Cacturn uses Spiky Shield, a version of Protect that punishes contact moves with chip damage, which is neat. Sharpedo gets Aqua Jet for some priority, and Absol gets Psycho Cut, although Sydney has changed much less than the other Elite Four members. His rematch gives him several unique tools. Mightyena is dropped for the much better Scrafty, a substantially better Intimidator. Zoroark is a funny trick, although the fact that it will always disguise itself as Absol feels like a bit of a missed opportunity, given they're both pure darks and therefore have the same weaknesses, although it could catch you off guard potentially. And Mandibuzz is really neat support. It doesn't get used as efficiently as in competitive, but it can still Tailwind, plus, of course, he megas his Absol, which is a significant power boost. Phoebe also didn't need to change much. Her trickier strategy hasn't really aged. The biggest shakeup is that one of her Dusclops has evolved into a Dusknoir, which can be a pretty tough wall, and having all 3 elemental punches gives it a good ability to threaten most things. Meanwhile, the rest do what they do, whether it's Dusclops doing Curse, one Bayonet has Will-O-Wisp and the other has Toxic. It's the same ideas as before, but with a bulkier wall. In the rematch, she Megas her Sableye. Meanwhile, in addition to her Dusknoir and Bayonet, she also gets Mismagius, Drifblim, and Chandelure, which isn't catchable in this game at all, but is a solid Ghost Fire type, and all these use surprisingly standard offensive sets, without any of the trickiness, sans Mismagius' Pain Split, I guess. Although they're all respectable ghosts, and add some type variety that the team desperately needed. Glacia has an interesting strategy, dropping her 2 Celia over 2 Frostlass, which, to be fair, is an upgrade, especially since both have Snow Cloak, which is obviously good when she still tries so hard to set up Hail. Beyond that, stuff is mostly the same. Her first clearly tries to establish Light Screen, her second stalls hail damage with Protect, one of her Frostlass has Confuse Ray and Ominous Wind, the other gets Draining Kiss and Shadow Ball. While Rain has water coverage, it's a solid if a bit samey Hail team. Glacia drops her duplicates for some fresh Pokemon in the rematch though, starting with Lead-Obama Snow, a Pokemon not in this game that has the ability Snow Warning, which summons Hail when it switches in. It's a pretty good lead for a Hail team, although being Grass Ice, the fire weakness is pretty rough. She additionally gets Vanillux, a pure Ice type that's decently bulky and hard hitting. She also Megas her Glalie, with no normal moves because they didn't rework the moveset. Epic. Drake steals a bit from Emerald, dropping the mostly useless Shelgon for Kingdra, which is a nice mix-up for him, and he has his Salamence kitted out with some wacky coverage, Zen Headbutt and Thunderfang. A lot of his team carries over to the rematch. He drops one of the Flygon for Dragalge and Haxorus, which gives him a few solid new moves, a Poison Stab and Earthquake and X-Scissor on the Haxorus. He also Megas his Salamence, with no normal moves. Jesus, dude. Steven's team barely changes, it didn't need it. His Aggron has been given physical moves like it always should have had, and a few new moves here and there, like Metagross getting Zen Headbutt to play into its physicality. Plus, unlike his underlings, Steven Mega evolves that Metagross. I'll cover it in a moment, but it's fast, incredibly strong, and gets tough claws. It's a menace that can genuinely ruin a run by itself thanks to its crazy type and ability. It's a hell of a final boss. His rematch team is pretty interesting. It drops the fossils in flavor of an old guy and a new guy. Aerodactyl, which is decently fast and a powerful sweeper, and which has all 3 elemental fangs for coverage, and Gen 6's Carbink, a ridiculously bulky rock fairy, which, while not a huge offensive threat on its own, has some decent coverage and can be hard to get past, which can be irritating if Skarmory had a chance to spread Toxic and Spikes. Following the credits, your rival gets an actual ending, in a really sweet scene where you meet where you had your first battle, for a real final battle with a real team. Thank God they remembered. The only addition to their team is Raichu, which feels a bit left field, but isn't the worst coverage the team could have, and the team has really solid moveset reworks. I'm a big fan of Heavy Slam Wailord. And of course their starter gets the Mega Treatment, which is huge for all 3 of them, especially with extremely polished movesets, each using their signature moves and some fresh coverage. While it is a shame that they disappeared for a lot of the story, it feels really good to have some proper wrap-up for the rival, and taking it back to the beginning is really impactful, tying the whole game in a nice little bow. Upon clearing the game, a new plotline starts, but also you can get your Johto starter. A lot easier than Emerald, huh? Chikorita is pure grass and becomes Bayleaf at 16, then Meganium at 32, and in addition to the standard starter ability, have gotten Leaf Guard, which is a nice ability for giving them some extra walling potential. Meganium still plays into being a wall, and it's a decent one. It can set screens, it has aromatherapy to cure status for its whole party, and it can heal itself with synthesis. However, it's still in a tough spot. It doesn't actively do anything, and years of stronger walls coming out has killed a lot of the potential it had. Cyndaquil is pure fire and becomes Quilava at 14, then Typhlosion at 36, and the line gets Flash Fire as a hidden, which is an extra immunity and a potential boost, if a little unreliable. Not that Blaze isn't. Typhlosion is still a decent special attacker, good speed, strong stab, extremely strong eruptions at high health, it lacks coverage to an extent, you'll probably just be using Focus Blast and fire moves, but it's a respectable fire type at that, even if about a million other options exist. Totodile is pure water and becomes Croconaw at 18, then Feraligatr at 32. They get Sheer Force as a hidden, and unlike Emerald, they get physical moves now, no longer in the shadow of Gyarados, entirely anyway. Their already good attack goes crazy when paired up with powerful Sheer Force moves like, Waterfall, Crunch, Ice Punch, Rock Slide. Feraligatr is a really good physical water, even though it's not a hugely unique niche anymore. Anyway, that was fun. Let's slog through the Delta episode. It's a pretty rough ride. Delta episode is a whole new story tacked onto the post-game, serving as a sort of Emerald replacement, and tying in all the Rayquaza stuff in an all-new context. The story itself is already all over the place. A new cataclysmic disaster is coming to Hoenn, a giant meteor that will destroy the Earth in some amount of time depending when you get around to it. Much like the main storyline, the stakes are hilariously devastating and inconsequentially slow. Steven takes on a lead role in stopping this disaster and works with the Moss Deep Space Center. All those rumors about it being relevant have finally come true. He doesn't actually do anything active in the story. For how cool he is and his team are, they sure did relegate him to being an exposition dumping bore that hangs out in the space station and directs you towards busy work. Get the Meteor, Ruby. Go get the other Meteor, Sapphire. Jesus dude, it's Granite Cave, go yourself. The Delta episode is mixed up by Zinnia, a new antagonist-ish character, and the current leader of the Draconids, a clan of Rayquaza worshippers with ties to Meteor Falls and Sky Pillar, and of which Wallace is sort of related to, but not actively involved in. Zinnia is a lot to unpack. She's pretty dreadful, and she overwrites a lot of the original story, apparently feeding Magma or Aqua information about their legendary in an attempt to create a disaster large enough to wake up Rayquaza, in order to use him to stop the meteor. A very means justifies the end type character. She also happens to be an obnoxious know-it-all, talking in riddles, barging in, breaking things, kidnapping you. If she just chilled out and talked to Steven about shit, the entire Delta episode could have been skipped. The runaround as she goes place to place stealing mega bracelets is, so tedious. Much of the Delta episode boils down to flying wherever you're told to go, talking to someone, and maybe fighting a villain team grunt, Zinnia twice, clicking through some nonsense technobabble. It's very dry and tedious. On the topic of insane technobattle, I may as well touch on the Delta episode's bizarre contribution to the Pokemon lore. The initial plan of Steven and the scientists is to use a device called a link cable, it's a bit too on the nose for me, to create a warp hole that sends the meteor to another dimension. Beyond being ridiculous on its face, Zinnia tells them not to because the meteor might land in a version of Hoenn without the power of Mega Evolution to stop the meteor. Yeah, the Game Boy Advance games are now an alternate universe. Yeah, it's bizarre. And no, it doesn't add anything positive to the lore. The Pokemon timeline becomes awfully complex here. Characters from prior games appear in this game. Prior games we know are canon to each other, as Gen 5 is, which implied the existence of uncreated Mega Universe versions of Gens 1, 2, 4, and 5. It just gets a little too messy to throw into this game in the final hour and adds a lot of timeline confusion. The original games probably take place in 1996. In Ruby and Sapphire, you don't need a time machine to trade with FireRed and LeafGreen, and these games take place 2 years before Gold and Silver, which take place semi-simultaneously with Diamond and Pearl, with Diamond and Pearl starting alongside the Red Gyarados event in Gold and Silver. Auras has a lot of crossover elements with parts of Gen 6's plot, and probably takes place shortly before those games, maybe, because certain characters' existence in Gen 6 doesn't really make sense otherwise. But also, elements of the game suggest that it takes place not in 1996. Maybe I'm overthinking this whole mess, I don't deny that, but it's a can of worms Game Freak opened by drawing attention to it. Anyway, let's get back to the part of the Delta episode that doesn't suck as much, Sky Pillar. Wallace guards Sky Pillar, testing the player before they can enter. I love that he uses his Emerald team here. It's really clever and a subtle callback, a strong team in general, and gives Wallace a chance to shine in a way that is mostly neglected in this game, thanks to Steven being the champion, although Steven does mention eventually giving the role back to Wallace at the end of the Delta episode. Sky Pillar is unfortunately gutted, and it's a shame because visually it looks fantastic, having been reshaped into a bizarre, tall, triangular building that goes all the way to the sky, full of crumbling ruins, fallen boulders, and narrow paths between these broken floorways, plus gorgeous murals that depict Rayquaza destroying the meteor in the past. One that I think is implied to be the same origin as the new one, and which led to the creation of, at the very least, the red and blue orbs, but also implicitly Megastones in general, I think, which has some interesting and odd lore implications. It's just a shame that the dungeon itself is really lame. It's a series of straightforward paths and ladders with only a few side areas to collect items at, and it's broken up every floor by Zinnia's lore dumps. No more bike puzzles, no more challenge. I know they were scared that kids would get stuck, but it's a shame. I suppose getting to the top, I should touch on the encounters. A lot of the cooler stuff like the ghosts are gone, although Claydol remains. Also, Ariados is here for I have no idea why, honestly. Ariados evolves from Spinarak at 22, and both are bug poison, and as Gen 2's early route bugs, they're pretty bad. Frail, slow, but with okay attack. Getting a sticky web and entry hazard that have speed on switch-in is kinda cool, but it's still not great. In addition to the old abilities, Swarm and Insomnia, Ariados has also gained Sniper. How exciting. The framing at the top of Sky Pillar is kinda hilariously bad. When you exit out into the open, it will always be night, and this looks really fucking cool. You're in the atmosphere, the stars are up close, and Zinnia prattles on about looking at the stars or something. She then punches you in the face and knocks you out so the game can set the time properly, but also, why? Just leave it. It would look so much cooler and ties into the whole threat from space thing. It's so awkward and weird. Anyway, then you humiliate Zinnia because Rayquaza wants you. Well, he wants to eat the meteor in your bag, but still. As to be expected, the Rayquaza fight is cool. It gets a decent bump to its catch rate to prevent getting stuck here too long, but Rayquaza is still a powerful Pokemon. Airlock shuts down weather-based strategies, and it hits crazy hard, especially as it starts stacking up Dragon Dances, and its attacking stats are still quite impressive. Upon catching it, you're forced to add it to your party. Unlike with the Lotties, it's better justified here since you need to fly to space on it, but also, it's where the game makes its most questionable move. Rayquaza swallows the meteor in your bag. It's a Rayquaza Megastone, and Zinnia teaches it Dragon Ascent, its signature move, and the only thing necessary to allow Rayquaza to Mega Evolve. It also happens to be a flying type close combat, dealing massive damage at the cost of lowering Rayquaza's defenses, which is really strong. More importantly, this means Mega Rayquaza, for lore reasons, can hold an item. The strongest Pokemon in the game, a 700 base stat Mega Evolution Legendary, can hold a fucking Choice Band. It's unhinged. And that's not even the end of it. Its stats? Incredible as expected. Its already comical attacking stats are even better, its good speed has jumped to fantastic, and its defenses allow it to tank more hits. It also has a comically strong signature ability in Delta Stream, summoning a unique weather condition while Mega Rayquaza is on the field, capable of replacing even the Primal's weather, and which can't be replaced by anything but the Primal's weather, and which negates the weaknesses that the flying type will have while preserving its benefits. Mega Rayquaza maintains its ground immunity as well as its resistance to fighting bug and grass, but loses its rock weakness, regains its electric resistance, and goes from 4 times to 2 times weak to ice, as if everything else wasn't enough. As far as weakness is concerned, Rayquaza is pure dragon and therefore substantially less vulnerable. It is far and away the most absolutely unrivaled Pokemon in the game, bar none. It's insane, and you immediately get to use it against Zinnia, where you will one-shot her entire team. And it's a shame because her team is really cool. She does kind of step on Drake's toes, even using Mega Salamence, still with no normal moves, but also has Altaria and 3 Gen 6 dragons. The pseudo-legendary Goodra, a pure dragon that's excessively bulky and hits well in retaliation, plus has Ice Beam to threaten even Mega Rayquaza if it survives, although most of her Pokemon have dragon moves anyway. One of the fossils, Tyrantrum, a rock dragon with crazy physical stats, and Noivern, a crazy fast special attacking dragon flying, all of which are really fun picks for a new dragon type trainer. Finally, it's time for the voyage into space, and I'm not gonna lie, it's anime as hell, stupid as can be, and also incredibly badass. It makes this whole stupid post-game worth it. The shot composition is incredible, selling the speed and scale, and the slow-mo as Rayquaza bowls through the meteors so fucking hype. I hate the Delta episode, but I love this ending, and then it gets better. When I saw that red triangle, when I saw it zip left, right, up, and so on, when I saw the tentacles emerge, it's so fucking cool. It's especially cool that Deoxys gets an intro like this because of how few people would know of the Birth Island puzzle, relatively. In the time of physical distributions, you'd have a hard time seeing it legit, and the amount of people who did is undoubtedly a fraction of a single percent of the people who bought the game. Even accounting for cheating the event in, you're still looking at a tiny percentage of people who would get this extremely clever bit, and fighting Deoxys in space surrounded by stars, oh, it's so good. It does bring up some interesting lore implications. For one, the Mega Evolution logo, or symbol, is a DNA helix. Given Deoxys' alien DNA, the game seems to imply that the first meteor was also a Deoxys, and that when it crashed on Earth creating Pseutopolis, it also created the Megastones. Considering that Deoxys can shift its DNA to change its form to become stronger in different battle scenarios, you have to kind of conclude that Megastones are Deoxys goo rocks that activate a similar morphing ability to give Pokemon these enhanced battle forms. I'm not positive this was the intention, honestly, since I don't know how the stones made it to Kalos or Lola or Kanto if you count Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, but it's an interesting idea, and really interesting if that's what you're supposed to take from this. The Deoxys fight is great. It's the first time Mythical has ever been incorporated into the game without an event, and it still remains pretty powerful. Using Cosmic Power to boost its defenses and Recover to keep itself out of catching range, while also dropping crazy powerful Psycho boosts, its signature move, which is a powerful Psychic move that drops Deoxys' special attack, and it's encountered at a crazy level 80, and it's completely undermined by the fact that it's the best Master Ball target in the game. With the Lotties reduced from roamers to a gift, your options are pretty limited. Groudon and Kyogre are strong too, also have ways to heal themselves, sure, but the side legendaries are all level 50 and very few of them abuse recovery. It just makes sense to Master Ball Deoxys, which is kind of a shame. It's also pretty weird that the game forces you to lead Rayquaza. It's so strong and Deoxys is so frail that it's actually a terrible pick for the fight and will absolutely one-shot Deoxys. Deoxys is still a powerhouse. Its pure psychic typing isn't as insane as it once was, but Deoxys has a lot of options, although it didn't get any hidden ability and just has pressure sadly. Deoxys can swap between its 4 forms in Cosmo's Lab and Fall Armor, and each of them has different strengths and weaknesses. Its normal form remains kinda weird, it's absurdly min-maxed, frail as hell with incredible speed and attack, but it's basically completely outclassed by the attacked form. The extra frailty barely matters since it was so frail to begin with, and the extra attack is so worth it. Defense form is an oddity, its defenses are great, but it doesn't have enough to do while it doesn't die. Speed Deoxys is a great lead, it's functionally unoutspeedable without boosts or items like the Choice Scarf, and hits hard enough. Plus has some hazards and other support stuff, but it's also just decently capable of doing damage. It doesn't tear up other legendaries like Attack can, but it's still pretty crazy strong. We at last enter the real post-game. As a reward for completing the Delta Slog, you're given a Gen 5 starter. Yeah, that easy. Snivy is pure grass and becomes Servine at 17, then Superior at 36. It's a bit gimmicky, but undeniably strong. Beyond Overgrow, it gets contrary. From a distance, Superior looks bad. It's fast, it's got good defenses, but it lacks coverage, its attacking stats are bad, it's pure grass, and then you remember Leaf Storm. A grass attack with a massive base stat that lowers the user's special attack by 2 stages. On contrary Superior, it's a special Swords Dance on an 120 base power move. It's kind of insane. Too bad you can't get its hidden. Rip. Tepig starts out pure fire and then evolves at 17 into Pignite, it gains fighting. Both of these have thick fat as hiddens. Then at 36, when it becomes Emboar, it switches to Reckless. Not that it really matters, I guess. And yes, this is a 3rd firefighting starter in a row. It's borderline inexplicable. Emboar is a cool dude, bulky with a big attack. Its hidden ability gives a hint as to what it does. Mostly clicks its signature move Heat Crash, a fire-type recoil move, and Head Smash, a rock-type recoil move. It also gets Wild Charge, which is fun, but you can play more normal moves too, and it's a pretty fun, slow, bulky take on the firefighting starter because that's an archetype apparently. Oshawott is pure water and becomes Dewott at 17, then Samurott at 36. They're hidden as shell armor just for the sake of completeness. It's an odd guy, its attacking stats are both respectable and it's moderately bulky, but also kind of just a weird mix attacker. It can lean either way, but it's slow, and water is too competitive of a type for it to stand out that much. Completing the Elite 4 rematches also gives you a Gen 4 starter of your choice. Turtwig is grass and evolves at 18 into Grotle, then into Torterra at 32 where it gains ground, and they have shell armor as a hidden. Torterra is easily one of the best designs in the series, like hands down, I love Torterra. The type ain't amazing, ground is nice for attacking, and Torterra is good in both physical stats, but it also has few resistances and the ice weakness is rough. Torterra is a decent attacker, a cool design, but shifting your battle facility team probably wouldn't pay off. Chimchar evolves at 14, and when it becomes Monferno it gains fighting, then evolves into Infernape at 36. It's very comical that there's 3 of them in a row. Also, they have Iron Fist as a hidden. Infernape is pretty great, pretty high tier for a starter. It's fast and has great attacking stats, although it's typically played more specially thanks to Focus Blast. It's very much a firefighting glass cannon, and given the offensive presence of those types, it works really well. Piplup is pure water and becomes Prinplup at 16, then Empoleon at 32 where it gains Steel, and they have Defiant as a hidden. Empoleon is weird, it doesn't feel as good as it probably should. It's reasonably good everywhere but speed and has good specials, plus it has a ton of resistances, 10 in fact, but it never feels like it's doing all that much. It's a good water with a great type, but it's not as insane as about 50 better waters. While we're here, another gift, Steven's Beldum. Metagross is still really good. Physical psychic moves have given it even more to work with, its suite of resistances is huge, even if it no longer has its dark and ghost neutrality, and it's only kinda held back by its speed. Light Metal is its hidden ability, so not being able to get it for Clear Body is absolutely fine. However, every issue Metagross could be construed to have is fixed by its ridiculous Mega Evolution. Tough Claws is an absurd ability, and while it only received a minor bump to its attack, its speed has jumped up significantly, which in conjunction with its ability means it's a terrifying physical sweeper. Hands down, one of the strongest in the game. Its moves do terrifying damage, and it has solid coverage too. It's quite the specimen. With everything else dealt with, there's only one more place to go, the Battle Resort. While the ride over on the SS title isn't that notable, I like the gag with the guy from Unova, where his speech is rather broken since Unova is the Pokemon world's America, while Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh are all regions of Japan. The Battle Resort is rightfully controversial, but has some stuff to like. The main kick in the nuts is that the place feels unfinished. Not having the Battle Frontier is one thing. I don't even like the Frontier that much, but putting in the Battle Tower and a sign that says coming soon is rough. Also, to repeat what some others have said, the fact that the fully modeled tower exists means it probably was meant to be used at some point and they ran out of time. Coupled with the fact that the resort reuses X and Y's battle facility, pretty nonsensically I might add, the Battle Maison, and it looks really bad. That said, there's some cool shit. A second daycare exists here, one that's kinda overpowered and which can be used simultaneously with the other if you wanted. This daycare is on the beach and is involved in a circle around the entire diameter of the island. Holding up at a wall lets you circle the map without thought or complication, and each lap is exactly 255 steps, a full egg cycle. It's pretty great. There's also a few little story tidbits. Upon arrival, Wally will sprint towards the Maison, and you'll have an encounter with your game's good team, with the leader giving a groan-inducing speech about how in another dimension he could have been the evil one. This might be even more cringe than the alternate Game Boy Advance reality. Shut up, Sans Undertale. There's also a short story where an Aqua and Magma Grunt have a Romeo and Juliet-esque love story, which gets you a fully evolved camera up in Sharpedo, which is kinda neat, and you can bump into Looker, who has arrived on the island with amnesia. I think this might be him coming from the other dimension. I don't know. He's barely relevant in this game and more important in every other game he appears in, most of them since Platinum. Before talking about the Maison, incredibly, this area does have a few new Pokemon, then we're done, sans events. Surfing in the water around the resort, you can find both Mantike and its evolution Mantine, which it becomes when leveled up while you have Remoraid in your party, which is a very, very cute evolution method. Both are water flying, and they're pretty crazy walls. Outside of rocks and a real bad electric weakness, Mantine fears nothing and has immense special defense, although it does struggle to do much of anything. It's a decent pivot in weaker competitive tiers, but it's not an all-star wall. Its abilities are all somewhat useful and somewhat underwhelming. Swift Swim makes it pretty damn fast in rain, but to what end? Water Absorb turns a resist into an immunity, and Water Veil prevents burns, but it's neither a physical attacker or very likely to get burned. It's not a terrible Pokemon, but it's another water that can't do enough to stand out. Of course, if you have Mantike, you also need Remoraid. It and its evolution Octillery can be fished up, and Remoraid evolves at 25. While Octillery looks strange, it's got good attacking stats and terrible everything else. It was also given a great hidden. Its standards are nothing special, Suction Cups prevents it from being forced out, and Sniper can be situationally good, but holy shit, Moody can get out of hand fast. It always does. But Octillery starting with good attacks means that if it can build some defense and speed, and evasion doesn't hurt either, it can run away with the game. Still, that's a gimmicky set and it's far from consistent, but it's pretty neat, and you can't get its hidden ability anyway. The Maison itself is fine. It's a very generic battle facility. There are 4 modes, single, doubles, triples, and rotation, and each has 2 difficulties. Battles on the first difficulty give out 1 BP each to start, and more later as you get deeper, while each battle on Super starts at 2, and Super extends indefinitely instead of ending at 20, although you fight the Chatelaine at 20 anyway. The Chatelaines don't have much personality, each is a cute girl in a fancy dress, but as expected, they have strong competitive teams. Need of the singles champion uses Progly, Wigglytuff, and Grumpig for a bulky team with Progly for damage and hypnosis, and on Super Rank uses the 3 genies in their incarnate forms, and those guys are all powerhouses. Evelyn in doubles uses an aggressive team of Primate, Persian, Pachirisu, and Luminion, with the first and last having Earthquake and Surf for spread damage respectively, then switches to using all 3 legendary beasts from Johto plus Latios. The Air Balloon Raikou is very cute, removing its ground weakness. Dana in triples has a very diverse team with Piloswine, Dragalge, Whimsicott, Magneton, Giraffrig, and Magcargo, then uses a questionable team with all 3 of Kanto's legendary birds and all 3 Regis in Super. And Morgan's rotation team has Manti and Swalot as walls, Klefki for support, and Sawsbuck for damage, then uses the 3 Swords of Justice alongside Latios after. The multi-battle mode also allows you to go in with a partner with some unique choices to pick from. Your rival will have dual screens Claydol with Light Clay to extend the duration, and Assault Exploud. Maxie and Omega Ruby or Archie and Alpha Sapphire will use their signature Mega Camerupt or Mega Sharpedo respectively, and Crobat. Wally uses Mega Glade and a very cute Air Balloon Magnezone, and Steven has Aerodactyl and his ridiculous Mega Metagross. You can also earn rematches with Wally by getting a streak of 50. In the first rematch he uses original team, but he goes full competitive after, kitting out his Roserade with Bright Powder and keeping his Glade the same, but also dropping in some huge competitive picks. Talonflame is a Gen 6 Pokemon with an infamously broken ability, Gale Wings, which gives all of its flying moves priority. With Life Orb, its Brave Birds become absolutely insane. His huge power Azumarill can be a menace with Play Rough, his Air Balloon Magneton removes its worst weaknesses, and for good measure, Garchomp. Rocky Helmet and Rough Skin together make it a huge pain to hit physically, and it's just a good fucking Pokemon. It's crazy to see Wally go from wimp to tryhard. Beyond the cool rematch though, the Maison is nothing special. It's a fine facility, but it's also really lazy, especially because it's just the Gen 6 one copy-pasted. Even if you couldn't do the whole frontier, at least make it look like you tried instead of copy-pasting the prior one. I guess that just leaves events, huh? First, let's do the Eon ticket. The virality of the ticket is pretty incredible. If you played the game near release, you probably had it. Spreading it online meant that everyone got it pretty much, and I love that. The event itself is fairly standard, but it's the last time an event Pokemon would appear as a proper event for a while, rather than just a distribution. It's a simple revisit to Northern Island where you catch the other Lottie. It's simple, but it works for what it is. I suppose I should touch on Jirachi too. Ironhead didn't exist in Ruby and Sapphire, sorry I lied last time. This time you just click Thunder Wave and Ironhead to prevent your opponent from playing the game thanks to Serene Grace. Losing a few resists on the steel end sucks a little, but Jirachi still has great resists, and the flat 100 in all stats is pretty tolerable all around. Plus Serene Grace has even more targets to choose from, although none as strong and funny as Paraflinch. Gen 6 also has 3 mythicals of its own, 2 of which get new forms and auras. Diancie is this generation's Pixie mythical, a la Mew, however it's very distinct from its forebearers. Diancie is an evolution of Carbink, that weird thing Steven had, although the evolution is only in the lore, you can't actually do it, due to being exceedingly rare. And Diancie carries a lot of Carbink traits over, but with 100 more base stat total. Having clear body, the same huge defense, and the same tiny HP and speed, although it has 50 more in each attack to hit 100, making it a fairly solid wall, but more able to capitalize on its solid rock fairy typing. It even gets a cool signature move that plays into this defensiveness, Diamond Storm, a powerful rock move that has a 50% chance to raise its defense. Diancie also gained a Mega in Auras, the first and currently only Gen 6 Pokemon to have one, although Z to A probably will change that. And it's an odd one. Good, but odd. Its Mega Stone can be obtained by entering a Pokemon Center with a Diancie, where 2 men will try to buy it off of you for their master, who turns out to be a little boy who chides them for being rude to you and gives you the stone. It's a little strange. Mega Diancie swaps largely into offense. Its defenses are still solid, but drained a little bit to make way for some pretty immense attacking stats and a bunch of extra speed. With 2 great stabs, it can get pretty nasty, and Magic Bounce wards off most status, stat drops, and hazards, which can give the much frailer Mega Diancie a lot of room to get started, and once it does, it can be decently hard to stop. It's a fun little thing. Hoopa is really tied to everything going on in Hoenn. You may notice its rings, which are oddly similar to the rings the legendary Pokemon throughout Hoenn were found in. While there's no concrete evidence to the fact, it would appear that Hoopa was being a silly, which explains away finding one-off legendaries like the Beast out in Hoenn. The manga also more or less confirms this. Hoopa has 2 forms, each very different. Its standard form is its confined form, which is Psychic Ghost, a type that manages to be relatively neutral, all the ghost type moves are welcome. Hoopa Confined is a hell of a special attacker, and with great special defense too. It could stand to shed some of its physical attack for speed, but it can reasonably eat a special hit and punish back. This form of Hoopa has its own signature move, Hyperspace Hole, a decent psychic move that bypasses all accuracy checks, including hitting through Protect and similar moves, like Spiky Shield, and removes the effect of those moves for the rest of the turn, which is a decent little doubles trick. Both forms also have the ability Magician, which turns all their damaging moves into Thief, stealing both the opponent's item on hit, which is cute, but rarely that good. The prison bottle can be obtained by taking Hoopa into a Pokemart, where a shopkeeper will tell a bizarre story about a man leaving it for him after stealing all of his potions. I don't get it. But the prison bottle can be used to turn Hoopa into its 21-foot tall Unbound form. That's a big man. And it reverts after 3 days have passed, or when it's put in the PC or daycare. Unbound jumps up 80 points in its base stat. A little goes to its speed, but most is reinvested in its attacking stats, which especially makes its special attack ridiculous. Notably, the form also shifts to Psychic Dark, a interesting type with no resistances, but also almost no weaknesses. But swapping from Ghost to Dark is a value that's kind of hard to judge. Hoopa Unbound's signature, Hyperspace Fury, is a lot the same, but a bit different. It's moderately more powerful, the much more valuable Dark type, and it otherwise keeps the same effect, but also lowers Hoopa's defense to give it some downside. Both Hoopas are really good. Confined is cute and decent, although it needs a special opponent to make a move against, and Unbound is just crazy strong in general. The box legendary stats make it a force to be reckoned with, and it dismantles slow and protective strategies with ease, especially when boosting with Nasty Plot. Finally, there's Volcanion. That's a sex toy. That's not a Pokemon, that's a sex toy. Shame it's hideous, because the fire-water typing is really cool, and it's all around solid, with a hell of a special attack and some great types to use it with. Its signature move Steam Eruption is Scald, but with 30 more base power. Given that Scald and its insane 30% burn chance is easily a top 10 move in this game, you can imagine that Volcanion was pretty good at bringing the heat. Okay, we've done it. Let's talk about some teams now. I will preface, my teams look ridiculous with all the megas, but I intentionally attempt to make teams that give a lot of variety for the sake of, in part, exploring the game. Also, like, in competitive it'd be a disaster to have 4 megas, but in game it hardly matters. My Omega Ruby team is mostly straightforward thanks to soaring. I felt comfortable not having a flyer, which was pretty freeing. I decided to go with Mega Sceptile for the starter. I figured that Swampert just remained good, and I would need to replay to try Groudon on Kyogre anyway and could use it there. And I'm happy to report that Focus Blast Mega Sceptile with Dual Chop to break Sturdy is in fact pretty good. Delcatty was normalized, and with Assist it had pretty crazy set of moves to throw around. The Stone Edges it got from Armaldo were absurd. Armaldo was a straightforward physical guy, but Rock and Bug moves improving so much really helped it. Mega Mawile, I mean, come on. Swords Dance, Siren Head, Play Rough, and False Swipe. It did everything and was a perfect catching aid. Wishcash was a simple little dude focused on spread damage with Surf and Earthquake. I guess he was my Swampert stand-in. And Mega Camerupt was my special attacker, which was occasionally nice on a team that is otherwise so physical. I also got a shiny Tentacruel near Moss Deep when I was going out to get something in Shoal Cave after beating the game, which was pretty neat. The Alpha Sapphire team has a few shitpost picks. I chose Mega Blaziken, of course, as I always go fire for the game I got initially, and as expected of one of the strongest and stupidest Pokemon ever made, it decimated everything. Mega Sharpedo was basically a gag on the Mega Camerupt I'd used before. I didn't intend to become the villain grunt, but it was also pretty fun to surf on given the unique properties it gets, and provided to be a valuable physical attacker. I really loved physical this time too, apparently. Mega Glade did a lot of the same stuff Blaziken did, but it was cool to beat Wally and finally get to evolve the Glade I had just beaten. And Mega Absol had some unique coverage and additional utility in Magic Bounce trolling. Shedinja was a goofy pick that worked out decently off. The AI definitely doesn't play a lot of coverage and is often forced to switch by Shedinja. It also proved to be the usually worst false swiper ever, as it was bad against a lot of things I wanted to get weakened, but it did pull off some pretty good hits on its stabs. Feeling I needed some special presence, I ended up with Plusle. It was fine. Being able to paralyze stuff and swap out quickly with Volt Switch usually felt good, but it often didn't feel strong enough in bigger fights where decent hits would heavily cripple it. My shiny luck was a bit off the charts. While searching for the hidden Pokemon after Kyogre, I stumbled into a shiny Lombre. I probably could have incorporated it in my team, but I had used it on Sapphire recently and already had my Sharpedo pretty set. However, I was in the field hunting Legends and hidden so long that it definitely would have caught up. On my replay, where I went to get the second Kyogre, I found a Zigzagoon a few minutes in, right after Petalburg Woods, and dragged it around, which is kind of funny since I got a Linoon and Sapphire, original Sapphire as well. Then later on Route 118, when I was surfing across to go heal, I found a shiny Pelipper, so a pretty good haul, I'd say. The Pokemon Special Auras chapter is a bit of a mess. As with the other remakes, this is a very short stretch of manga at 22 chapters. It has to go, and it feels rushed as hell. It's nice seeing so many characters come back and catching up with them. Well, Ruby's definitely the focus. Sapphire and Emerald get a fair bit of screen time, as does Zinnia. The characters all point out how insufferable she is, which is kind of funny. But also Archie, Maxie, I thought Archie killed this dude. Red, Green, and even Giovanni appear a little. Archie and Maxie coming back again is basically handwave, but they and Giovanni work together with the heroes to stop the meteor. This is a Delta episode adaptation after all. Much of the story is dedicated to awkward ham-fisted retcons. The eye-rolling Zinnia was behind it all retcon from the game with regards to Kyogre and Groudon, Rayquaza being stolen from the Draconids to study it for the meteor's arrival, and Steven's dad killing Zinnia's mentor, which is a bizarre footnote. Especially when he starts draining the hero's Pokemon's life force to power the warp hole drive, but everyone is like, yeah, that's not a weird evil thing to do at all, I guess. The salamence that scarred Ruby was Zinnia's. Archie didn't murder Maxie. Archie didn't die. They went to the Distortion World for some reason, and Arceus brought them back for some reason. The second Deoxys that Giovanni told the first Deoxys in the FireRed and LeafGreen chapter was disposed of, which was implied killed, wasn't actually killed, and it was instead launched into space and then burrowed into a meteor, I guess, and steered it around to destroy the Earth. But also there's a 1,000-year-old prophecy meant to stop it. It's all really weird. While the art style beyond Gen 3 kind of loses me as it gets further and further from the original, the Pokemon still look good and the action is decent, but the action is excessively abridged out of the necessity of cramming so much plot and retconning into 22 chapters. Rayquaza vs. Deoxys should have been a lot more epic than a single hit. Diancie and Hoopa are also incorporated into the story to tie up the Gen 6 events. Diancie is basically superfluous beyond being cute, but Hoopa ties in the plot several times via his ability to create portals of plot convenience to people's greatest desires, which allows Kyogre and Groudon to return to be primal. Honestly, it's a cute idea and gives some soft confirmation on the nature of the legendary rings. There's some stuff to like buried in this chapter, but it's just way too busy. Too many characters to return to, a weird forced conflict via everyone refusing to talk to each other, retcons, the red and blue characters coming back. It feels like every idea they had was sort of crammed into this final reunion for all the old characters before the manga would, as of now, basically leave them behind, I assume to keep the stories from requiring an excessive amount of catch-up work to be even remotely understandable. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are games with highs and lows. There's some really cool ideas and reinventions in this game. The Dex Nav is one of my favorite mechanics Pokemon has ever had, making you way more active in the encountering process, opening up so many cool options. I love it. I'm a fan of Megas, even if there's some weak implementations in the story, as in nobody uses them against you until the very end. Some reworked areas are great, like Victory Road, like the Cave of Origin, but others, you know exactly the ones, are really bizarre and terrible. Soaring is really fun, and for the most part, the game is quite good looking. It does look a little silly that the routes are all straight lines. Carrying so many layouts over one-to-one makes them look a little strange, but a good number of areas have some great visual makeovers. The story is better. A lot of the issues it had are still present, sure, but the villains are rounded out, thematically deeper, more interesting. But the story is also told in a more obnoxious way. You get interrupted constantly moving about, usually just to make sure you couldn't possibly get lost, and the Delta episode is largely questionable and dull, but then patches itself together with an insane, fun, and flatly epic climax. The extended options are great, even though they come very late, and despite being a little, questionable canonically, the Legendary Hunt proves to be decently fun too. Despite all this, there's a lot of mess here. Some stuff I mentioned above, like Mauville, constant interruptions, most of the Delta episode, but also issues with balance. The experience share wonks the balance up violently in the back half, although admittedly keeps it together surprisingly well at first. Getting gifted a Mega Lottie is silly at best, and Megas in general, as much as I love them, are just uncontested by anyone but the main villain, Steven, your rival, and Wally, which is kind of unsatisfying. There's also a Mega Rayquaza in the Primals, and some of the Megas breaking the meta. There was some real questionable balancing decisions competitive-wise. It's also apparent how much hasn't changed when it doesn't work. The new 3D movement and camera rarely get used to their full potential. There's some cool angles in a few scant spots, like the Elite Four hallways, but most routes are straight lines in the way that the GBA was forced to be. They feel artificial, and the 3D perspective makes the shrunken scale of towns and locations a bit harder to swallow. It's easy to visualize Littleroot as a small podunk town on the GBA versus when the houses are to scale 3D models. The stuff outside of your periphery feels like it couldn't exist. To some extent, Aura's is also more than a list of its good and bad stuff. I had fun, a lot of it. It might have been a cakewalk, but piecing together teams was fun, hunting Megastones was fun, getting stuck on a route because hidden Pokemon kept spawning was fun. I don't know if I like Aura's more than Ruby, Sapphire, and Emeralds. I don't know if I like it less. Both games have strengths and weaknesses over each other. Aura's definitely didn't play it safe, it swung for the fences. It's ambitious, weird, it's full of new ideas, it's admirable. FireRed and LeafGreen played it way too safe, and HeartGold and SoulSilver mostly focused on cleaning up rough edges as opposed to trying new things with only an occasional off-the-rail idea. Aura's isn't afraid to rip out what works and change it for no reason, to add experimental features, to make insane tangents in the middle of the game. It's a bold new take on Hoenn. I feel I should hate it, and sometimes I do, but I also can't help but smile seeing it all come together, or being surprised when something is insane, so consider this a love letter to Aura's, a beautiful, messy, ambitious, awkward, fun, boring, goofy, thematically interesting, overwritten, underwritten, well-designed, badly balanced game. Like the game it's a remake of, it's not my favorite, but I'm in awe of the risks they took.